Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All On channel, host Sega Forever here, doing a Wrecking Crew podcast. Doing it a little bit early today. Got off from work early. I got some stuff. Sorry about that. So let me make sure the show's running. Yeah, so I got off of work early today, man. It's really good. Got a Memorial Day weekend. So it's a 3-day weekend for me. Actually, I took off Tuesday. My son's graduation is next week. So that's I've been kind of busy. I wanted to actually do the video. I wanted to actually do videos this week talking about all the stuff that's been going on with Xbox, but I didn't have a chance to do that. I know some of the other brothers did podcasts. Definitely go check them out. Um, and I'm glad they do, man, because there's very few people I can watch anymore when it comes to anything Xbox anymore. Dude. I mean, it's just if one thing I've learned over the last month is just reaffirm the fact that a lot of people who say that they're gamers, they're not. Um, I already knew that there's a lot of people that promote Xbox or say that they're pro Xbox or not pro Xbox. Um, and yeah, dude, it was just a good reminder. And we'll talk about it in detail today on the show. I'm sending out links right now, guys, so bear with me. I'm just trying to get this show on the road because, like I said, I got something to do tonight. And if I don't do the show now, I won't be able to do it later, and I might not be able to do it tomorrow morning, which is another thing I was thinking about doing. But I got a couple hours, so let's get this show rolling. As you can see, Wrecking Crew podcast. There's a lot of stuff that I want to discuss. Talk a little bit about all the stuff that's happening with Hellblade, specifically Hellblade 2. Also going to talk about the gaming media and the hypocrisy, and hypocrisy in several ways. Not just in the way that they handle Xbox, right? As you guys can see by the title, the Xbox tax, and that's why I'm bringing it back. Xbox tax 2024, Hellblade 2 edition. If you guys bleed green like me, and you guys have been seeing everything that's been going on, you guys know what time it is, right? So we'll talk about the gaming media, their hypocrisy when it comes to Hellblade. Also, the hypocrisy on consolidation. Though I think it's a good thing because for me personally, I think that's their last gasp for air. I think these guys are one foot in the grave. I'll be happy to see them go. I've been touting AI for the longest time. When you got a gaming media that's absolutely horrendous, full of people who don't like video games, that don't play video games, that hate specific brands and have a bias, right? And in a way, they have that bias because they grew up in a certain generation of gaming. It's just bad all the way around, especially where gaming is right now. I've talked to you guys about the economy on my channel. That's a real thing. It's affecting every industry, not just gaming. But for some reason, of course, we all know Microsoft gets the brunt of it because they are the leader in the gaming industry. Nothing that goes on within gaming is not within their purview. That's not within their area of expertise or area of concern, I should say. Everything revolves around them. So naturally, I expect that. But just the bias, the hate, a lot of people just want them to go away. They won't admit it. Some of them do admit it. For guys like us who actually enjoy our consoles, our games, and our ecosystem, this is why I do these videos. A couple other things I want to talk about. We'll talk about the rumors. I thought they were pretty cool rumors. If you guys noticed, man, a lot of the reasons why I don't buy into rumors it's because they tend to slant one way, which is mostly negative when it comes to Microsoft. I mean, if you're gonna do rumors about companies and stuff like that, and you want to be taken seriously, which in all fairness, these people probably don't care about that. They just want Microsoft to die, and they'll do whatever they can do to help Microsoft, go away, which will never happen, by the way. But I'm just saying. Um, but when there's rumors, there's hardly any rumors where it could be positive. For both gaming and for Xbox and its consumers and fans. It's always negative, but there's a couple rumors that came up this week that I wanted to talk about. I'm not putting a lot of stock in rumors, guys. You know how I am, but it's just something that I like to do because we're a fandom at the end of the day, and Xbox is our brand, and I think it's just fun to do it, especially when you have a lot of people that actually like playing Xbox or like or like the games that Xbox has, and that can benefit both of us as fans again and consumers. So. And then I want to round it out by talking about some of the June 9th stuff that we've been hearing. I know that you guys have been following this stuff online. Again, I've been keeping up with the news, just haven't had the time to do the videos. In fact, just a reminder, this will probably be a short one. And by short, I mean I'm not going to be on here all night. I mean, unless something happens where I don't have to go tonight to do pick up my son, and there's stuff that we got to do. Maybe the mom will do it. I'm not sure. But if I can, especially if some of the guys jump on, it'd be great. Um, yeah, but it looks like the YouTube's running well. Let me go back to the regular channel. Let me start sending out this stuff again. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Let me start sending out these links. If the brothers want to jump in, because I really would like to hear what they have to say about these topics. Because, man, over the last couple months, you know what I'm saying, Microsoft has just been inundated with negative news from all these haters and the gaming media who are haters as well. But it's just been nonstop, right? For guys like me, that's been around for a while, that have pro Xbox channels, like the way my channel is, it's to be expected. But the level, man, the level was pretty high. I gotta say that there's a high level of hate. Did I send the link? Okay, hold on. Let me go over to. I mean, it was real. It was tangible. Again, not as bad as 2013, but that's what they were going for. All the haters, at least. I'll shoot Iraka. See if Don King can come. Don King on Xbox can come in. I know Iraq's busy. A lot of these guys that I'm sending, like I'm Sega Man, I want to send him a link. I know he's probably working though, right? Again, guys, it's just the way I do things here. Try and get people in when they can. Appreciate that they do come in because again, I'm in the middle of a rock. I live on a rock in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, so yeah, that's hard for a lot of people. If I'm being honest. And let me shoot one to NWO Prime. See if he can join. Did I get everybody, man? I feel like I'm forgetting something. I know I'm horrible at this, guys. This is not my forte. I say all the time I'm going to get better, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. Not because I don't want to, mostly because I just don't have the time to put in. Where's it, dude? Hold on. Where is the boy at, dude? I don't see him. I think 100 had a podcast, man. I wanted to listen to that, but I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. But again, I mean, I'll kick it off, dude. I want to talk a little bit about Hellblade 2. And I have it downloaded, guys. I haven't had a chance to play it. Like I said, I was busy this week. If you guys notice the way I play my games, I play a lot of Warhammer right now because I want to. But one of the things Warhammer does is it affords me the ability to play games because those games don't really last. Really, they don't normally last long. It's basically drop in, drop out for me. So if I have to leave, I have to commit to something like other games that I do. Because I also have Fallout 4. I want to start replaying that game. I also have Starfield downloaded. Or what I mean downloaded is I got the upgrades for both of those games and I want to start playing them. And then, of course, Hellblade dropped, or Hellblade 2 dropped, and I wanted to play that as well. But those are the kind of games that I like to devote time to. I just don't want to do like a quick jump in, jump out on those games. I actually like to get immersed in them because I think they're worthy of being given the time and attention, right? And I know with Hellblade, a lot of people talking about using the headphones. I used it on the first game. And I actually didn't finish the first game, guys. I need to go back and finish the first game. So I'm telling you all this stuff is because I haven't played the game. So I can't speak on the gameplay itself, right? I've just seen clips of it. Looks amazing from what I've seen. You can tell they put a lot of time and attention into the game. In fact, there's some people that I follow on Twitter that are more of the pop culture variety that was kind of chiming in, talking about Hellblade, just repeating the talking points of gaming media and influencers on YouTube, which is ironic, right? Most of these guys probably don't even have Xboxes. They're just talking about it because basically it's just copy and paste, right? And so some of those guys, dude, I'll shout back at them and say, hey, dude, you know what? One of the dudes I follow, I get along with him when it comes to certain topics, certain genres. but not really when it comes to gaming, not really. Um, because the problem with all of this stuff is, man, I mean, the game that Hellblade 2 is, and I can't even think of the company that did it right now, but the company that worked on that game, right, which is owned by Microsoft, right, they made the game that they wanted to make. Now, whether you like that or not, that's up to you, right? Everybody, just like watching a movie or watching a TV show, everybody has opinions. Everybody has different tastes, right? It's not a one size fit all. And if you guys have noticed, right, what Xbox is doing, and they never get any credit for this, um, and Microsoft as well, right, because they signed the checks, is that they've created an environment in gaming that includes everybody. And I don't mean that in that woke type of thing. I mean like at a ground roots, from the bottom up, foundational um, gaming environment um, that's conducive of people that love to play games like myself, right? There are some games that I don't like to play, right? You guys know I don't like playing on PC, but there are times I'll play on PC when I'm playing something like Age of Empires, games like that. SimCity was a big one for me that I like playing on PC because it's just more prone to do that. Now, fast forward into 2024 and what's been happening in this current generation console, even when it was the new generation, right? The next generation console, back in 2013, 2014, 2015. Gaming, the way we played it back 20, 15, 20 years ago is not the same, man. There's a lot of cross pollination with a lot of these genres now. So you might think you're playing a game that's like RTS, but there's other elements of the game that are in that they include um, that go beyond, right, the boundaries of what a typical RTS is, or uh, action adventure slash action game. This is how they're making games now, which I can appreciate. I mean, sometimes they do it; it doesn't. They can't pull it off, but when they do, right, it just takes me back to a time where it was all about the experience, and it was all about the gameplay, right? It wasn't about the brands and stuff like that, like it is now, right? Or about the normies who come in and touch and go with this kind of stuff, dude. I mean, again, I preach this on this channel because it's true, man. Gaming has a culture, and it's about the culture. And right now, Xbox is the only one that's really respecting that culture, and that's why I come back to Hellblade 2, at least from what I've seen of the game, right? And at least of what I've heard from people that I trust who play the game, or people who are actually Xbox guys who talk about the game. Again, it's not a one size fit all. It doesn't surprise me that some people think this thing is absolutely one of the best games ever made, and other people are like, okay, it was good, I liked it, or some people are like, it's not my cup of tea. Right? Putting all aside all the people that just jumped on it from the jump and just tried to destroy this game, right? Giving it low scores and whatnot. I mean, that's par for the course. If you bleed green on the Xbox side, you should expect that, right? It looks like things have kind of leveled off though. That people are really experiencing the game, and actually giving honest opinions on it. Like I said, I'm going to spend this weekend, or I haven't played the game yet. I'm going to spend this weekend really getting into it. I'm thinking about actually playing one first. I don't know if I'll have that time, or finishing. I played one, I just didn't finish it. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I might do one first, then go into two, or I just might start off with two. Just kick it off with that, and then just go backwards. Right. Either way, I'm going to definitely get my time in on the game because that's something I want to talk about. And when I talk about this kind of stuff, man, I want to be able to give an honest opinion. But what I'm going to do in this podcast, we're going to talk around it, since everybody else seems to want to do that when it comes to Hellblade 2, what it is, what it isn't, what it should be, what's Microsoft doing, right? And that's the initial impression you got from a lot of these people that were supposed to be giving reviews, but they, instead of giving reviews, they just go into all the Xbox drama. Right? That's how you can't trust these guys, and this is a good thing. And I'll tie this into all the gaming media stuff, dude, because I think right now, dude, we're in a good time where we could actually see these guys gone. I really, they really bring nothing to the table. It's just like me ranting on Sony and their PlayStation. To me, they bring nothing to the gaming industry. There was a point in time when they did, right? But again, dude, there's been a generation of people that grew up just knowing PlayStation, and this is the problem we have now, right? A lot of these people were normies; they're not gamers, right? But because this is nostalgic for them, I experienced the same thing with Disney. I'm an old school Disney fan, right? But that's not it's not this Disney of old. It's not the same, right? But this thing's been allowed to stick around just because the brand is strong. Talk about Disney. PlayStation is the same thing, in my opinion, right? They don't really contribute, right? And a lot of the stuff Xbox is getting hated for, especially with some of the news that dropped with COD, right? They bring out these ponies, and haters bring out these old tropes about how Xbox and Microsoft is holding us back, and the only one that's been holding us back is PlayStation, right? And you see that changing, dude. All of this stuff is happening, has happened over the years, but what's happening now because of the economy and because of the move that Microsoft has made, right? All of this stuff is getting blown up. These guys will never admit it, dude. None of these gaming sites will ever write a retraction on some of the stuff that they're doing. Because to be honest with you, man, they're not smart enough to see it. I get more knowledge out of the people in the chats that come into our chats, and then that are the pro Xbox channels that I still rock out with. You just hang out in the chat and they see it as clear as day, right? But for a lot of the other people, man, this is just just clinging on, dude. They're just trying to get some clout, dude. They're trying to get some traction for their channels. There's that. But then the sad reality of it is a lot of these people grew up in only knowing Sony, and that's all they know, and that's all they want to know, right? And this is what we have to deal with every time Microsoft does something, right? Whether it's positive or negative, right? If it's positive, they want to spin it that Microsoft is doing something evil. If it's negative, then they just ride that train and try and draw as much blood out of it as can, like blood from stone. But that's what they do, right? And that's again, if you're on the Xbox side, just prep yourself. I know some of you guys are new. Hopefully, you guys stick around. Hopefully, you guys uh, have the intestinal fortitude to handle all this stuff because the console war is a real thing. The woke stuff is a real thing. All the politics that's involved in gaming, all of that stuff is real. If you don't want to deal with it, that's fine. I yield to unlimited productions. If you don't want to deal with all the drama, just disconnect from social media. That's the best thing you can do, and just enjoy your games. Right? I'm still tied into social media, so I can keep up with everything. But what I do now is I play a lot more of my games when I have the time. Right? But I do make time. It's part of my schedule now. Like going to the gym, right? Because I have to. I'm at that age where I have to. I'll stay mobile, right? I have to go to the gym, not because like when I was younger, you wanted to build like a perfect body or you wanted to, make muscles and stuff like that. I do it for functionality, right? Which is good. Which is good. I've learned a lot as I've gotten older. And if I knew some of the stuff about health and nutrition and stuff now that I knew back then, I'd probably be farther along. But I mean, it is when you get older and you begin to realize what's important and what's not, right? A lot of this stuff that goes on is just drama that you can just miss. Now, 20 25 years ago, when I was just when I and I'm still a hardcore Sega fan, but when Sega and Sony were going at it, dude, I was all in that stuff, dude. I was a soldier on the front line, dude. I was in the trenches, dude, defending Sega because I knew back then how evil Sony was. Because I came from that side when it came to their business, not so much on the gaming side, though I did have PlayStation, right? Like I was just a gamer back then, but I knew from what they were doing in their electronics and how they run their business, you know, that I could see what they were trying to do to save them. So that's the last time I was that hardcore. But it is what it is, guys. Um, but I mean, let me know, man. I hope you guys have had a chance to play the game. Dude, is my stuff even working? Hold on, guys. I gotta catch this. Something does not look great. Hold on. Okay, let me shut this off. I'm gonna mess around and mess up the screen. So just I got too much stuff open. Let me shut this stuff off. Hold on. Thanks for the. I see people. Thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it. I know this is one of those times I normally don't do a podcast, but like I said, I got stuff to do later. Oh, you know what? I gotta put this. I gotta put at least one thing up because I gotta track this. I should have wrote it down actually. Hopefully, some of the dudes will jump in. I really like to see their opinions on this, honestly. But again, everybody's bringing up the Xbox tax. I probably did that as well. Hey, what's up, man? El Nini. Hey, what's up, brother? Yeah, Xbox tax is real, dude. Oh, perfect timing. I was just about to jump into that. And I talk about it all the time on social media. People get pissed off. Even some of the Xbox guys are like, look, dude, that's getting that's too much, man. Talking about it. I'm like, no, dude, it's never too much to talk about the truth ever, dude. These guys that are doing this stuff, they know what they're doing. You know what I mean? And I know for some people they get tired of it. I'm sorry, dude. It bothers me so much that I have to talk about it because it's a real thing, right? And there's still people out there trying to deny it, but there's also you see people starting to look at it and I'm like, okay, okay, I see what they're trying to say, you know, and that's what we need to do, man. You need to keep the boot on their throats, as E-Rock would say, right? Because it is a real thing, man, and these guys are never going to change until they're gone, and I'll be happy when they're gone, right? And you know the funny thing about it, dude, it's not even hard to see, you know, and this works twofold with this, right? It shows that they're hypocrites, right? That's the number one thing, right? It also shows that it's very provable, right, by the way that they do it. For example, a lot of these people would praise the first Hellblade. Back then, it was multi-platform, right? But now, of course, Ninja Theory belongs to Microsoft. It's a Microsoft studio, right? Microsoft helped them with this game in various ways, whether it's money, you know, helping them grow, all that stuff, right? To make the game that they really wanted to make. Right? And so it's funny to me. Again, I haven't played the game, right? But there's a lot of people I trust that I follow that has talked about it, that has played the game. Unlimited talked about this, right? And he said it in a way that he doesn't normally like these kind of games. He pointed that out first, some of the things he did not like, but then he went into the stuff that he did like. And if people that are out there that want some credibility, when they're critiquing a lot of the Xbox games, dude, all they have to do is go look at their own history of social media and then realize that, you know, a lot of these guys love the first game. If the first game that they loved and they praised and they gave high scores, right? And talked about, right? Um, wrote like these huge articles explaining why this game is the future, why games like this are needed. You know, I haven't changed my tune on games like this because on the PlayStation side, this is the type of games that they have, right? But then once Ninja Theory became a studio of Microsoft, right, a lot of these guys are changing their tune. And that's what I'm talking about, man. It's that obvious, dude. These dudes have no like chill, man. This is the level of hate they have, right? And it exposes them, which is well, actually, so there's three things, right? All these guys are getting exposed now because it's their own words, right? And for some reason, they don't realize, and probably because they don't get any pullback, right, on this stuff. They've been able to talk all this trash for years and never get called on it. But now, and even in their own words, because they have a history, like we see what they've been saying this whole time, right? That these guys, you know, they're not gamers, man, and they just hate. In fact, a lot of them, like Unlimited said, I think if they hate gaming, they should just give it up, because there's no joy, right? When I play video games, dude, especially games that I like, dude, I have a lot of fun with it. There's a lot of joy that I experience from playing these type of games. No matter what the genre, dude, I enjoy playing Warhammer right now. When I play Warhammer, I feel like I'm in that universe, right? And because, like I said, I'm strapped for time. Warhammer affords me um, the ability to just drop in, drop out, so I can immerse myself in the game instantly. But I can also pull myself out because you know I got stuff to do, right? And so this shows that you can't take these people seriously. And I try and tell Xbox guys this stuff all the time. A lot of these rumors that are going on right now, that's the most irritating thing to me because it's based on hearsay. It's based on somebody that's supposed to be an insider, right? And I'm like sitting there looking at this and I'm like, dude, how do we know that this person knows or that the person he knows anything? They, like I said on other videos, man, like maybe they heard something, maybe there's something that's being discussed or talked about, but these guys don't know anything, right? This is just what they're picking up secondhand. So a lot of these dudes, if I'm being honest, dude, they're just picking this stuff up. Right? I'll use myself as an example, dude. I had a staff meeting. A lot of us that are where we work because of the way things are right now, right? I'm pretty sure you guys can insert yourself in this type of thing. You know, you get a meeting. Well, I have a weekly meeting, right? And then it just so happens in this weekly meeting, the the subject of positions came up, and that's an important thing or in the job that I'm at because there was rumors about you know there possibly might be some furloughs, um, possibly might be some cutbacks, and the reason why this was kind of tangible, right, is because we saw there was a hiring freeze, and also there was some stuff that was happening that normally doesn't happen when it comes to positions. Um, So there was a lot of stuff being talked about, when people are in the offices, not amongst the supervisor and the people that know, right? Which a lot of people don't know. It's just the people at the top. But my approach to that has always been, like, look, dude, we don't know what's really going on. I can sit here and worry about stuff. I can sit here and think about certain things, whatever. I mean, I can't really change anything. I'll just deal with it when it gets here. Just focus on my job, focus on getting my stuff done. When I get home from work, focus on my family. Dude, hopefully I get to play some games, man, because that's relaxing. All that stuff, dude. You can't. So we had a meeting. Lo and behold, all the stuff that people thought was going to happen is not going to happen. Right? They just laid it out because where I work, you have to lay out a game plan. Right? You just can't go through the whole year like sitting by the seat of your pants, unless the economy completely collapses. That's a whole nother. That's an extinction. That's an extinction level event, right? You can't do anything about that anyway. But that's the exception, right? But they had to lay out the game plan. Everything came out, all the budgeting, all this stuff. So now we know, right? And that's what I was thinking about this whole week. Right? I'm just like, and that's why I wanted to do the podcast. But I'm sitting here thinking, and there's one guy, dude. I like his channel. I won't name it because this isn't like something I have. I mean, I'm having a problem with him now, but it's not a personal thing, or I don't want to, it's nothing like that. I don't put this dude on blast. But I normally listen to his channel because he's pretty across the board when it comes to gaming. And he gets his opinions. I have no problem with that. But one thing I've been noticing is he's been doing a lot of these videos on his channel, which are similar to videos that other people are doing, right? And I'm like sitting there listening to him, and I just typed to him. I was like, dude, where are you getting this information from? Now, supposedly these guys have sources. They don't want to name the sources, yada yada yada, this and that. And then I'm sitting there going, dude, I just look at all the stuff that's come out. Everything that they've come out with has never come true, ever. The games going over thing has always been like something that sat in the background that guys like myself and people in the group have chatted about or talked about. So that's why I don't even include that in there. Right. This is what I mean about these influencers. They're not telling me anything I don't know. Right. And then the things that I don't know or the guys in the group don't know, things that are actual surprises, like them buying Bethesda or them buying AKB. All of these guys, to include the gaming media, they all get videos and they're like, we did not see this coming. Right. Now, guys like us will talk about it, but we talk from the fan perspective, right? Because we like Xbox, right? This is our brand, right? We're the consumers, so that's how we talk about it, right? In the sense of the wonderment of it all, like, wow, wouldn't it be great if this such and such happens? Like, I'll talk about that later on when we'll talk about Steam, because there's a rumor Microsoft's going to buy Steam, and I'm like, oh, good, they'll buy everybody. That's my attitude, and you guys already know that if you guys watch my videos, man. I'm at a point now, nuclear option, drop the bomb, take everybody out, dude. Just take you're already the leader of this gaming community, man. Just go full bore, right? Just come on in and do the whole thing, right? Just do it. That's it. Like leave no stone unturned. Um, you know, death from above. Right? Do all of that, dude. And then I even posted on my X account, right? Because a lot of people were saying stuff, and I was like, look, dude, if one thing Microsoft should have learned this week, right, with Hellblade 2, is that people do not love you. No matter what you do, man. You've tried and you've tried, right? And I would like to think that a lot of this too is part of Microsoft's business plan, which I think it is, right? It's not just about them getting people to like them, but they've been trying for the last 10, 12, where are we, 2024? What's it, 2015? So it lasted, 11, 12 years, right? Trying to win the love and approval of a lot of these people who are so-called gamers, right? And I hope at some point this week that Microsoft actually got their eyes open to realize that most of these guys are not gamers, right? And that that the majority of these people do not like you, and they hate you. Right? They do not like you. They do not like you, dude. No matter what you do, dude. I bet you guys could write. They could write checks. What is the student loan debt? $35,000. The federal government, being so liberal with our money, with our tax money, just decided to like forgive debt. Forget everybody else, dude. I mean, I would love 35 grand, right? So, Microsoft could do that. Microsoft could write checks to these people to pay off their credit card loans, buy them a new car, pay the mortgage, the remaining amount on their mortgage, right? Help give somebody like 80 grand for a down payment. Well, if you're in Hawaii, $120 million or $120,000 down loan on a home, right? To try and get your mortgage payments a month under 2 grand, right? Microsoft could do all that kind of stuff, right? But at the end, it's not going to matter, dude. Even if you do that, even if they take that money, even if they utilize whatever resources that you're willing to give them, right? They're still gonna hate you at the end of the day. They might be quiet for a little while, but it all comes back around, dude. Because that's all it's been for these last 11 years. That's been the cycle. If everything that's been consistent is just all this hate, and it happens in cycles, right? It starts off with no games. It starts off with power. It starts off with the P's, right? It starts off with uh, Microsoft charging too much, or Microsoft doesn't charge enough. You know, Game Pass should be this much. Well, if it's $9.99 a month, Game Pass won't make any money. They need to raise the price. They raise it to $17.99. Oh, it's too much now, right? Whatever they do, nobody's gonna be happy. And normally what happens is there's gonna be, there's that saying that you can't please everyone. Yeah, that's a real thing, right? You can't please everyone. But in Microsoft case, you can't please anyone. Right? There's the group of people that support you, the guys like myself, right? Those hardcore guys, hardcore Xbox guys, us Xbox that support them. And I'm not saying we're a small contingent, right? But it's the entirety of everybody else. I mean, at some point in time, dude, and I love Phil, and this is not a knock on Phil, right? It's just at some point in time they gotta realize that people just don't like you, right? So on my ex, um I put this one saying. It was let them hate as long as they fear. Right? I mean, that's one thing I would like them to do moving forward, especially after all this drama, dude. Hellblade reminds me so much of Quantum Break, right? In the sense of it's one of these artsy games that Microsoft tried to do, but still give you some level of gameplay, right? Trying to give you a complete package, but still allowing the people who are making the game to realize their magnum opus, right? To give them the funding, the backing, everything, dude. They do all of that, right? For both the people making the game and the people that are buying the game and the people that enjoy the product. They try and encompass all of that, dude, and they still get stepped on, right? This is what happened with Quantum Break, right? Such a great game, right? I got pissed off. I stopped playing it, not because of the game, but because of the attitude with people. This was during the time of 2013 when I began to open my eyes and realize that a lot of the stuff that was being said about Xbox, because I'm coming from the Sega side, guys, mind you, so I wasn't bleeding green at that time, but I did realize that there was a lot of hypocrisy going on when it came to gaming, and then it dawned on me that there was a lot of hate. Why I had a hard time transitioning to go full blown Xbox was because I was a Sega dude, and Sony had a battle, and the ponies were ponies back then, but they weren't on the level of the ponies of 2013. And you hear guys like Hebot, Unlimited, and E-Rock, and all of us, Sega Man, Tuck, all of Mr. 100. The people in the know, they understand this stuff, right? Because of what happened with the 360. The 360 put those ponies in a bad way, dude, and they never fully recovered from that. So when 2013 came around, dude, the media and all these sycophant Sony fans, dude, they made it a point, whether consciously or subconsciously, to make sure that Xbox was never going to be put on top again. Now, a lot of you guys will sit there and call me a conspiracy theorist. I'm pretty sure if you guys follow me on X, you guys pretty much know that is who I am. That's what I do, right? And it's not because of conspiracy, guys. Again, it's patterns, right? These things happen in cycles. There's patterns that you can see. And then again, the way that they do it is so obvious. Saying that you like the first Hellblade and then saying that you hate the second Hellblade, or it's not the what you were expecting. And maybe that could be a fair critique, right? If you were expecting maybe something that was a little bit more fleshed out, a little bit more full blown, a little bit more elements to expand on the action orientation of it. Maybe you wanted something that was a little bit more full. Um, Genre, not just genre, a little bit more full in the gameplay and the mechanics and in the story and all this kind of stuff. And it wasn't so focused on or genre focused, which is what the game appears to me to be. Again, I didn't play it, right? But if you like the first one, I never understand people that like the first one and then say that about the second one, because it looks like everything the first one did was stuff that's added in and then more fuller, more robust, right? And then of course it looks a bazillion times better, right? I've seen enough video of this thing to realize that this is beyond pale of the next generation. This is the type of game that's going to set a standard. That hopefully Microsoft and Xbox, with what they're doing with their studios, right, will be able to achieve normally, right? That's why this game is so important, dude. For a lot of people who like the Connect, but then hated the Connect, or had the Connect had problems, I understand all that kind of stuff. But it's what the Connect has become. That's important, right? For us who play games and stuff that liked it, yeah, bummer. It sucks, dude. We didn't get the full realization that we wanted to. But that thing that just didn't die, man. Microsoft has a good track record of doing that. And so it gives me hope when I see what they're doing with Hellblade. Dude, it's just more. It's not. It's more than just selling consoles. It's more than just selling units, right? This is why I don't buy into all the stuff that they're saying, all the gloom and doom about Xbox and what Microsoft is or is not doing. I believe Microsoft is kind of holding the purse strings right now. I believe that those financial guys like Amy Hood and some, and then the president of Microsoft, stuff like that, because they have a role to play within Microsoft. This is why Microsoft is a $3 trillion company. This is why they're one of the best companies to work for. This is why they're the company that they are, right? You know, yeah, and I'll do a little bit of water carrying for them, right? But it doesn't make sense to me for all the moves that Microsoft has done, especially on the gaming part, right? That all the stuff that's coming out about this absolutely makes no sense. It would make sense to me more from a business perspective, and that I can deal with because, yeah, when the economy is bad as it is, and a lot of you guys will not specifically the people that I rock out with, but a lot of you guys that come across this video, you guys know something is wrong, but you maybe can't put your finger on it. But at the end of the day, man, when you see how your money is spent, how you're spending your money, how fast your money, you spend your money from paycheck to paycheck, right? Because that's the economy most people are living in right now, paycheck to paycheck. Right? You guys know you guys something wrong. You guys can put your finger on it, dude. But at the end of the day, you realize it's the economy, right? And again, I say this all the time, dude. No company, no industry has been bulletproof through all this stuff, right? The gaming industry as a whole, again, it is a service industry, right? It resides on how well the economy is doing. If the economy is doing well, then the gaming industry is doing well. The only silver lining I see out of this is Game Pass itself, man. But the economy is so bad, right, that people are cutting even those services, man. People are looking at if they're gonna buy food or if they're gonna pay the electric bill. I'm not gonna go down this long rabbit hole. I've done shows about this and it's stretched out. We've lost track of what I'm trying to say. But my point being is I can believe Microsoft getting involved, right? Because right now it's all about the money. Not in Phil sucks, Sarah sucks, Matt Booty doesn't know what he's doing. You know, I mean they're probably looking on the returns of this, and but not in the same way. Look, dude, if you ever listen to a person and they sound like a pony, just click on their profile because they probably are, and they have a certain perspective when it comes to this game, right? But I mean, again, I don't know what perspective they can use anymore because all of this stuff's been blown up. Because Hellblade is that game, right? So, like I said, Hellblade 2 reminds me of Quantum Break. How that type of game was geared towards because of the story, because of some of the elements in that game. It was for a broader audience, not really an Xbox audience, right? I mean, it was made for the Xbox guys. They were like, yeah, jump in. Here's something new. Here's something fresh, man. Try it out, right? But it was made for a general audience, so to bring them in as well. If you look at that Xbox launch lineup in 2013, that's all this was. A lot of those games are like that, dude. They want to draw in a mass crowd. Microsoft's been talking about all this, thinking about this stuff even back then with the 360 era, right? And this isn't something that they just thought up overnight, right? You guys got to remember, Game Pass was thought out. Game Pass has been around for years now, guys. I know we get spoiled by it because of the way that it's developed, right? I mean, it's almost at that level of the Netflix of gaming. They just need the subscription numbers to match it from a gaming perspective. But it's been years that this stuff's been out, dude. And to think they've been thinking about that even before Game Pass was a reality. So almost the entirety of this generation, right? They've had that, right? But Hellblade 2 also reminds me of Sunset Overdrive, dude, because Sunset Overdrive was a game that they put out. By the way, we should have like 3 of those already, minimum, right? That they put out to attract people that are on the Sony side, right? That's why Microsoft did what they did, right? Because it's to draw that type of gamer. I'm just being honest, guys. It is what it is, right? And so when I'm looking at Hellblade and I'm seeing these reviews, right, and I'm seeing all these people talk about it in this way, I'm not, dude. No, you're not gonna get me to, um, you're not gonna get me to buy into it. I'm sorry. You might get some other Xbot who's weak, and we've seen our share of these guys, right? These guys are definitely out there, right? We've lost some people along the way. Some guys who swore to bleed green, man. They're no longer with us. If I'm being honest, This is not, this is not something that I'm gonna have a problem with at all, right? Because I can see it. I can see the hypocrisy, right? I can see the hypocrisy all around from what these guys are talking about. Right? It's not the reality. And again, I'm gonna push back, and I'll start with this podcast, dude. I'm gonna start pushing back on these people, right? Because it has nothing to do with what these guys are talking about. Dude. It has everything to do with money, but not in the perspective they're talking about. Because it's funny to me, especially on the Sony side, right? A lot of these guys are talking about the financials of Microsoft, what they shouldn't do, why they're gonna fail. Yet at the same time, they're totally ignoring their console, which is why they got the business, whatever thing that they got, right? Which is my understanding. I don't care about PlayStation. I don't watch it. Did see what people were saying though. It was about movies, what theme parks, right? They're taking the brand to that level now, right? Maybe trying to incorporate some pop culture, basically turning into GameStop. And I don't even know if they show gameplay. Did even I think they talked about Wolverine, but what even is that, right? If the gaming media, and we'll switch gears, guys. We'll talk about the gaming media for a second. So if the gaming media was fair, you would see that, right? So with Xbox, it's a constant negative with Xbox. Once in a while, they post some positive stuff, but it's usually something that they can't ignore, right? It's usually something that's just not going to be covered on a gaming channel, right? This stuff usually goes global, right? It goes to mainstream media. The financials pick up on it, right? The tech people pick up on it. So on the gaming side, right, to keep their whatever bona fides they have left, they have to comment on it. Now they're throwing their remarks here and there, right? But they have to do it because now you have a litmus test with the regular mainstream media picking up on it. And look, the mainstream media is ignorant of all this stuff. Dude, a lot of times they'll parrot some of the gaming media as well, right? It's very incestuous. Again, this is why I want these guys gone, right? But it is what it is, dude. Their hypocrisy is on full display, and it's so much so that they're getting so much in their feelings, dude. These guys are having like some kind of derangement syndrome when it comes to Microsoft and Xbox. Right? I was listening to I can't remember his name right now. Listened to a great podcast earlier that was talking about this, or a video, I should say, wasn't that? Right, and it's something that I talked about on this channel all the time. A lot of these guys are just not. They don't want to be gaming journalists. They at some point in time they want to be journalists, right? And a lot of these guys have a certain political bent. This is why they write their opinions the way that they do, right? They're a part of that media cycle, right? And even though they cover a specific genre, right? They're still media at the end of the day, and this is why you can draw the correlations again between what the mainstream media reports and what the gaming media reports, even though they're separated, right? Where the mainstream will talk about politics, they'll talk about financials, they'll talk about pop culture, they'll talk about all this stuff, right? But when you come to gaming, gaming is so specific, right? We occupy this space, so you can't really tell us anything we don't know because we keep up with this stuff. This is why we know stuff even before most of the media. This is how we're able, gaming media. This is how we're able to call BS on all the stuff that they talk about, man, because we know that they're lying, that they're wrong, or they're just repeating talking points because we actually own and play our games. Right? So we don't really need these guys. The only thing these guys have over most of us is access, right? But even a lot of creators now are stepping out from doing traditional media, whether it's a press junket, whether it's an interview, one-on-one interview. A lot of these guys are actually either doing their own thing, right, starting their own podcast, or they're going to influencers that they like and that they trust. Influencers who are out there. Christine comes to mind, or Justine comes to mind, right? Somebody like that who might not be right on some of the stuff, but there's like none of that animosity and stuff like that, right? Dude, she's just there. She's doing her job. So people feel comfortable. They come on and they get to tell you exactly what they want. Now, as a consumer, you can agree with them or not. I'm not saying in that way, dude. Everybody has their own thoughts or own opinions, and it's your own time and your own money. But what I am saying is you don't have to worry about all that tainted stuff that tends to happen, especially if you're an Xbox guy, when a video game article is released specifically about your console and your ecosystem. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff, right? Right? Because at the end of the day, even if they say something that's not true, it's not coming from that place, right? Where a lot of these guys are. And it's just popular to hate on big corporations, right? That's the reality of it. So I mean, I for one can't wait till they're gone. Again, hopefully Microsoft. Look, come on, Phil. Come on, Phil. Come on, Matt. Come on, Sarah. Satya, even to you. I know you guys want to change the landscape. You guys want to do some things in gaming that's never been done before, I would highly recommend that you level the you kind of level the field first, right? Do the nuclear option, right? Just take control of the gaming industry because you're being blamed for everything that goes wrong. So you might as well take the kudos if you're gonna take the blame. Because that's another thing too, dude. These guys will always give you the blame, but they'll never give you the props. Right? So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like I said, dude, um, let them hate as long as they fear. Because at the end of the day, you guys will be able to implement the stuff that you like. And then I'll have problems with that too, because I don't agree 100%. I'd say I'm like of the 85, 90% percentile of liking all the stuff that you guys do. But there's that 10% that I don't like that you guys do. And then I'll be able to voice my opinion. But at the end of the day, right, that's just my opinion, right? And just like this is the stuff that you guys believe in. But at the end of the day, at least the gaming will be secured. And I can fall back on that. Because that's all I really want. Right. That's all I really want. I just want to have good gaming experiences. And when you have people that are counterproductive to that, right, or you have people that don't understand what gaming is, right, that profess to be gamers but they're not in any type of way, right, and this goes different from people that are like busy and can't play games. This is different from people that have lives that they got to participate in. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people where this is their business, dude. This is what they should know. This is why they make their living. This is why you see a lot of these guys, and we'll course correct to the next topic with the gaming media. This is why you see a lot of these guys worried, and they're lashing out, dude. They're lashing out at gamers, right? Because they know their time is coming. They know it is, dude. It's just a matter of time. You don't need, dude. You don't need video game journalists anymore. In fact, I remember his name. Clownfish TV did this great video, and he talked about. I didn't even know this, dude. That you can use AI if you're stuck in a game. Like he said, he watched a video. I meant to look it up, but I want to get this video wrong. I'll look it up this weekend and check it out. So basically, you can actually use AI when you're playing a game and ask questions, and then it'll tell you like where you are, what you need to be doing, all that stuff. I'm not saying you should do that, guys, but I'm just saying, right? That's something that's an option, right? And which I think is a pretty cool option. I would actually use that, right? Because I just think it's cool. And hopefully, like maybe it's something like if you're playing Hellblade 2 and then you come to a part and then because of the type of game it is, right? I'm sure you can't do this every game, but then maybe I can ask it something and then it can give me a little bit of background on depth, to what they're thinking. Like I watched all the videos for us Hellblade 2. That's why I'm so pumped about it, right? Because I watched all the behind the scenes stuff, right? And again, Microsoft, I hope you guys continue to do that. I hope you guys keep on blurring these lines of what gaming is and what gaming isn't. You guys should because you guys are being blamed for everything, so you might as well go ahead and do it, right? And I enjoy that kind of stuff. I told you guys, man, Xbox All In comes from the all-in-one box, which is the Xbox One in 2013. Where we are, where Microsoft is heading with this stuff, we should have been done this. We should have been here already. All this stuff that they're doing. When you see the Fallout, and you see the Halo TV shows. I mean, in a way, I can't hate on Sony too much, but that doesn't surprise me with some of the stuff I heard Sony doing. That's their forte. It just pissed off the pony, which I love. So I'm all for that, pissing them off. But they've done that for years. This is why I know these Sony ponies, dude. They're not fans. They're not, dude. We know more. I know more about their company than they do, which is sad. All they want to do is play their stupid games, um, prop up their games, right? Unless they go multi-platform or go to another console, right? They don't care. They don't care about gaming, man. These companies that are going multi-platform, they're basically telling the Sony faithful that they're not enough to keep the game going. Right? And again, it's not all on these dudes, right? But for all the trash that they talk, dude, yeah, let them take the heat, dude. I don't care. But these guys talk so much trash. AAA games, dude. We buy games over here. You know, our games are bangers, right? This is why Xbox is losing. I've dealt for that for years, man. Whatever bed they made, I'll gladly see them sleep in it. Right? I could care less if these guys go away. But with that being said, dude, I understand the business aspect of it. I understand, um, at least on that level, right? What's going on? But dude, the gaming media, dude, they're just horrible. And again, if these guys were being fair, right? So some of the stuff that you see happening with the Xbox, dude, they can easily apply that to PlayStation. They can easily apply this to the Switch, right? Because I'll bring up some bad blood. Some of you guys might get pissed off, dude. Hey, no harm, no foul, dude. I don't hate Nintendo, but we all know there was a point in time where they thought they might be done. Right? Switch comes along, changes everything. Boom, they're back in business. Right? But if you're gonna hold Microsoft to that standard, dude, I should be seeing articles talking about Nintendo in that same way. Right? Same thing with PlayStation, dude. Microsoft is getting hate for closing down studios, right? Four, right? Sony has closed down whole divisions. Sony has closed down all the Sony of Japan, and I believe Sony of Europe or London right now. Dude, those are whole divisions, dude. Not just studios, dude. Divisions. They're all gone. Their business model has changed, dude. They people have been laid off. Who knows how many, right? But yet the focus is still on Xbox and what happened with Xbox. Right? It also doesn't help these influencers jump on board. That's why I was chastising some of these dudes I followed. I was like, look, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. To course correct or educate yourself and all this stuff. Because number one, I do like them. I don't want them looking stupid. Right? When Microsoft laid off four or closed four studios, right? But then all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes of why it happened, what Microsoft was doing to help people transition, all that stuff. Then you have my favorite place I like to talk about, China. Right? China, who lost the entirety of their industrial complex, right, in two specific cities. These were the industrial hub of China. This is why you're getting your stuff so cheap when you order on Amazon or order online, right? These or you get go to the store at Nike, right? And stuff was still expensive, but they were cheaper. Now it's absolutely ridiculous, dude. Because that's all gone, and that happened basically within 1 year. There was a natural progress to it, dude. If the best thing I could tell you, I would like to compare it to the industrial stuff that we happened right in the 60s and 70s, and when we lost our industries because these people were shipping stuff overseas. Well, those places that were receiving stuff, and especially for China, they were like 30, almost 40, like 3 decades. I'll say 3 decades in the making to make them into the superpower that they are now. Which are technically not a superpower. Dude, they have a lot of issues. But what I'm saying is, dude, they were a powerhouse in certain things, and industrial was one of them. And these people, I'm talking in the hundreds of thousands, had jobs, and they're all gone almost overnight. Right? Again, so I see that happening, and then you expect me to care about Microsoft in that way, right? And it's not just Microsoft; it's across the board, dude. Other people are doing the same thing. Where these companies are smart, they wait for Microsoft to do something, then they release their stories because Microsoft is like taking on the heat. Like what happened with Ubisoft, right? Ubisoft took the heat away from Microsoft. Now the Microsoft stuff was running a little bit long in the tooth, but you see what I'm saying. A lot of controversy with the Ubisoft, with Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Whether you're pro or con, right? That sucked out all the air in the room. Gave a little respite to Microsoft and their crew, right? But it's gonna start up again, dude. Don't get it twisted. These people, it'll be a constant thing. Again, this is why I just want them to just destroy everybody. Because at the end of the day, dude, if they do that, they'll be able to impose their will the way that they want to. And I know a lot of people tell me, dude, that's not so for a person who believes in like choice and stuff like that, as far as giving consumers choice and stuff like that. But yeah, I do believe in that thing. But at the same time, dude, Xbox is the brand. That's the only brand, the only company able to sustain some of the stuff that's going on in the gaming industry and still push it forward. At the end of the day, dude, I know it's a harsh reality for a lot of you guys, especially you guys who love Sony for whatever reason. Dude, they haven't given you a roadmap. They've got no games. Dude, you guys are playing. You guys would be talking so much yin yang right now if Microsoft didn't own Call of Duty, because that's been your fallback for years, man. A lot of you guys fell back on that. You guys fell back on that a lot, right? Because you guys didn't have those AAA bangers releasing all the time, right? So you just incorporated AAA bangers from a third party that you guys have an exclusivity with, or Sony paid for whatever reason was coming out later, right? For Microsoft and Xbox, right? You guys reveled in that kind of stuff, but basically, Microsoft sucked out all the air in the room, took away your weapon, right? You guys have nothing to fall back on. And again, this is why I don't believe a lot of the stuff that's going on. Could be wrong, but I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm more apt to believe the stuff that Unlimited and Ebot and everybody else was saying about what's actually going on behind the scenes with Microsoft and their studios, right? Because the next thing we can get into real quickly, guys, what's going on with Steam, right? That was another rumor, right? That came out, and actually to me a positive rumor. It was. I'm not gonna lie. I like seeing that, right? Because of all the negative stuff that Microsoft gets. Like again, I'm used to it, guys, but still, it's nice to see. It's nice to hear about. certain things happening and whatever. And this was one of them, dude, because I've talked about this on my channel, right? And I've said it, dude, and not facetiously. Some of it facetiously, but I'll be honest with you guys, dude. When I say this kind of stuff, dude, I wouldn't mind if it happened. And I've said this before because I know, like, Dea likes to talk about with Xbox and their PC, their store, and with PC Game Pass and stuff like that. Excuse me, guys. They could use a little bit of a pick me up. And what better way to do that than Steam? Then you hear Phil Spencer hinting about how he likes um, portable gaming, right? Xbox possibly getting their own um, handheld device, next gen handheld device, right? There's that's being batted around. For me, I'm sitting here and going, well, if you buy Steam, then you got that right there. And I know people have said that. I know other people have tried to come in and kill it. I don't care, dude. It's not that kind of thing for me, dude. It's all about. It's exciting if they did that, right? And it's another thing across the board, right? It'll shut people up because it's another thing that these guys were wrong about. Number one, number two, it'll shut them up because it'll remind them who's the boss, right? Who's the ruler of the gaming industry right now. It's the people that can drop 13, 14 billion to pick up somebody like Steam, you know. And I'm not going to sit here and say like I don't want it to happen. I would love for that to happen for various reasons again, which I just shared one, right? But why not, right? There's a lot of people when this is happening, right? They'll reference the studios that Microsoft just shut down, right? But they never talk about the whys, right? The who, what, where, and why, right? And for me personally, dude, it's kind of like it's not like Microsoft forced these guys at gunpoint to sell. A lot of these guys were looking for Microsoft as a lifeline in some instances. It didn't work out for a couple of the studios, understandably so. A lot of people when it comes to ZeniMax Online, a lot of people aren't realizing that they have Elder Scrolls Online, right? They have these big games that they have to keep going, right? So this is why I believe with the Forbes article that was saying that they're spread thin, right? Because they got a lot of stuff going on, right there, right? And sometimes the answer to that is just not hiring more people, right? Because when you hire people, then you got to get them on board. You gotta develop a relationship with those people, especially in this industry, because it's so driven. Um, it's so creatively driven, right? And you got to balance all that kind of stuff. Bringing people on board might make it worse. I'm saying this kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure, a company like Microsoft, again, dotted their I's and crossed their T's. I can't see them not doing that. But that's what I think about when I say all this stuff, dude. It's just like I do understand that, you know, Microsoft has a lot of money. I take them at their word that they're not finished buying. I think they will buy stuff. I don't see. I know some of the brethren will disagree with me about this, but I think it's very possible that they buy Steam. After all these the last several years that we've gone through, to actually doubt Microsoft right now for me is not an option. I could be wrong. Big whoop. I'll come on. I'll say I was wrong. I have no problem saying that, right? But the problem is not so much me being wrong because I'll own up to it. That's it. The problem would be for a lot of people if I was right, right? Because a lot of people will be up in their feelings about this. Right? And again, these guys are saying about Microsoft shuttered these studios. They don't know how to run a studio. They'll ruin Steam. They'll do this, A, B, C, D, E, F, T. You know what I'd like to say to those people, man? I also see what Microsoft do when they acquire people. Right? They're really hands off on it. Right? And again, that's why it makes more sense to me that ZeniMax asked Microsoft to come in and help them, right? Because they couldn't do it, or they couldn't see they couldn't see clearly into what the future of their brand and what that means, right? So they wanted to bring in somebody like Xbox and Microsoft with the background, right? These guys have been working together for years. Todd Howard had talked about that, right? Like when they put what was it Elder Scrolls back in the day, right? They have a relationship, guys. Is what I'm saying. So it's not all gloom and doom, man. At the end of the day, and again, that's the thing that makes perfect sense to me. I think Microsoft will continue doing what they're doing. Um, I think they're going to do other values and stuff like that. Again, I don't have no problem with Amy Hood and all those guys as of now because I think they're doing it because financial reasons, right? Which makes sense to me because we have a bad economy, right? They don't want to get caught with their pants down. They got to prepare for every scenario, right? Because in some aspects, things could go bad and there's nothing they can do about it, right? So they do what everybody else does in these situations, right? They kind of course correct where they needed to. They look at everything honestly. They look at things soberly, right? They don't They're not looking to look at things through rose-colored glasses, right? They're preparing themselves, right? Because a lot of stuff is riding on these things, man. They have over what, almost 40 studios, but they have like 36 studios now, 34, whatever how amount of studios they have. They have to. You have to remember, guys, that they have a lot of responsibilities with the people that are working on these games, man. Not just them, their livelihood, their family, all that stuff. You have to take that stuff into consideration. So at the end of the day, dude, I think. Hold on, guys. Oh, did I get? No. Okay. So a lot to discuss tonight. Hold on. Let me look at this real quick, guys. Just want to make sure. I know I set this up. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So again, yeah, buy them. Buy Steam. I said this on X, dude, but you can buy Steam. That would be awesome. And while you're at it, just pick up Sega and EA. Right. For me, that would be the great ones to get. There's rumors about Square Enix. Then that's the thing too, right? These are the type of rumors you can get down with, right? Because you know this is not out of the realm of possibility with Xbox, as far as them actually being able to do it, right? Because they have the money, right? They have the capital. They can't do this kind of stuff. Now things might change. Maybe they reformatted the game plan and stuff like that. I don't think so. At least in the level that people are seeing when it comes to Xbox, dude. I think they still have the pocketbook. Are still in a what I mean by that is like the door's open. I know Microsoft might be holding the purse strings, right? Because the economy's bad again. I'm repeating myself here, but you know, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for Microsoft to acquire even more people. At least without the FTC and all those punks getting involved. You know, if it's just a one for one, I think they'll be fine. And what I mean by that is Microsoft and all these guys. What's the other one? Sorry, guys. I'm still trying to think. It's kind of funny because with Hellblade too, a lot of people are commenting about the graphical fidelity, and then now it's transitioning to the other games that are coming out. And will it be possible for man, what's this channel I was just looking at? I just lost it. But anyway, it's not out of the realm of possibility, right, for these guys to do all this kind of stuff. Oh, dude, actually, we're making pretty good time. I figured we make good time, dude. If it's just me. If it's just me doing this. Again, I send out all the invitations, guys. Sorry if some of the dudes couldn't pop in. I'm doing this a bit early because I do have to. I got about another half an hour I can go. Um, and I was hoping people would be in the chat, dude. Because I see people have been active, dude, about everything that's going on this week. And I mean this, I'm more on the Xbox side, which has been great. Seeing people like step up and you know represent, dude, represent their brand. For me, you know how I am, guys, dude. I'll just go all in, man. This is what the channel matches me. I'll go all in on these guys, dude. I don't care. Oh, dang, man, that energy drink I drank earlier is running off already. So you talked about buying Steam, yeah, because I could see. Doesn't it like? Do you guys think it makes sense, right? Like if they're looking for a handheld, they buy Steam, and they have one already, right? And they can expand on that. I mean, if they make their own, they make their own. That's fine, but you know that makes sense to me that they can do that because they have the ability to do it, guys. I don't know, man. Stop listening to all these people. They talk like Microsoft is broke, dude. And I've seen people say that Microsoft, the gaming division, is bankrupt. Dude, there's not. There's number one, it wouldn't be bankrupt. That's a whole totally other meaning. What they could say is that they're not bankrupt, dude, but they're just being be careful with their spending. Again, I gave an example about where I work. The exact same thing. This is not something that just you know that they're just going to allow to just go on its own, you know, before and then it's too late. No, they look at every single thing, and I think that's great that they do that. Hold on, guys. Am I missing the countdown? Hey, Fireboss, dude. Hey, sorry, bro. I was on the YouTube.
Hey, sorry I'm a bit late. Family stuff.
No, I'm in the same boat, dude. That's why I had to do the podcast earlier. My son has a graduation trip today. I gotta go pick him up afterwards. But
Oh, okay.
we got a good hour and a half. We'll be good.
Oh, all right.
Dude, I was
Well,
trying. Man, I was moving through this stuff pretty fast because it's just me. I was like, dude, I might be finished soon, and then I can go try and fire up Hellblade too, because I haven't had a chance to play it yet. So
okay. Well, I'll be honest with you. It's not like I really have anything to offer to the conversation right about now. Anyway, but yeah. So what things were you going over?
for tonight's show, dude, I just did a basic outline. But I already talked. I touched on most of it, but you can give your thoughts. The first thing I talked about was the drama concerning Hellblade. I know you're on X, dude, because I see you posting. So I'm pretty sure you're up to par and all that stuff that's going on with Hellblade, from the reviews, people's thoughts, their concerns, all the hypocrisy, the gaming media, all of that stuff. So if you want to give your thoughts on it,
Mm,
go ahead, brother.
yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know. I think what's going on with me is that I'm kind of like, I guess I'm kind of at a burnout point with it all, because it's like I've been constantly saying all before, is that we're dealing with man children. It's like dealing with like a 5-year-old that no matter how much you're trying to tell them the truth, they're holding, they're like closing their eyes and cupping their hands to the ear and just screaming no, 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 and stomping their feet and stuff like that. That's what we're dealing with,
Yeah.
and it wears out. I mean, dude, I give all of y'all so much props for having the energy and patience to deal with that.
Yeah.
But me, and I believe E-Rock is the same way as I am. It's like, dude, it gets old, and it's never going to change. And I mean, it's a shame. You got more people on the Xbox side that'll give PlayStation flowers when they're well deserved, but these jokers here over on the blue side of the river, they will not, no matter what, they will not give Xbox a single damn iota of credit whatsoever. And it's, dude, it gets old, it's tiring, it's frustrating, and it's like, I give all of y'all the props, but as I said many times before, and I try not to be an overly pessimistic motherfucker. I really do try not to. Okay,
Right.
I really do. I'm one of the last. I'm one of the last few people that try to always be as optimistic about anything as possible. But dude, when you got a brick wall in front of you and you ain't got no dynamite or C4, you got a brick wall in front of you. You ain't going through that stuff. I mean, I know Marine Corps used to try to brainwash them jokers to try to run through walls and stuff. Yeah, but realistically, no, you're a human being. You're not going to get through to somebody whose skull is as thick as a brick. You're not getting through. And a lot of them also, which is another thing I said, is, dude, a lot of this is also just to get a rise. That's all it is. It's just to get a rise. Matter of fact, I don't know if you saw it earlier, a few hours ago, earlier today, somebody spammed the hell out of New Legal's post about Aaron Greenberg sending me the Series X, talking some mess about, like, oh, I figured you guys out. I know who you are. I'm gonna spam your addresses. I know where you're at. And I'm looking at this stuff he's posting. I'm like, dude, I don't even know who the hell these people are. You talking about? You talking about you figured out who I am? Be like, last I checked, I'm not no white dude with 5 o'clock shadow.
Right.
But yeah, that's the type, dude. That's the type of weirdos you're dealing with. And I just, dude, after everything I done been through, and already touch the ether. I'm sorry. It's like, I know people don't like to hear that as an excuse, but I'm sorry. No, once you have already been to that side of the track, you're like, man, there's other things going on that I got to do, and I'm not wasting no energy and time with them. So I just basically sent out a request, a report and a block, and it's funny. Now, what he's doing is considered harassment and stuff like that. But yet, Twitter, Twitter returns with, "Oh, we don't see nothing wrong." So I just say, you know what, the hell with it, just block.
Yeah, I know I'm a little bit more dialed in than most. Because I use X for other stuff other than gaming, right? But the thing I always feel like I'll never change, right? It's just like the hypocrisy of it all, right? And this is why I was saying earlier, I hope this opens up Microsoft's eyes, and I mean Microsoft as a whole, right?
It's the problem is that I think for the Xbox team, for Matt and Phil and Aaron, and I mean I believe their eyes were opened, and even Sarah, because she's more she's more the baby of the bunch and stuff. So it's like their eyes are open, but when you got the the Brad Smiths and the and all of them and stuff like that, they don't care because they don't go on X. They don't mess with any social media. If there's any postings you see under an account for them, is usually somebody doing it for them.
Well, this is just what I think, and you can push back if you want. I don't trust that narrative anymore. That people have been saying, not you specifically, but from the jump, it was like Microsoft is taking over. There's a civil war, and I'm saying this because of the sources, right? Like, none of these dudes. Every time these guys come out with something, it never pans out. And even when it does pan out, it's not something that people like us that actually participate in gaming, not just Xbox, but gaming in general, already knew, right? And then when something comes out that nobody knows, these guys don't know, right? And also, there's a lot of hate for Microsoft right now for whatever reasons, right? Especially after the whole Force Studios thing. The thing that I think is happening is that I don't think it's a civil war. I think the purse strings, though, are being held back. And I think that the reason why is because, again, I've talked about it on the channel. I'm more in line with the economy being bad than I am about Satya getting involved. I just watched some of their. I didn't get to watch the full presentation, but Satya's been on talking about. So I like Satya. I like him because I like people that are forward thinkers and visionaries. I can't see him as a person that is putting his hand in the cookie jar because he doesn't do that with anything else.
Yeah, and see, the last time I was on your show, and everything, it's like I really couldn't even finger Satya. I can only say that this was put in front of him, and he had to make a decision based off of what was put in front of him and stuff like that. So I mean that's about the only thing I can really give him in this is that he's trying to stay as middle of the road as he can, but at the same time he's got to appease the board of directors, and the board of directors have to appease the investors.
Well, see here. So this is where I kind of. Hey, what's up, Sega Man? What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, welcome, brother. Yeah,
what's going on,
Hey, brother.
Yeah, I know it's a bit early. But I gotta go grab my son in about an hour. And then I don't know what I'm going to be doing tonight. Hopefully, I'll be playing Hellblade 2, man. I have not even got a chance to touch it. My son graduates next week, that's why, so I'm busy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'll just say this.
Congratulations,
right? I'll say this, right? What I'm looking at over the last couple of weeks, right? Because it doesn't match up for me. What Microsoft is supposedly doing, because I don't see them doing that. Like I would see a pattern. Like I don't see them being. The only thing I see them do was the dude that was a Panaway or whatever that guy who was doing the Surface thing, and then he left, right? And he was like their big gun, dude. And I liked actually what he was doing with the Surface products and how he was coming over to Xbox, that cross pollination. But then he wasn't happy with something, and then he left, right? But again, right? So when I'm looking at all of this, I'm putting myself in there as well because I work where my job is right now, dude. We look at budgets, and I was working on a project where this guy came to me, dude, and he was kind of mad, right? He's like, "Hey, man, why are you blocking me from doing this?" And I looked at him, I was like, "Bro, I'm not blocking you from anything. That's not my job to block you. My job is
now see your response. See, the thing is, dude, you're Hawaiian. You're supposed to answer it the Hawaiian way.
Oh,
with the pigeon talk,
well,
give him the
but,
stink eye and everything.
but where I'm at, yeah, that probably wouldn't bode well, and I need my job. So, um, but what it was is like he was kind of taking it personally, not in a bad way, but he was like, "Why are you blocking me like this?" And I just looked at him and I said, "Bro, man, I'm not doing anything, dude." Like, sat him down, showed him what was going on. Then after a while, he understood. He goes, "Oh, so." I'm like, "Yeah, that's my job, dude. I don't have any approval on this stuff. What I do is there's a procedure we're supposed to follow, of which he did not. So that was strike one, right? That was the problem number one. So I sat down, I helped him with that, right? So then he understood what he's supposed to do. And then I'm like, so after this is done, dude, this is like step one. This is step one of where you want to get to, right? Then you got to go to three other steps before it goes to the fourth step and to the fifth step, the final step, which will actually tell you if you're approved to do this or not, right? And in between all of this stuff, there's other people that are going to have comments and stuff like that. So I say all of this, I tell this story to say all of this. This is why I'm not worried on that level that people talk about the Civil War, because at Microsoft is different. Like I work for like the biggest company, technically, quote unquote. I won't say what my job is specifically. I work for one of the biggest organizations in the world, and I mean world. Right? So when they do stuff and things happen, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. Dude. There's a lot of stuff that happens where people get involved or don't get involved. People chime in and stuff like that. That's what I see happening at Microsoft right now. Right? So how people can construe it as a civil war, I can see them saying it that way. But there's such a big organization, I can't see them functioning like that. And if they had cracks in that armor, we would see it already in other things that they do. And there's nothing that indicates to me that they do that. The only thing I see Microsoft has a problem with every once in a while is that they bet on the wrong horse, or they're too early to the show. Right? They try and get ahead of something and it doesn't work out. There's somebody else that comes along like Sony, right, or another company. They come along, and then all of a sudden, you know, they look like the bad guys, or that it was an investment loss. You know, one of those situations. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for me, it has to match up. It has to make sense, and this is why I'm kind of changing. Well, it's not that I believe it anyway, because I don't like any of these people. I don't trust them. Number one, but number two, I can't stand them anyway. So they're I try and listen to everybody's opinions, but their opinions are at the bottom of the thing. Hey guys, I got a phone call. You guys can go ahead. Second man, give your thoughts if you want.
What's that, brother?
I got a phone call I gotta answer, so
Oh, you gotta get a phone call? All right.
yeah. So go ahead.
Hey, Firebomb.
I'm right here.
Hey, brother. What is all about this? Everybody hoopla about all these Xbox tax, brother.
Man, dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, from the moment Hellblade 2 was revealed at that showcase years ago, come on, man, we all knew what time it was. We knew what was about to happen.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm sitting here and I'm shrugging my shoulders like, why is all y'all acting brand new to this?
Yeah.
Y'all knew what was about to happen. Y'all knew what time it was. Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
You know, and I guess the sad part about it all is that it's like, cause see, like I was telling us, Sega Forever, is that I believe me and E-Rock we're sitting parallel to each other in the same rowboat on this. Whereas like we're just tired, man. We're tired because dude, the thing is, I give you guys so much applause for keeping with it. But after the stuff that has happened with me, as I told Sega Forever, where I don't even know if he was on the show when I mentioned that the thing is, I said stroke, but they don't know what the hell it was I had. All I know is they couldn't wake me up, and I was in the ER and out for like practically 24 hours.
Oh wow, brother!
I missed the entire day and a half.
Wow, bro.
And they still don't know what the heck it was that caused it.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't do this, man. I can't get, like going back and forth. Because matter of fact, earlier, some jackass, and actually I know who he is because he's somebody who's constantly always trying to go after legal, and legal keeps shutting him down. And he's one of the ones that likes to try to like take the situation where Aaron Greenberg sent me that Xbox, and he tries to twist and contort and weaponize that. And as I was telling Sega Forever, I was like, I said, that's the type of jackasses we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Day in, day out. And I said, that's a shame. You got Xbox guys over here on our side of the river that'll give PlayStation and Nintendo flowers when it's deserved. But when there's anything Xbox does, these jokers here like, well, they didn't get Game of the Year.
Right.
Well, they closed them studios.
That's right.
They keep doing that over and over. That's why when I first was in shows with y'all, you remember what I nicknamed them? I nicknamed them triple changers.
Yeah.
You know, the Transformers. You know, one moment they're a truck, the next moment they're a damn a fucking boombox with cassette tape.
I know, right?
I mean, they keep shifting, and even when you try to bring it up and you try to bring it to the light, it's like trying to throw putty up against, wet putty up against a brick wall.
Yeah,
that's what it's like. And you know what? And if you had it when you was little, wet putty don't stick to nothing. And then you have these little nugget moments from the media where they'll point it out and they'll be like, oh, well, yeah, they're the PlayStation guys, blah, 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 blah. But then they turn around and they always default back to siding with the PlayStation guys.
Yep.
And that's when it came to me where it's like, dude, you jokers are just doing this just for clicks. You're looking at the metrics and you're being like, oh, we don't have enough Xbox clicks. So let's rally up behind Xbox. Okay, we got enough. All right, go back to the mule side.
Right.
And that seesaw effect, that back and forth is completely tiring because ultimately at the end of it, and as I was telling Sega Forever, is I tried to be the most optimistic person around because of my background and my job, you have to be optimistic.
Yeah.
You have to be, because if you're not optimistic, you are not going to live long in this art field that I do.
Right.
You're not. But there's times where you have to let some form of realization set in. And the reality of it is that we're dealing with a bunch of fake gamers. We're dealing with a bunch of kids who have never grown up. They grew up with that dual sense in their hand.
Right.
And that's all they've ever known.
Yep.
And
that's the truth. Yep.
And the reason why I want to say the ultimate reason, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I know there were some toxic ones, back in the day, but dude, but social media wasn't as prominent as it is now, but they weren't that bad. Yeah. And stuff like that. A lot of them were like, you can actually have a conversation with. But I believe that the 360 fucked their brains up.
Oh yeah, you're hitting on the money, Fire Boss. It did.
That's what happened, because to me it felt like, I think the moment they realized that Sony could be touched, that's when all hell broke loose.
Yep.
That's when the dam broke.
Yep.
Was the moment they saw that, oh snap, Sony ain't the JRPG box no more.
Yep.
Oh snap, they're not the people's choice no more. Oh snap, they really don't have the market share anymore. The moment that reality set in, that's when all of a sudden all this stuff started just going like out of whack.
Oh yeah.
And oh yeah, what's up, Dale?
Hey Dan.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine.
All right. So, but yeah, I mean, that to me, and so now it's like, to me, it just feels like a waste of time trying to sit here and try to have conversations with these jokers and everything, when you can't even get them to admit that, hey man, Hellblade looks nice. No, it don't. No, it don't. Look at Look at Alloy's teeth. Yeah, look, those are pretty teeth. Yeah, look at them graphics. Them graphics are like so far ahead of time. And it's like, dude, that game is not in the same bracket as Hellblade 2.
No, hell no.
But they won't accept that. They'll keep throwing. What I saw another person trying to throw in Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
All I could do, Sega Man and Dale, all I could do is just cup my head in my hands and just kind of shake my head. And it's like, man, come on. Like, it's like, I mean, it's like, dude, y'all pulling every single thing you can from under the kitchen sink. I mean, so that's, so if everybody, in the chat and all that is wondering as to, what's been going on with me, that's it. It's just this, because here's the bottom line, and I'm gonna leave it at this. Despite the moves they may have done that I don't like and I don't care for, and I damn sure know Dea don't care for and stuff.
Yeah, I voiced that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, the ultimate truth of the matter, which they have to wake up and deal with every single morning, is that PlayStation is falling apart.
Yeah.
Like a dried up sandcastle. It is falling apart. It's falling apart at the seams. All that stuff, that Wizard of Oz stuff, where the man behind the curtain don't look behind the curtain. The curtain's been pulled back. You see the dude turning dials and pulling strings and stuff. It's over.
Yeah.
And they are clutching like rich white women to their pearls in the hood, because they know that what Sony had, it has already been snatched. It's gone.
Yeah.
Now, and the only holdouts we have is just them and the media. But the bottom line is that none of that matters. None of it matters, because when you look at the reports, who's on top? Who's doing acquisitions? Who's bringing more games to their base, to their platform? Matter of fact, being overly generous and bringing games to their platform.
Yeah.
And I know jokers are sitting there saying like, because the Nintendites, you're just as bad too. Sitting there like, oh, Nintendo does that. Like, no, the fuck they don't. If they did, they would have been done gave your asses F-Zero. So Shut up.
Yep.
They would have been done gave y'all the most long-awaited thing that I've heard. I mean, for the past 2 decades. Mother. They would have been done gave you a new mother. So sit down. But that's where I'm at, man. It's like, I already saw this coming. I knew it was going to happen. I don't know why everybody is like acting brand new to it. And to me, it's like just why are we here? Why are we wasting time with these kids? Because that's all it is. It's just kids. It's kids that refuse to let go of their favorite dump truck. and realize that, hey, it's time. It's time to move along. And speaking of the devil, there he goes jumping through the flaming hoop. What's going on, E-Rock?
Hey man, I don't even know what you're talking about, but I got to give you one of these because I already know. I already know, man. Like Sega Man said last week, Fireboss, rinse and repeat.
And you know what, E-Rock and Fireboss and Dad, I'm gonna tell you what. If the rumors are true about Microsoft buying Valve, it's a wrap. They're done.
That is a wrap.
Is done. If they buy Valve, they're done.
The thing about it is that Sega Man. The thing about it is that, in all honesty, they don't even have to buy them. If they're doing this partnership that everybody's hitting more towards, that's
it's a wrap. Yeah, it's a wrap.
Because Steam and Valve, man, that's big.
It's huge, because then Microsoft will corner the PC market.
Yeah.
So it'd be big.
Yeah, because the word on the street is that the next Xbox coming is going to be way more PC centric, and is going to have Steam in it.
Oh, it's a wrap, bro. Oh yeah.
See, the thing is, something jumped in my head, and I don't, you being a collector, you probably might have this thing. What they're doing, if to me in my head, it's like if what they're trying to do with the next Xbox,
Yeah.
to me it almost seems like, oh, so you guys are trying to do a sharp X 7800 or something, or you guys trying to make the next Xbox like a MSX
Yeah.
computer.
Yeah.
What the thing was, it was a computer, but it seemed more console than computer.
Yeah, like a hybrid, because it won't have all the extra stuff that you don't really need that a computer has. It has a ton of stuff so you can use it. It's a multi-tool, right? It's not
Yeah.
really just a gaming. It's a multitask tool. But what Microsoft could be coming up with is a hybrid that's centric on gaming. So like you don't carry all that stuff that like they have a simple OS that operates on a whatever, if it's a console or it could be a handheld, whatever they're gonna do, and
Mm-hmm.
that's streamlined. And I think that if anybody can do it, Microsoft can do it.
Oh yeah.
They understand PC market very well. They operate. They lifeblood is there, and that's why to me I always say PC is like it's Xbox. Xbox is PC. It's as simple as that. You don't
Yeah.
get into the PC
Yep.
anything without going through Microsoft. They're like
That's right.
gatekeepers there. So they know everything there is about PC and stuff. And that's why I never understood why there was ever any like back and forth between console and PC guys. I'm like, Xbox console and PC guys. And I'm like, why y'all fighting?
Yeah.
Y'all, no matter where you at, you playing on some Microsoft device.
Because that's the PC guys. That's the PC guys. Dale, we over here chilling, and we have these clown asses constantly coming into our spaces, our forums, and constantly like, hey, I got this new RX 7725. And it's like,
half the time these people are grifters. I don't know. Look, you got the grifters that they look at the console war stuff and think that they can come in and get some clout there. Then you like, and I kind of, some people, it ain't even personal. It's about that. Like I think the no is Alex and all that stuff. That's what I think at the end of the day they're doing. It's just, it ain't even personal. I think it's like they get involved in that in order to just like kind of get some clicks or whatever off of that. Like they see an opportunity there. I don't even think it's personal with them people. I can just tell, they don't care, but I think that then you got other people who pretend like it was this guy that showed up talking about he act like he can say whatever he can about Xbox just because he claims he has a PC. So what? That don't mean the Xbox platform, the history and all that stuff. I don't even pretend to do that, even though I've been on the PC for a long time. I don't pretend I know everything about Microsoft, and I've seen Microsoft for years. But you have to interact with Microsoft in order to speak on that. Like Zeke can say something because he studied it, right? He said we studied Microsoft, that they were a big thing I studied, and he carries on with that. He follows everything with Microsoft, so he still talks about it. So I think he's in a position where he can talk about that. He probably can talk about Xbox because he's been in that ecosystem for so darn long. He can recite it in his sleep, and then if you come from a long PC gaming area, you can talk about how Microsoft was involved in gaming before they ever had a console. They was involved with. That's what some people don't know if they're too young. And Microsoft just didn't hop in gaming just because of the Xbox platform. They was in there long before. They helped develop the Dreamcast.
Yes, they did.
And it was in there before that. So, I mean, they've been involved with gaming for a long time. They just didn't take it as a major it wasn't a major aspect of their business way back then. You know what I mean? But but yeah. So I never ever saw it in a way that, I just never understood. If you're looking at PC, you're looking at Microsoft. I always said that. And in my opinion, if Microsoft gets deeper into PC gaming to bring that in house with the console gaming and marry those two like husband and wife. I think that's been their dream, man. I think I really think that's been their dream, so that they don't really care if you're on PC, that's still them. If you're a console, that's still them. They don't really care. It's both them. And you know what? They slowly making PlayStation them too. See, PlayStation is finding there's not going to be too many places they can go without going through Microsoft. They're going to have that. They're going to have that universal ticket no matter where they go.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I think Microsoft is cornering everything to a point where they'll let PlayStation live, but they're going to have to come through them first.
Yeah.
I don't think they should let them live. My theory on this whole thing, my attitude about this, and Ebot's attitude, Sega Man's attitude, Zeke's attitude, let them die.
I agree.
Every console publisher, manufacturer has their time. They're around for a while, and they leave unless they become third-party agnostic, like Sega did, which is a smart move on their part.
Right.
I think that.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. Sorry.
I think it's okay. I think that this gaming space, and I maintain it to the day they close my eyes. This gaming space will be a lot better once PlayStation is gone. Because when PlayStation is gone, you will have killed the head off the snake.
Right.
And all of these fools on Twitter, all of these idiots on YouTube, all of these and the reason why I don't get mad at these guys anymore, because I used to get mad. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the whole Iraq 8150 Iraq X channel was a reaction to them, because I was mad that nobody was out there speaking for us except maybe Hebot and a dude named Mr. 100. And then later on, new guys joined the fray like New Legal and Welsh Gamer and Microboxer X over in Great Britain. But like for the most part, like these guys now that you see, Dreamcast guy, Oh No It's Alex, especially Oh No It's Alex and Pertanga. I don't have nothing against them. Maddie Plays. All of these guys.
I don't care for Maddie Plays. I'll tell you that now.
Maddie Plays used to be kind of neutral, but now he realized. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and if anybody gets offended, they get offended.
I'll say what I have to say about Maddie after you.
Okay. All right, I hope y'all can understand what I'm saying without getting offended. These white boys are grifters. I found that out a couple years ago. They're fucking grifters, and some of the black guys are too. Like Weapon Wheel Podcast, they're grifters, but not to the extent that Oh No It's Alex and Pertanga and Griffin Gaming are. And Griffin Gaming and Oh No It's Alex and Pertanga Plays tells you. They tell you that they tell their audience, thanks for monetizing us. Yeah, and yet these kids still go to their channel. These guys don't know anything. They're usually wrong about a great deal of facts. Dreamcast guy's been flat out wrong about everything that he's mentioned or talked about the last few years. According to him, the Activision ABK deal wasn't going to go through. Like he knew. Like these guys, they're dog walkers. They flip burgers at McDonald's. Well, that's not an insult no more because McDonald's pays $20 an hour. But they're dog walkers. They collect carts at fucking Walmart. But in their spare time, they're corporate lawyers. They're motherfucking FCC fucking bosses. They know everything about every aspect of business, but don't know anything. And I just watch these guys operate. I really don't have a beef with Oh No It's Alex. I actually find him quite entertaining sometimes when he's not taking off his shirt, which is kind of fucking weird. But anyway, the fucking guy, like I found out who he was when he said that, well, you Xbox guys, you only started liking Bethesda because Xbox bought Bethesda. And I gave him proof. I made a video showing him my achievements going back to 2006 on Oblivion. And he backtracked. Because these guys, they want to keep their little grip going on. And you will see if you're around long enough that just as fast as they came, these dudes are going to come make their money and fucking leave. And I've seen all the little videos this week. I assume that's what you're talking about. All the motherfuckers attacking Hellblade, right? Yeah. And my thing is, not to you guys, because everyone here in this panel is intelligent, but to anybody in Sega Bever's audience, what the fuck did y'all expect? That the PlayStation fans and the Xbox haters who constantly show up like a bad penny, we're going to be like, oh my God, Hellblade 2 is amazing. You Xbox guys were right. And they all lived happily ever after? No. They were going to attack Hellblade the way they attacked Hi-Fi Rush, the way they attacked fucking Redfall, the way they attacked Halo, the way they attack every Xbox exclusive, the way they're going to attack Avowed, the way they're going to attack Indiana Jones. Do you know why? Me and Sega Man have come to this conclusion. Fireballs, they are miserable over there where they're at, or Nintendo, or fucking PlayStation. They're miserable, and they see the Xbox is giving us what we want. We have a great ecosystem. We have Game Pass. We're not paying $70 for games, and even if we don't pay $70 for games, you have a game like Hellblade, which is reasonably priced at $50. A game that even Digital Fuckery said is the most technologically advanced game they've ever seen. And Fireball, that burns people up. It burns them up. The Sega Man, you guys are having fun over here on Xbox, and they paid $70 for fucking Stellar Blade. You know what I mean? Like they're mad as shit. They're mad as shit, and they want you to be miserable. And usually your boy E-Rock X would take the bait. I'm gonna make when I have my YouTube channel, not having a YouTube channel and not having Twitter has made me blissfully ignorant of these motherfuckers. But I do see their shit on YouTube because I still watch YouTube. I think YouTube is a fantastic resource to learn, to see videos. Like my new thing now is watching motherfuckers get pulled over for DUI arrest. Man, that shit is fantastic. It is nonstop entertainment. I swear to God. But like you can't help. But as I'm playing Hellblade, which is phenomenal, look to some gameplay to see if a guy found a way around a puzzle that I couldn't. And you see all of that Hellblade hate, all Hellblade this, Hellblade that, Hellblade this, Hellblade is trash. Never mind the fucking all the critics. And I don't follow critics or what they talk about. It's got a high Metacritic score. Digital Foundry hailed it as the most graphically impressive thing they've ever seen. And a lot of times I can't believe what I'm seeing. But I mean, again, that's Unreal Engine 5, which if Dear remembers, I told y'all about earlier this year. I said Unreal Engine 5 was going to change the fucking game. Yeah. Yes. And now we did I not say the man? And now we have actual confirmation other than because the Matrix is fantastic as the Matrix demo was, and recreating a real city and all of those NPCs. Y'all needed to see this shit in an actual game, and they see it now, and they're shocked. They're angry about everything you guys said. Rumors about Microsoft partnering up with Valve. They're angry about all of this shit because, like Dia just said, they see that Microsoft and Xbox are pouring the gaming market, and they don't want that. They want to see Microsoft fail. Dia, they want to see it fail so bad that they can't even hide it no more. It's bleeding out of them. It's bleeding out of their pores, Fireballs. And because Microsoft won't fail the way they want, they got to go after. They got to go after Hellblade. Send you a sacrifice. Exactly. Send you a saga. It's a failure. It's a failure. Well, let's wait till the Game Pass numbers come and see how much of a failure it was. Well, there's not a whole lot of people playing it on Steam because that's not a game that's predicated on having Steam numbers. It's not Call of Duty.
I don't even think it was that big on Steam anyway. It was more of a console. Like the PlayStation dudes played it a lot. From my memory, you know.
Yeah. See, Hellblade was the shit back when it came out first on PlayStation.
Yeah, it was exclusive to PlayStation.
Now that it's an Xbox exclusive, they all hate it. Guys, what did Sega Man say? And I'm in this rant, Sega fan. What did Sega Man say last time we all convened? Rinse and repeat. This is what it's always going to be. So if you're weak-minded, like D-Botch and all these other guys, well, you know, man, Xbox, you know, Hellblade's not a win. I want to win. What? You got to win. You're getting all of these games in Game Pass. You're letting the media.
When we first podcasted, remember what I said, that a lot of these jokers actually act like abused spouses.
Yes,
they don't know. They've been abused and beat down so much they don't even know what the hell happiness is anymore.
Yep. Thank you, Fireboss. Thank you. And they go on Twitter and they look at these YouTubers. These YouTubers, and I know what the game is. You guys want clicks and views, so in order to get those clicks and views, I've seen YouTubers flat out tell lies. You know, I follow the entertainment business as a whole. And there's this YouTuber out there who I used to like his videos called Nerdrotic. And this dude is sticking on. He is planting that flag, saying that Amazon's Rings of Power is a failure. When we have the numbers, we know it wasn't a failure. In fact, Rings of Power was such a failure, Fireballs, they brought it back for another goddamn season. So it's like it's clear now. It's clear now, Fireballs, and these guys don't know what they're talking about. These white boys don't know what they're talking about. They're just in it for clicks and views. They're just in it for clicks and views. Oh, E-Rock, you're racist. No, I'm not. And I wouldn't have to bring up the white boys if they weren't always the ones making these fucking videos.
Yeah.
Like, look at Dreamcast guy. This guy, Hellblade sucks. Have you even played it? And I don't need to answer to that because we know what Dreamcast guy does. If he does have an Xbox, he plays it. He does what's called a hate play. He plays the game to hate on it. That'd be the equivalent of Hebot or Unlimited Production getting a PlayStation so they could play Spider-Man and hate it. Right. If you do something like that, you are pathetic. Like who does that?
You're damn sure not a true gamer.
If true gamers are enjoying gaming and having a good time, and we're getting everything they want over here at Xbox, and they hate us for it. And that's at the point now where all you can do is just look at these guys and laugh. It used to get me mad, and it still gets Unlimited Production mad because, and I understand why, because, he's just trying to enjoy gaming, and y'all trying to ruin his enjoyment of gaming. But Sega Man said it so eloquently. Nothing y'all do is going to make any true Xbox fan waver. We eating good over here, and we know we eating good over here. The motherfucker that's eating steak does not let the motherfucker that's eating ramen get him upset because we over here eating steak. You know what I mean? Y'all continue eating that ramen. Y'all continue making y'all videos. Y'all continue saying that Hellblade is a failure or whatever the fuck it is. You know, until Microsoft comes out with numbers. I've seen all kinds of videos today. Oh my God, is Ninja Theory on the chopping block next? Like really? Like
really?
Like
really, man?
Really? Like this is what they do. It's yellow journalism at its finest. If you don't have a story, you make one up. If you don't have a way to get clicks and views, if you're IG, and it's everybody now. It's even sites that were reputable there, like Gaming Bolt. I watched Gaming Bolt forever. Gaming Bolt now is leaning into the clickbait. And it's wow.
No choice. They're dying for media. That's the thing. People don't realize that gaming media is dying. There's a lot of people that's not watching.
It's their own fault that it's dying. It's dying because they won't report on gaming. They're getting into the sensationalism of this console war bullshit, right? And here's the thing. There wouldn't be all of these Xbox news and Xbox articles that Xbox is failing and Xbox is going to shut down the studio and Xbox is buying Valve and Xbox is evil and Xbox is the son of Leviathan. There wouldn't be all of these articles if Xbox wasn't winning. Nobody even Fireballs in the history since I've been alive worries about the goddamn losers. Everybody always focuses on the winners. And that's why there's always all this news about Xbox, because Xbox is winning and people can't take it. So they gotta do dumb stuff like last week, like attack Sarah Bond. And the mindset of a lot of these people, I mean, I gotta be honest. Last week, the dude Zobi gave me a goddamn headache. I had to be out. The nigga gave me a headache. It's like I'm not going to sit here.
Don't feel bad. The last time Taking Forever had him, I had to dip too because he started getting into that whole little Bill Gates is giving babies AIDS and all this other bullshit. So
and Fireballs, they believe this shit. It's ingrained in them to believe that Microsoft is evil, Xbox is evil, Bill Gates is giving African babies AIDS. Look. You know the conversation is done. You know the conversation, and I know I'm sorry, Sega Fred, but I know he's your boy, and I know he's Hebot's boy, but he's a goddamn idiot, right? So I can't have a conversation with an idiot. I can't. The conversation should have ended when he said
last time too.
Fireball.
I couldn't do it. Life is too short, and I got other shit to do.
Fireballs, thank you. Fireballs. The conversation was over when this nigga said that Sarah Bond shouldn't have took a 6-figure job because she's being set up to be the patsy. I wouldn't have took the job. That's when you know. That's when you know that these people like Zobi don't operate in a little place I call reality. There's no person, black, white, brown, Asian, whatever, going to turn down a 7-figure job. There's nobody that's going to turn down personal advancement. Well, Iwata over at Nintendo, he took a pay cut. That's good for him. His Jap ass took a pay cut to protect his Jap company. Over here in America, motherfuckers ain't taking no pay cut. We getting a pay raise and we're bouncing. We are a capitalist society over here. That's just the way it is. But like to sit down and listen to his logic or his illogic for a fucking hour gave me a headache. It gave Unlimited Production a headache. It gave the baby Jesus a headache. Like it was just too much, man. So but they all think like that, Sega man. They all you had to be there to hear this shit. They all think like that. Microsoft is evil. Nintendo is so good. Sony is so good. Let me tell you something about these Japanese. They don't like you. They don't like you black people. They really don't like you white people. They don't like America. This shit stems back to World War II. And I'm a huge fan of New Japan Pro Wrestling and Stardom Wrestling. That's as far as it goes. Like I don't give a fuck about them over there. All this old bullshit. We are the world shit. I'm an American. I give a fuck about what goes on over here. I care that Microsoft and fucking Walmart and fucking American companies are giving American jobs. I don't root for the other company. All this we are the world bullshit. And we're all one global society, Iraq. Oh yeah, then why the fuck are the Iranians bombing Israel? Why the fuck is Russia still at war? If everybody's kumbaya, my lord, that kumbaya bullshit don't work. And if America's the bad guy, then goddamn it, be the bad guy. And Sega Forever starting to sound like me and Fireboss. Sega Forever is of the mind that if Xbox is the bad guy and Microsoft is the bad guy, then goddamn it, be the bad guy. Nobody gave a shit in 2000 when the media and Sony crushed Sega. Sega gave them a lot of fucking help by being incompetent, like Warner Brothers right now is incompetent. Sega gave them a lot of.
Remember, I told y'all about that setup. That was a setup. When you got your investors and executives going to the same tennis and golfing clubs, going to not clubs. I mean, golf courses and stuff. Their wives know each other and everything like that.
Yeah.
They're meeting each other, for dinner and all this stuff like that. You know what's up. And as I said, poor Akawa, he was fighting it. He was fighting with everything he had, and he just couldn't do it no more. His heart gave out. He couldn't fight no more.
Sega of Japan, to me, from what I see, was jealous as shit of Sega of America and wanted them out of there. They wanted them to fuck out of there because they were the ones that really pushed for Dreamcast to be over here in America. They were the ones that had all the success, and they
drove Bernie Stoller out. I know that shocked the hell out of a lot of people when they're like, Bernie Stoller is quitting. You're like, yes, he got tired of it. Yeah, he couldn't take it no more.
Nobody gave a shit when Sega got forced out of the industry. It's just amazing to me that people are so fucking. What does Sony do to indenture all of this love? To me, they haven't done shit since the PlayStation 2, Fireboss. What have they done to indenture all this fucking love, dear?
Iraq, can I get some things in? Can I say some things?
Oh yeah, get your licks in. Go ahead, baby.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure you got because you were saying some good stuff. I was listening.
I'm gonna try to not let no bullshit come out of my mouth, and I'm gonna try to be clear and concise because all of us here we live this game and shit. It's our hobby. We love it. But we also know.
Yeah.
We also know that things come and go, man.
It does.
No company has stayed on top forever. Microsoft is trying, goddamn it, but like companies come and go. What's so special about this fucking PlayStation? Nothing.
Yeah, it's not.
Go ahead, dear.
And I first I want to state that Matty Plays, the reason why I don't like him because I don't like to just make a statement unless I back it up with something.
Yes.
But I don't like Matty Plays because when I first was trying to learn about the Xbox platform, I made the same mistake that a lot of people are doing now if they're new. They just go to a place that says they're Xbox platform and they listen to them. Okay, these people like Xbox. Let me learn about Xbox through them, right? So Matty Plays was one of the many people that I was trying to learn from. Okay, and this is before I found you guys. And he made a mistake. He stated something that was negative against Xbox. And a lot of people got riled up from that. I can't remember the exact thing. It was a long time ago. But he said something, and then I later found, listened to because I had so many different people I listened to, a few of them were actually real and sound, and they corrected a lot of the false information that was out of there. So I
Mm-hmm.
said, okay. So when he Maddie Plays the next show he did, I was waiting on him to make a correction because what he said was really wrong in the way he attacked Microsoft. I was like, well, then, he went a step too far, right? He
Never, never.
acted as if it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
He never
Mm-hmm.
offered a correction. He never went back on it. It was as if it never came out of his lips. And because he doesn't do self-correction, I was done with him.
It
Maddie
takes a
Plays,
man to admit they're wrong, right?
yes.
That's
Yeah,
why the Sega Maddie Plays, Oh No It's Alex, Pretanga, Sega Forever are fucking children.
and
To-
I don't really. For he seemed like a jokester to me. I don't never really take him seriously over anything, and so does Alex. I don't think they take that seriously.
They're in it for the
The way
money.
they act.
They're
Yeah,
grifters.
Alex ripping off his shirt and patting his butt and all that. I just think they jokers, Like I just don't. I can't take them serious. I just kind of look at them like
That nigga
like
patting
the
his butt.
jester of the gaming industry.
But but the thing is, like you did when you watch Manny Plays, people take him seriously and they're being misinformed.
Yeah, when
And when you try to
first get
correct
in,
these
yeah.
guys, and when you try to correct these guys, like I did Griffin Gaming a few years
Griffin
ago,
is
they get highly fucking offended that you
Yeah,
dared to
Griffin
come into
is-
their comment section and or you dared to correct them.
Yeah, he doesn't like that, and Griffin is just in my opinion, I don't think he cares either. I don't think he cares, but he's not unlike what I think Alex and the others do. They just take it light. They not taking it personal, but I think with Griffin, I think he doesn't care, man. He'll stab anybody and anything in the back. That's what that's my opinion based on what I've noticed with him. I think he's arrogant, and I love that
that's
time
true
that
because I know him and what's his name oh God, the dude you just mentioned what's his name?
Alex.
No, it's
Oh,
Alex.
No, not Alex.
Pretanga.
Yeah, for Tango. Yeah, him. Yeah, him.
Protego
Yeah,
really gave him one, man, one time. Yeah,
yeah,
you talking about
yeah.
that, right? Oh
Yep.
my God, I've never seen anybody showing up like the way Protega showed up, Griffin. It was like a master play. It was really good.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. I heard that they all helped each other out. They all help you know the white boys help each other out in a way that us black YouTubers don't.
That's the thing. See, that's what was so funny was that they're supposed to be boys, and see, Fertanga even said that during that rant. He even said that, like, I mean, I know we boys, and thanks to you, you helped me out and everything. But I'm glad to bend you over.
He said that he wasn't gonna let him get away with the stuff he was saying, and he went after him too. I gotta at least say I respect Fratanga for that. Like he ain't got no, I'm not gonna cross this line with nobody. He'll go after anybody. I at least give him that, But like I said, I personally don't take any of them guys seriously. So
you can't anymore. You're right, and you're smart. You can't anymore.
Yeah, I never watched them for any Xbox stuff to begin with, but the kind of people I found was like, gosh, who was it? It was like some people early on. It was before I found you guys, because your channel was so smaller that it wasn't being you go to the people that's recommended to you first, like that's how it was for me. So I had to learn like anything else. And but that's my reason why I don't like Maddie Plays. I believe Maddie Plays is he just, I don't know, he's one of them people that get under my skin, and I don't know, it's the way he handles himself in his show. I don't care for him, and I don't say that often about people. For some reason, he gets under my skin.
And then Dia, here's the crazy thing. You still there, Sega Man?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Here's the crazy thing, Sega Man, Dia, and Fireboss. When you ask these guys why they hate Xbox with this passion and they hate Xbox, they can't give you an answer that makes any sense.
Nope,
they can't give you an answer that's based on any fucking logic. They can't.
What they'll say is, what are you talking about? Why are you being a fanboy? I don't hate Xbox. I just want them to do better.
See, I'm gonna address that next because that's my second part.
Exactly. And, but they're doing better. They've been doing better since really 2018, and you're still talking shit about them. So what is it now?
So
I don't
fucking hate Maddie Plays.
Hi. I know, me too. I can't stand them.
Fucking Maddie Plays.
I don't.
You know why I hate? You know why I hate him so much? Because he's a fucking opportunist, dick clicker, Chuck Norris, fucking son wearing motherfucker. And my fucking son loves him. He won't fucking support his own father and support that fucking asshole. And that's why I hate him even
Oh
more.
shit!
I cannot fucking
Wow.
stand him. I can't.
He bought. I'm gonna tell you, brother, that's your fault because if my son wouldn't support me, and he come in and be like, Dad, I need to ride to work, be like, oh, yeah, here's a bus token.
Sometimes you gotta take the personal
Obama
feelings out of it
refuses
sometimes.
to let any system in his kid's room other than an Xbox. That's how he should have been.
But yeah, let me say my second part, and then I'll let he.
Oh yeah, go ahead, baby.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. I'll lose it, you know. Okay, so as far as the second thing, I'm gonna lay everything how I feel about this Hellblade thing and what I've assessed from the ponies, and I want to offer Sega Forever a full apology. He was right. He told me something. I was trying to decipher what was going on among the PlayStation guys, and the only person who ever hit that nail on the head was Sega Forever. He's always right. I don't know what the man does. I don't know if he got a crystal ball. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, I can't wait to hear this. Explain.
Well, I thought, I think I'm a logical thinker. When I give you guys my assumptions of what I think is going on, I'm using my logical brain, right?
And it's never based on emotion. Never. You always use logic.
I do. I use logic. I say, okay, this is what I believe they're going to act like because this is what human behavior would dictate, right? These people defy that every time, and I understand where Sega Forever was coming from with this. He said that he said everything you said sound nice, but he said it comes down to it that this is a cult. And when he said that, I started thinking about that ever since he told me that. Because I keep what you guys say in my head, and I think about it like days, even weeks after we talk. So I thought about it, and this Hellblade thing, it finally hit me. I understand now. So I'm going to explain. First off, the argument that I'm hearing with the Hellblade game, I'm gonna tell you now. I bought Hellblade 1 on Steam before Hellblade 2 came out because they had a really good sale. It was just,
we all bought Hellblade. It came on sale on Xbox.
Okay, so I played it there, and I beat the game 2 days before Hellblade 2 came out. So understand, from my perspective, I not only played the game, I beat the game, and then 2 days later, I started playing Hellblade 2. So it's more fresh in my brain probably than most people. Okay. The game is the same. It's just the
exact same. The puzzles are different.
It felt like I went from one chapter to the second chapter. It's no difference, except it's better in every way. The acting is better. The visuals are better. The sound is incredible.
The sound is better. My God.
Unbelievable. It's like, in my opinion, this is close to a perfect game. I'm telling you now, if you like Hellblade, I know for some people the game is slow or whatever, but it's meant to be an experience. It's meant to be immersive. It's not meant to be something you rush through. Okay, so I know I'm gonna let you go, Bob, but let me get this point out. So I'm explaining this because anybody who gave reviews that said they liked the first one but didn't like the second one, just throw that out as trash. That's absolute trash. I played 1 to 2 with only 2 days between it. It's the same game.
They're contradicting themselves, Dia.
Exactly.
Anybody who gave Hellblade a good review and is knocking Hellblade 2 because it's an Xbox exclusive, you're contradicting yourself because Hellblade 2 is the same game with better graphics and more visceral combat. Anybody saying that Hellblade is graphics over gameplay, or a walking simulator, but you praised Hideo Kojima's Death Stranding, you are a hypocrite. Basically, Hellblade 2 is one of your PlayStation bangers.
Well, you'll know for sure when Death Stranding 2 comes out, and they'll do the same exact thing and praise the game. Because that's what they're going to do.
That game is so hard to find because at least Hellblade keeps you in. It's more linear and it keeps you in the story. They do that so it doesn't bore you.
Well, it's more interaction. It's a more personal experience. I beat the game 5 times. I beat it on PlayStation and on Xbox. Okay, And one of the main characters in the game is the music, not just the sound.
Is and
Okay,
the Furies.
and it's
They're
she's a
also main characters.
and the environment is also a character because it plays with her psychosis. That's why she sees different figures, different symbols that she has to match because it's in her head.
Right,
All
right.
of it is in her head, even how she sees things. The fantastical, the fantasticalism of the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's all in the way she sees it in her head. From when they killed her husband in the first one, right? She was avenging the love that she had, right?
Right.
Which was her husband or whatever. In
It was
this
her
one, she's
lover.
trying
It
to
was
find
her
out.
lover. Yeah.
In this one, she's trying to find out who killed her mother, right? And where
Yeah,
she came
I
from.
would say don't give away because I haven't
Well,
finished
no,
it
it's
yet.
part of the story. It was given out on Xbox.
It
In that
was
story, that story trailer is the beginning opening of the game. That was given out. That's on YouTube. That was brought out before the game even came out. They give you the synopsis and where you are now.
right.
Look, you know for a fact that whoever's saying something negative is because it's not an exclusive for PlayStation.
That's it. That's
Because
it.
That's it. That's
when
the
it
only
was
reason.
exclusive to PlayStation, everybody glorified it. And the first thing they said when Microsoft bought them, oh, fuck you. Who the fuck do you think you are? How
Yep.
dare you?
Yep.
But nobody had that sentiment because that was one of the arguments when they were talking about how Tomb Raider was going to be exclusive for that holiday, and they kept harassing the developer and kept harassing the developer and Square Enix. Oh, is it coming to PlayStation? Is it coming to PlayStation? Is it coming to PlayStation? So
And
much
it's
so
funny, Bot.
they,
It,
they did it so.
None of us harassed Ninja Theory about is Hellblade coming to us? Is
nobody
it coming
did
to us?
that.
Right? No,
Nobody
no,
did
no.
that.
It just so happened that it came, which was great because we got to play it as well. Right? And the thing is that that was during the time, like I said, where they were like harassing about, oh yeah, the Tomb Raider situation, and until they didn't answer, oh yeah, it's coming, it's only a year exclusive, time exclusivity, and then everybody's like, oh, you don't need to buy it on Xbox, so you can just get it on PlayStation. Like, who the fuck does that? If a
Right.
game comes out first on another platform, why is it that when it's on PlayStation, everybody goes and buys it? Oh, we're gonna buy it on PlayStation because it's a PlayStation exclusive. Who cares about it when it comes
Well,
out a year later?
I got
You
a
see what I'm saying?
solution to that. I want to finish my point real quick. Then I'm letting y'all go.
Oh,
I'll
go ahead,
back
go ahead.
off. I'll back off because I
Go
have to
ahead,
get
go
this
ahead.
out. So my point is with Sega Forever, he said it was a cult, right? That was where I left off. So after the Hellblade thing came out, and I just explained to you that the game is essentially the same game. We saw the scores, all that. I had to think about what is really behind this because to me it's not logical. None of these behavior is logical. If you like a game a lot, you play it where you can get it. Nobody wants to wait a year or 2 years or 3 years, except in the PC is different in the sense that things just wasn't being brought there. It's a completely different platform, so you had to wait. You just played what you had, right? But it's different with consoles because a lot of times people can buy multiple consoles. You can't buy a bunch of, a lot of times if you're paying for a high-end PC, you can't. Some people can't afford to do that in consoles. Only a very limited few can do that because you're spending so much money, right? So you have to choose between one or the other. So with that said, I realize that now I understand the true motives behind the media and the PlayStation group. Not only is it cultish behavior, but these people simply want Xbox dead. They anything that threatens PlayStation, and I mean anything. You want to know why they attack Ninja Theory? Because
You're
Ninja
wrong.
Theory
You're wrong there, Dale.
challenges now.
PlayStation
They're
is threatening its own self, and they ain't calling that out.
right, but see, they're not going to. These people, look, you gotta understand. This is something that Sega Forever said that I had to come to wrap my head around. It's not logical. You have to get out of your logical head and look at it from like a religious perspective, like a cultist perspective. Because in this way, they won't face reality in the way that they need to. So the reason why they're attacking Ninja Theory is for two reasons. One, it's an exclusive to Xbox. The second reason is because it threatens all of PlayStation's games. Their narratives that their games are so great looking. And what do? You see these ponies going crazy trying to do comparison videos, degrading Hellblade, all this stuff. They're trying to attack it any way they can. If they can just bump it down somewhere. When you get people saying, oh, the game is just a walking simulator, from these people, That's all they play. And like you guys said with Death
There,
Stranding,
it's a
this is
coping
the
mechanism.
ultimate. It is. And I'm telling you, they will attack anything or anyone or any institution or any publisher that threatens Sony. If you threaten Sony, they will go after you. And that is the seed to everything that they do. They attack Xbox because Xbox is a true threat, and they've learned that this gen, because Microsoft is cornering PlayStation. PlayStation can't combat them financially. So what does the media do? They use what they have. They can change the perception of the people out there by putting things out there that Starfield is the bad game. Got a lot of people to
Hellblade is a
believe that.
failure.
Yes, they're going to push that. And you know another thing too, they understood through the shutdowns of those studios, because take even though we know those studios was in trouble before, but just take
Oh my
Arcane,
God,
for
the
instance.
fucking facts came out and they still trying to push that agenda.
Right,
They
because
trying to ignore that ZeniMax themselves made the decision and why. And they're
because
still making articles saying, oh my God, should we trust
because
Phil Spencer
he
after he
bought
shut down these studios when it wasn't him?
they believe that they had a hand in taking down a studio of
Absolutely
Xbox.
not. That's not how it works. No,
That's what they think. I'm telling you, it's
I
not
know. I know.
logic. It's not
So they're
logic.
trying to
They
push
believe
that
that
because
they
it helps their narrative. That's why.
and what did they see? They saw Phil capitulate and put some games on their platform when they begged and begged, and they also saw Arcane Studios get shut down. This is what they think they've done. Okay, they think that they've accomplished that. So what are they going to do? They're going to repeat that with game after game after game until Xbox disappears.
Yep.
Then Xbox is not going to disappear because it has too much money. That's number one.
It
And number
won't.
two, those decisions were made to make other areas better and do things that they wanted to do for what they're trying to do long term. So that's not going to happen. You know what I mean?
I
So
I think
Oh, sorry, Unlimited.
the
I didn't.
same way,
Hello.
the
Yeah,
same
go
way,
ahead.
Maddie,
I'm gonna back up because it's too many
Matty
people.
Plays
So
was
go
one
ahead.
of those guys that he was like, I love the first game, but the second one just didn't hit right. Like,
No, they
listen, listen,
didn't.
listen.
They didn't like it.
what about that one? What about
Distinction.
that one channel that said Hellblade's amazing, but it's still not good enough for Xbox?
Yeah.
Right, right, right. Yeah, a lot of them. Well,
At this point, like some of this stuff he bought, I'm convinced.
what's
I'm convinced he bought that for some of them. I don't even think they realize they're doing it at this point. It's so automatic. It's such an automatic response for them to trash Xbox
look.
that I don't think they realize. I don't think they realize
Unlimited.
how
You're a
easy it
grown-ass
is
man,
to
right?
literally go to their channels, find out what they said yesterday, like just yesterday, and see how it contradicts them. And what's worst off
Unlimited.
is that they don't care.
You're a grown ass man, right? Unlimited, right?
Mhm.
You're a grown ass man, right? You are not going to jeopardize your life right now, your career. It's such in a good place right now, right? By fucking it up by doing something stupid, like going to sleep with a little girl or some shit, or a younger girl your age and fuck your shit up, right? They know what the fuck they're doing. I'm not giving them a goddamn pass. They just think it's funny because they know everybody falls for it because the people that watch them are casuals. They're ignorant casuals that don't know any better. So they do it because they want to burn Xbox. But what got me mad is Microsoft was the one who sent them those fucking review codes.
Thank
They
you.
send it to Matty Plays. Oh, here, Matty, take
Ass
that.
guy. Who?
That's
Right.
what pisses me the fuck off.
There you go. And you know what? That's why I didn't say anything about it, because keep doing it. Xbox, keep doing it. Keep
Well, because
sabotaging
they're
yourself.
looking at it as negative press. It's good press. Every
It's
press
not.
is good press.
It's
That's how
not.
they're trying to look at it.
It's not.
You know what I mean?
I don't know who's
But
telling
it's
them that,
not,
'cause it's
right.
not.
It
It's
isn't.
been
It
hurting the
isn't. Because
brand.
then what that does, it creates a conflicting message for the people that don't really know, that are not really dove in the way that we are, and that
Actually,
know it hardcore, that follow gaming as hardcore the way that we do. So they'll look at it like, well, the first one was good, but this was not that great. Oh, man, that's all it is, because they know if motherfuckers all say the truth. Just like they did with Starblade, because I saw people saying the same shit. Oh, I bought me an Xbox. I want to play Hellblade, like Hellblade 2. That shit looks incredible. And I saw people posting it on Facebook groups, on Twitter, that they bought the console because it's a domino effect. They know this, and that's why they do that. But they don't want the console to sell. They don't want people to go out and invest on
Exactly.
on
And this
on
is the
Xbox.
only avenue
but-
they have to attack Xbox. They can't stop Xbox from buying anything. They
but-
can't stop Xbox from partnering with people. So the only way they have is perception. That's the
But
only
guys,
thing they can do.
but here's the thing, dear, and then you raised some excellent points, and so did Hebot. And I would have completely agreed with y'all probably a couple of weeks ago. But each week as I get older, I'm 55 now. Each week as I get older, and as I watch how the world operates now, I get less and less angry about things, and I'm beginning to smarten up. Like, goddamn, Iraq, you should have smartened up years ago. I'm beginning to smarten up about how things go with this entertainment and media shit, which gaming is. All of this negative Xbox news, Xbox is going out of business. Xbox sucks. Hellblade sucks. Hellblade is a failure. Starfield was a failure. Has it affected Starfield? Starfield's play numbers actually went up when they had the update. So I've now seen that all these guys are doing is they're keeping Hellblade and Starfield in the news cycle. So you don't want a game to disappear like Helldivers disappear, like Foreclosure last year disappeared. They're keeping
Foreclosure.
they're keeping Hellblade.
That's a good title.
They're keeping Hellblade. They've kept Starfield in the news cycle. They've kept games like Redfall in the news cycle, right? So, like, to me, it's just like little children lashing out. They're little children lashing out. And so now that I'm older, I'm like, E-Rock, you can't be getting mad at little children. Fratanga, Maddie Plays, Dreamcast guy, who makes 285,000 videos this week about Xbox, except a child. And so now that you realize that these people are children, that nothing they do is logical. Like Dia just said, nothing. Like, it's not logical. Nothing they've ever done is logical. And I'm mad at Dia because it took for Sega forever to tell her that the PlayStation fans and the media was a cult. And I've been saying this shit for 7 years that these guys were a cult. They exhibited cult-like behavior when they attacked Drusilla Ludington, the voice actor for Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
They showed cult-like behavior when they were happy that an Xbox executive had to leave because his family had died. So nothing
threatened Alana Pierce with rape when God of War got delayed.
Oh yeah.
Attacked the Spider-Man dev team. I don't remember why, but they attacked them. They got a history of pretty much being like E-Rock said, grown children, and the only difference is that nobody ever reprimands them for it.
And Unlimited, I used to get mad at this because before you came on, I said that the whole E-Rock 8150 X channel was a reaction to all of that because Hebot started his channel way before me. It was about gaming. Same thing with Mr. 100. But I can only speak for the E-Rock X channel. Sega Man been around longer than all of us. I think he's been around almost 14 years or however long YouTube's existed. That nigga been somewhere making his videos.
Long time, brother. Long time.
But like the whole E-Rock X channel was a reaction to the fact that no one was out here telling the truth. And it couldn't have had to be. I should have been able to concentrate on what I needed to concentrate on. But now I can't let these guys get mad I can't get mad at these guys anymore. Because when you see Fratanga and when you see Maddie Plays and when you see Dreamcast Guy, he literally makes 10 videos a day about Xbox. They can't help themselves. And so you can't feel bad about a drunk or a lunatic or a retarded. Nobody gets mad at a retarded person for sitting in the corner dribbling and tossing a ball around. Nobody gets mad at a dog for pissing on the floor. You want to ball up some paper and hit the dog, but the dog can't help itself. That's what these PlayStation people in the media are. They're dogs chasing cars. And again, they're upset because you Xbox gamers, y'all having a blast. Y'all having a goddamn look. Y'all got the best looking fucking game ever. Y'all got fucking a Val coming, Indiana Jones, and Lord knows what the fuck else Microsoft got planned for the show June 9th. And then I heard there's going to be an extended thing June 10th just on Indiana Jones. They are
no. Let me. Both Indiana Jones and Avowed are getting extended gameplay.
Thank you, Unlimited. See, I never mind being corrected by this guy because he's an encyclopedia of all the shit that's going down that I can't keep track of. Unlimited, if you were not an Xbox guy, wouldn't you be mad about all of that shit?
Yeah,
and
man.
Wouldn't you want to hurt Sega Man and take away his enjoyment of this shit by attacking the thing they love?
If I was a Nintendo or PlayStation fan, I would have quit gaming. Because I'm not. Yeah, I'm not such a lunatic. Like I genuinely don't care about other people's opinions to that extent to where I want to ruin. I want to ruin gaming for them. I don't. Here's the thing. Unfortunately, the YouTube algorithm prioritizes negative clickbait.
Yes,
that's the only reason why I see that shit on my timeline. I never search it out. I never purposely focus on it. I only see it on my timeline. I don't even watch the videos. I literally just see the shit on my timeline, and you know where it's going to be. When the title video says Hellblade 2 is amazing, but it's not good enough to save Xbox. You know what you don't need to watch the video to know what the content's going to be.
Yeah,
the headline pretty much told you it's going to be 10 minutes of them rambling about praising the game, but somehow it's not. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, every single article, every single reviewer and article still mentions the 2 studio closures, right? Ad nauseum. They try to remind you of that every chance they get. I mean, this is a great game, but despite the 2 closures, I don't know if I have faith in Xbox, right? Meanwhile, they completely ignored that after 20 years, Sony's London studios got shut down, right? They really don't give a shit about all the people with Embracer who lost their jobs in canceled projects. Literally thousands, right? And they don't give a flying fuck. But my goodness, they become bigger activists than Mahatma Gandhi when it comes to Xbox. I mean, they be out there protesting, "We shall overcome" when it comes to Xbox, man.
Xbox is evil.
Yeah.
That YouTube algorithm is some real shit because I don't even belong to YouTube no more. When they take away your channel, your actual account, your Google account isn't erased, right? But the Xbox YouTube app doesn't, or your phone doesn't know who you are anymore, right?
Yeah.
So the phone knows who you are, but the Xbox app doesn't know who I am. How is it that when I looked up yesterday, a Hellblade playthrough, because I got stuck on a puzzle. I'm always stuck on the damn puzzles. But they're much more clever puzzles than the last game. Everything about this game is an improvement. So I'm looking through a gameplay playthrough of Hellblade, and all of a sudden, before I even know Unlimited Production, a bunch of videos pop up. Hellblade is shockingly bad. Hellblade is terrible. Hellblade sucks. I'm like, where does this come from? I don't even belong to you no more, YouTube. What the fuck is happening?
Their algorithm purposely pushes certain type of content on.
But it was all negative. It was nothing good.
All of it's negative, which is so crazy to me, right? And then I think y'all mentioned it a few minutes ago. How everybody says the same thing. It's like listen. If AI's got to be writing this shit because they all say the same shit. I love the first one, but I didn't like this. I love the first one. Hellblade 2 Hellblade 1 was one of the most important games, but Hellblade 2, I don't know. Xbox did it again. I literally saw one was like this game focused too much on the graphics. I'm like, really? Hellblade 2 focused too much on the graphics. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of funny. And I made a couple videos earlier this week, so I pretty much got my more intense thoughts out already. But so it's kind of funny, when you just sit back and enjoy these games, right? To see how miserable they are, and it's funny how the only reason why they say any of this is because the game says only on Xbox. So later this year, when Avowed comes out, and the narrative of that is going to be, I don't know, what game? I listen. Let me say this, and I'm telling you, this is going to be every review of Indiana Jones. I couldn't get into it because it was first person. Yep. So I'm spoiler alert. That's why they're going to give that game a 5. If this was third person, it would have been great, right? It doesn't matter how good they already made it. That's another thing because these games are only on Xbox, they already made up their mind. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing these games could do that's going to win them over. As long as the game is only on Xbox, that's all they care about, right? That's all they care about to tear it down. But that's the world we live in. And it's unfortunate because I can't. If there was a way to like, YouTube needs a block button bad because my timeline, my recommendation feed would be so much better if blocking was the option. Because here's the thing: even if you click do not recommend, it's just going to recommend you another negative Xbox channel. So it's like this weird endless cycle of no matter what you do, you can't escape it on that damn app, right? You know, dude, Fire Boss, man. Are you sitting by the fan? What's up?
He's like he's driving down the freeway with his dog with the window open.
Dude, I am in the deep south. It is hot as fuck here.
Oh man,
I live in Texas, man. I know deep south. You know what I'm saying?
No. I was stationed in Texas. Y'all heat ain't this heat. Y'all do hit 120, but y'all have that dry desert heat.
Oh no, not in Houston. We got that humidity heat with the 120. So it's a bitch out here.
I thought Fireboss was making robots, all freakazoids and robots released to the dance floor.
Why you bullshitting? I wish I was. Like, there's a market in that.
But guys, I have never been more happier with Xbox. Like, and I'm gonna tell you one thing. I still have yet to buy it because I got a lot of things going on with the house this month. But Hellblade 2 wasn't even on my bingo card. That's just one of the exclusives I was looking forward to this year. I'm looking forward to I don't even know if I'm a huge RPG fan, so I'm looking forward to Avowed ever since I saw that last gameplay release. Hellblade 2 wasn't even on my bingo card. We knew it was going to be like exceptional, but we didn't know it was going to be this exceptional. But and that's why they are just little children. They are so mad because you guys are having fun over here, and they've already finished playing. What's that? Stellar Blade. They've already finished masturbating the Stellar Blade. They needed something to move on to.
By the way, they didn't buy those games, so let's not give them too much credit.
Of course not. What's their go-to? Their go-to is Xbox. I mean, these guys, they need to be fucking filled like flowers and thank you cards because Xbox keeps all these guys relevant. All of them. Maddie plays, all of them. Xbox keeps Dreamcast guy relevant because I still am trying to figure out for the life of me how one the actor Terrence Howard can say there's no fucking black holes in space, and two, how Dreamcast guy can call himself Dreamcast guy without ever talking about the Dreamcast. I can't figure it out. But people flock to their channels. Like their word is gospel. You know, it's the craziest shit.
No, I tell you what's crazy, Rock, is when the Joker is called out in public on many streams, popular streams, more than once. Is called out and his gamerhood is put out on display and massacred before everybody. And
so
he's still has followers.
So he's not a gamer.
Nope.
Crazy.
But the thing is so fucked up is people still keep coming to him and his numbers keep growing, but yet it's like, dude, I've seen the dude exposed 3 different times, probably more than that, and even exposed by his own fellow mules.
His own fellow mules. Well, he exposed. These YouTubers exposed. They really know nothing about anything. I think it was Dreamcast guy who told us several months ago or a year ago. The ABK deal is definitely not going through. My sources tell me. And then a week later, the ABK deal is finalized. So it's like, it's at that point, if I'm a subscriber, I hit unsubscribe. Like, nigga, not only did you lie to me, but your sources is wrong. You
said his
wrong.
sources is, what's the sources? Is Acme? I don't know.
One of his 1,000 pimples told him.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I said on my last show, and they listen. They're good at predict. They can only predict two things: negative Xbox news and positive PlayStation news, and they're always wrong on both.
E-Rock, his sources are the little angels that sit on his shoulder like Kronk from Emperor's New Groove.
Man, this is shit.
My shoulder angels. I mean, my sources.
All you can do now is laugh at it. But I agree with Unlimited. It is kind of annoying. But like Sega Man said last week, rinse and repeat. It's the same thing, man. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. So, I've heard all kinds of shit this week. Hellblade is only 5 or 8 hours or whatever, and I'm like, that's every PlayStation game. This PlayStation guys, Hellblade 2 was right up y'all fucking alley.
Yeah,
it's got the graphics that y'all always talk about, and it's short.
The over the top acting.
It's everything y'all pushed on us. I will say one thing for Hellblade. The acting is more subdued than that shit over at fucking PlayStation. And Hellblade does not tell you every 5 minutes how to solve a puzzle. No, and matter of fact, it doesn't tell you at all how to solve a puzzle.
I was stuck on one part. I was up there waiting for the scene to play out, and then I happened to hit a button. I was like, "Oh, I'm supposed to do it." It was so seamless.
The seamless way it transitions from cutscene to gameplay is unbelievable. I've never seen a game do it like that.
Me either.
But yes, piggyback off what E-Rock said a minute ago. You know, when they're this contradictory, E-Rock, it tells me a few things. Either A, they didn't actually like Hellblade 1, because you can't like the first one and like this one. You know what I'm saying? And I made a video called "Did Hellblade 2 suffer the Xbox tax?" Right? And somebody tried to argue me in the comments on why. But no, I could understand why. I'm like, no, these games. It's literally just a sequel to the first one. You can't have contradictory opinions like that. It's not like the game. It's not like Mass Effect 1 versus Mass Effect 2, which was a huge difference in gameplay and all this.
Or
shit.
Spider-Man 2, which they never talk about.
Yeah, well, that's because they really didn't like that game. So after that came out, they had to beat that in the weekend and then move on, because they don't want that narrative to keep going. You know, because they know even they can't defend spray painting as deaf girls. So you know what I'm saying. But yeah, but like I was saying, man, either A, they didn't like the first one, so they lied then. B, they don't, you know, they're lying now about liking this. Or C, maybe they just have some weird agenda. Again, because those are the only logical conclusions you could come to. And by the way, if in my video, if you check, the people who reviewed the games are the same people who reviewed it in 2017 when it was exclusive to PlayStation. So it's not. So you can't even use the excuse of, well, it was different people who reviewed it. No, it's literally the same people who somehow has contradictory opinions. The same, same sites and everything, right? So and that's just not how it works. You know what I'm saying? And I know it doesn't. That's not how it works, because I mean, God of War Ragnarok is just God of War 2018. Copy and paste. And they gave all that shit 10. Spider-Man 2 is just the same exact gameplay as Spider-Man 1. In the same fucking city. You still fighting fucking Venom and Vulture. The same fucking enemies. Right? And they pretended to love that. Horizon Forbidden Entertainment, the same game as the first one. So don't sit here and tell me that all of a sudden with Hellblade 2, you need sequels to revolutionize. No, you don't. You just hate that the game's on XP. I would just admit it. That's all I ask for them is I just want one of them one of them with the big platforms to just come out and say, I hate that this game is exclusive to Xbox. Just say it. Just be like the guy who said he wanted to play Indiana. Like John Campion. Yeah, John Campion. I've never seen his music reviews. I can't speak on that, but I respect the fact that he's the one person that just flat out said, I don't want to play it. I want the game. I don't want the Xbox. Because that's all they're saying. So just admit it. Yeah, just admit it. Just admit it. Like the world, like okay, what's the worst that gonna happen? Your comment section, who's gonna suck your dick anyway, or it's going, it's not like your comments section who follows you is gonna be like, oh wow, you're a fanboy. I can't. I mean, you don't like Xbox. No, they're just gonna fall in line.
It was like, oh yeah, hey, I hate Xbox too.
Yeah, exactly. Fireboss. So it's like just admit it. Like that's all that I want. If they just admitted that, then that'll be cathartic for me, E-Rock, because I'm tired of seeing this shit. And then
I know you are.
And then it's like even if I wasted my time giving them attention and giving them views, I know I'm going to just be lied to for the 20, 30, and some of them be making like 1 hour fucking thesis on this shit, man. But like their college thesis be these fucking long ass video essays on why Hellblade 2 suck, and I'm like, oh god, I ain't watching that. Starfield got it bad. If you look up Starfield content, it's gonna be negative 2 hour fucking videos. Why Bethesda deserves Starfield? I'm like, yeah, Bethesda deserves Starfield, their biggest game release ever. Just had another huge bump in player base. Had grown Game Pass subscribers. My goodness, they deserve a successful game. Like you fucking idiots. You see, and that's another thing, and I don't mean to drone on too long.
Yeah.
But that's another thing. These guys, they can't separate their opinion from reality. So they don't understand that these games are successful. They're successful. And so when they put a video out, Microsoft deserves Hellblade 2. I'm like, yeah, they deserve a great game. You're right. Because at the end of the game, at the end of the day, when this game has 10, 20 million players in a month, we're going to be proven right. And by the way, but for all the doom and gloom namesayers, Microsoft already greenlit Ninja Theory's next game. So for all of you who had that fake, because y'all remember that fake concern a week ago. Yep. I don't know if Hellblade 2, this seems like the type of game they'll shut down the studio. I'm worried about it. And by the way, where's that worry now that the game came out and y'all hate the game and y'all want it to die? Again, more contradictions. Which one is it? Do you care about the devs? Are you worried about them? Or do you hate this fuck? You know what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways. And your boy in Lebanon is not going to let you get away trying to get away with that. I ain't calling Moriarty. I don't sit here and let y'all talk out your ass 1 minute and then somehow play the victim the next. So the game, you know what I'm saying? And I'll stand on this hill forever. If you care, if you really care about the devs, then where's your Embracer videos? Where's your outrage when Sony closed down the studios? You know what I'm saying? Where's your outrage when Nintendo was considering layoffs? And y'all praise the fuck out Nintendo for some reason for taking no risk. So like if you only care when Xbox does it, that means you hate Xbox. You don't actually care. That's all that means. Or else you're sort of, or else you draw the line in the sand when every company in the gaming industry does it. You know what I'm saying? It's either but with these guys, it's only Xbox, only ever Xbox, to the point where even now they're still releasing videos now, fake concern about Xbox, and it's hilarious, man. It's hilarious, and so and all I gotta say to that is, in 2 weeks on June 9th, when we're having fun, enjoying the games and getting the release dates, and I'm already getting my wallet ready for the pre-orders. I already know they're going to announce a collector's edition or controller. My ass going to be right there buying it.
If they come out with a Gears collection, I'm buying that day one.
Yeah. Look, the Gear. There's going to be a Gears custom console, a Gears controller, and a Valve controller. It's what Xbox does. I know you guys criticize it, but people like me, we're collectors. We love that shit. So I'm getting my wallet ready for that. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna have a good time because we're gonna be the only ones who get. By the way, this is gonna be our third showcase this year because they had the indie show with IGN. They had the January show, and they're giving us the June showcase. So we're literally 3 showcases, and Sony has given them nothing. And here's the kicker. Dreamcast guy and all them, E-Rock, they're still predicting that Sony showcase.
Wait a minute, didn't Sony just have some kind of thing come out? I mean, I've heard something.
It was a business. It was a business update. It wasn't anything gamer related.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, they did have a showcase, but it was all just like, I think it was just indies.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. That's how under the radar was.
Oh
Everybody
wow,
forgot about it.
they did have a showcase.
I didn't even know.
Yeah.
It was something really small because they showed again this game. It does look good called Little Devil Inside or something.
Uh-huh.
Every once in a while,
It's funny, you rock. I'm actually interested in that game,
it
but
looks great. It looks great.
yeah, but that game has been in development hell for like what's like coming on what 6 years.
It's their Harold Halliburton, huh?
Yeah, yeah, real rap. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes it be like that depending on how big a studio is. But it's all crazy. And like Unlimited said, when they have that June showcase, the cycle will repeat again. Well, why didn't they show this? Oh, this game sucks. A Dreamcast guy. Oh, the Xbox showcase. Listen. Do I even have to guarantee that the Dreamcast guys are going to make 10 videos about how the Xbox June night showcase sucks?
He's not gonna only do that. You're gonna have these goofy faces on each one and all that with stuff out and whatever. I don't know. That guy's so bizarre. I don't even know why anybody listens to him.
Yeah.
It's like these guys are as predictable now as they watch. But again, man, it is what it is. But I'm really, as a consumer, as a gamer, I'm really happy with Xbox. It's just I've had the OG Xbox. I've had the PlayStation 3, the PlayStation 2, the PS1, which was a banger. I mean, I've had the Dreamcast, which I love. I've had them all. I even had the goddamn N64 and the Atari 2600. But like, never in history have we been in a spot, or have I been in a spot where I have a console where not only is the game service Game Pass being flooded with great games, it's just I can't play all this stuff. I'm still trying to finish Fallout 4, which that Fallout 4 update was amazing.
Yeah.
There's more stuff coming out. I've never been more happy. And to me, Xbox Series X blows away Xbox One. It blows away the Xbox 360. Like we are truly living over here in Xbox in gaming nirvana. As Sega Man always says, I know it sounds silly or cliche. We eating good over here. That's why everybody hates us. But I mean, if I could get back on Hellblade, because I don't know if Sega Forever even actually had a plan. But I've been playing Hellblade since it came out. I'm really impressed with how far they've gone. Okay, yeah, it's Unreal Engine 5. It looks fucking amazing. But like, we didn't know that this lumen and all of this shit was real. The lighting is eerie. The smallest detail down to rocks. And you can actually go into photo mode at any time, doing any cutscene, doing anything she's doing, and just look at everything. And it's really wild. Like the gameplay is a lot more visceral than I remember in the first game. Seemed like the combat was a lot easier in Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. Like in that first segment with those Drugers on the beach when she was trying to stop the slavers, I was getting my fucking ass kicked, right? And I asked myself, man, is this how fucking Perry's supposed to work? I remember how Perry's supposed to knock the motherfuckers back. No, man, you just got to keep parrying so you can get a fucking blow in.
And that's what I liked. And here's why: because Senua she's first of all, she's clearly like a 5'6" woman, so
Right.
she should not be parrying these grown ass men and knocking them back. So I actually like that little detail during the combat where she's struggling hard to beat these guys.
She's not a superhero like Cassandra was, and I love Cassandra.
Yeah. Exactly.
She's just a warrior. But she's not a superhero. She can fight, but she's not some abnormal woman. She's a real woman, and so she would not be able to beat a guy. Number one, as highly skilled as she was fighting, and the guy that big. There's just no way.
Yeah, you feel or maybe I'm imagining. That's what I'm asking you guys. You feel when you parry, you feel the weapons clanging, which I haven't felt since Soul Blade on PlayStation. Like, wow.
They did a great job integrating, and then your control, the way that they have the controls vibrate during each parry that's very well done. The technical aspects of Hellblade is phenomenal.
Fantastic.
And even the voices, I think they're called the Furies. Mm-hmm. They're still around, but they're less intrusive this time. They seem more helpful now.
They're a little bit more helpful. They accuse her a lot. They are very negative in the sense that sometimes when they're angry, they really take it out on her.
Yeah, or when they're scared.
Yes, and they actually get scared of death and everything. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
There's moments in the game because I don't want to we've all probably gotten further. Like I've already gotten past and killed my first giant, but like there's parts in this game where you do feel despair, you do feel alone. There's darkness and there's actual moments of peril in this game. I know it's just a video game, but it takes a certain degree of skill to pull that off. It takes a certain degree of skill. And so far, man, I'm hella impressed. Because for those who are saying that it's all graphics and no gameplay, I can tell you how to play the game.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. I'm enjoying it so far, man, and I can't wait to see where the journey leads. The only bummer is judging by the gameplay videos that I've seen, I'm halfway through. I've met these people, these different villagers, and I'm off to kill my second giant. And I know this is going to be a motherfucker, right? Because like you'll see in the game that I don't want to give any spoilers away, but the first giant was well done.
You're ahead of me.
Well, no spoilers, but the first giant is really well done and it's very surprising. And the effects are unlike anything I've ever seen before. I don't know what kind of shit Ninja Theory was wrong when they did this game, but god damn, this is really impressive. It's really a quantum leap forward in graphics. But we said that's what Unreal Engine 5 was going to do. For those who are saying, remember production, all the naysayers, what was the 12 teraflops for? We haven't seen it. This is it. This is it right here. This is why they put 12 teraflops or whatever the fuck in this console to get visuals like this. So now Unlimited, I'm hearing it. It's 30 frames per second. Who fucking cares? Like who?
I don't care. It felt wonderful to me, and I say this that look, Ninja Theory. If you ever watch this, congratulations, you are masters, man. I put this with. If it was ever anybody that would give Coalition a run for their money, this is the team. I was blown away, and not just that. When you was talking about the combat, it feels like the blows are so heavy, like so strong, like I can feel it in my fingertips.
Well, they did. Don't forget, Coalition did kind of some of the team members did assist them.
Oh, did they? Oh, okay. I stand corrected. I didn't know that. I didn't know
they did.
Xbox has been allowing a lot of cross.
I'm like, man, they done mastered that engine, man.
It did. At first, I was like, this sequel ain't for me because, man, on that beach fighting them slavers, them motherfuckers was kicking my ass. I'm like, did they deliberately make this fucking game this hard? Like, goddamn. But I
didn't have you guys see how bad I got beat up because I would have been embarrassed. It was so bad. And then in the background, my husband was like, dang, you getting your butt. I was like, will you shut up? He was just watching me get beat up and everything. I was trying my best. I got my butt whipped.
Like a limited production said, those dudes, those Grugers, the slavers were physically stronger than her.
Yes,
but you just had to be patient, wait for your opening, and I got through this shit. Like that's the hallmark of a good game.
See that's what I try to say in my live stream. If you go into a button mashing, you can't play like that. You gotta time the attacks. Hit RB to parry or block. Hit A to dodge because some of them are unblockable. And so you need to hit A to dodge. And then and then you'll combat wise. That's why I enjoyed the combats so much. Because I mean, now I picked it up pretty quickly, so I wasn't dying like y'all. So
I went for the button masher option, my dude. It didn't work.
No. As soon as I got my first hit, I was like, okay, I get it. I got to either block. I started getting used to parrying first.
Those motherfuckers kept moving. The enemies keep fucking moving.
Exactly. That's why I got used to parrying and blocking because once you block, you boom. She gets the sword, it staggers them. Then you can start button mashing. Well, I'll start hitting X a bit more to get the light attacks, hit Y in the final combo, and that's how I do a lot of damage. So that's my tips, man. Don't go in button mashing, or you're not gonna, or the combat's gonna seem shallow like these reviewers. That's how I knew these reviewers weren't really playing the game when they were saying shit like the combat shot. I'm like, the combat shot, like, dude, are you really not paying attention? I get it. It doesn't have a big button prompt to push RB, or doesn't or doesn't have Senyo saying, maybe if I dodge, he won't he won't hurt me. You know what I'm saying?
Boy.
Actually,
Yeah.
if you listen
Even better, E-Rock, they don't have somebody, they don't have a companion in the background telling you, hey, if you block them, you'll stun them. You know what I'm saying? So maybe
if they listen to the Furies actually is a little bit of a tutorial in the beginning, because they kind of tell you, they don't do it through the whole game, but they do it in your first battle. They kind of tell you, hey, you're faster than them. They're trying to give you a hint.
But paying attention to, listen, I learned with Starfield that they don't pay attention, because with Starfield they had trouble. How can I get around? Meanwhile, I'm playing the game. I see, okay, I can use my cutter to get through some hidden passages. Boom. Okay, now I found
that's my favorite gun in Starfield, the cutter. Yes.
Yeah, right. And see, I pick up on stuff because I've been gaming, but it's like these guys, they're so used to that PlayStation formula of maybe if I do this, you know what I'm saying? And so when Hellblade and Starfield and all these Xbox games don't just tell them outright, they throw a hissy fit in their reviews. Oh, the gameplay is shallow. I mean, how can I figure anything else out, Bethesda?
That's terrible.
Yeah, it drives me nuts, Daya, because
and I have a greater respect for you too, Unlimited, because you like the gameplay, and that's the best. That's the part we should all be for any game. What part are you at? Even though Hellblade narrative experience, they still try to give you good gameplay where they don't hold your hand, and I appreciate that.
Not at all. Shit.
I'm an hour in. I'm the first hour in.
And hey, yo, are you at the part where you see the girl come out of the? Did you see the first? I don't want to give it away Unlimited, but did you see the first where the girl giant comes out of the?
Well, I haven't got.
No. I
don't know what you. I actually have been playing, but I just been squeezing it in with a little bit here and there.
I ain't gonna say nothing else, Unlimited. I didn't. You don't fight nobody, but this thing comes out of the ground. But that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm. Look, guys. You know. I work a lot. So.
Oh yeah, you got a lot going on. I will say this much without giving any spoilers away. It's not a spoiler. The combat does get easier as you continue playing, because well, fuck it, it's not a spoiler. She gets her mirror back, her little mirror she carries with her.
Yeah.
Once she gets that, like you can handle some of these motherfuckers. But like sometimes they gang up on you. I really like the fact that they didn't hold my hand. And look, I'm gonna just put it out there. I'm a nigga that sometimes leaves my handheld, but not to the point that PlayStation fans think they handheld with Spider-Man and God of War. But like, they really do not show you how to solve these fucking puzzles. Yeah. They really do not show you how to beat some of this combat. You just gotta fucking persevere. And like Dia said, the Furies will be telling you, faster than them. You can beat it. You can do it. Yeah. Tell him, do it now. Like it's like little nuanced shit.
So it's saying that you can't just do what you're doing. Think of something else. Like when they say, that's what that means. It won't tell you directly. It just nudges you in that direction. A little nudge here and there.
Yeah, who wants that when you could have a little kid telling you to light the thing on fire to get over the bridge? Isn't that just so much better?
I also appreciate God of War. I also appreciate that the puzzles changed up. It's not because in the first Hellblade, which I love Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, but a lot of the puzzles were putting together symbols, using focus to put symbols together. They changed this shit up in this game. The puzzles are still there, but the puzzles involve changing the world around you. They really sort this shit out. So we said earlier that it's a lot like the first game, but in a way it's not. We were just generalizing because what these guys said makes sense. If you loved Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, then you should really love Hellblade 2, Senua's Saga. Yeah. So there's no logic to you not liking this sequel, because the sequel is more superior than the first game in almost every way possible.
It is, yeah.
I've never seen graphics that look like fucking cutscenes and shit, and you can stop the cutscenes and zoom in on them and shit. And apparently the cutscenes are done in engine, Like we want some next level shit here, but I mean I
Did
could
you
wax
guys
on all.
take a minute? Like I did this. Did you guys take a minute and just look at the rocks and you can see
Yes,
all the little
yes,
detail in
Yeah.
every rock?
yes, yes. In case,
Unbelievable.
I actually haven't.
in
Yes.
case somebody thought that is there, that's called this shit. That's this shit called nanite that they were showing us
Is
two
that what
years ago in the
that is?
Matrix. What they were showing us this 2 years ago in the Matrix demo is called nanite, where it can
Okay.
create anything now, little paper cups, little rocks.
Oh
But
wow.
it's so many. They could create so many of the rocks and layer so many of the rocks that the shit looks real. Like
Wow.
this shit, like that's why they hating on y'all. They hating y'all because they wanted this shit over there on PlayStation.
They got nothing on PlayStation. Nothing. Like their big game this year is already dead. Helldivers,
It is.
and they didn't buy it. The PC people bought it.
Yeah, PC
Don't
support.
don't make me bust. Don't make me bust out the numbers that showed it's not a success on PlayStation, just PC.
Unlimited, you didn't buy Stellar Blade, the game that everybody's going on about because the girl has a big butt and big tits.
We got Stellar Blade though. They didn't buy that game. That game sold like that game sold like 50,000 users or something like that.
I don't even know what the gameplay is like. So many people was talking about her body and everything. Like I would have, because it seemed like a Bayonetta or something game or style. Nobody was talking about the gameplay.
Yeah. All the controversy, all the talking controversy was about how hot she is.
Yeah,
you know,
which in of itself is sad.
Yeah, and I'm over here like, well, is the game fun?
That's
Guys,
what I
is
was
the game
wondering,
fun? Is it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, like my thing is like, and I say it all the time. If a game nails the gameplay, everything else for me falls in place. You know what I'm saying? And the opposite is true. That's why Horizon Forbidden. Oh, by the way, PlayStation fans are trying to pretend Horizon Forbidden Entertainment looks better than Hellblade, but I digress. I digress.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. It's funny because it's weird. I don't be on social media like that. Even when I'm on Instagram, I just only hit y'all up, right? I don't really be seeing. So people, for some reason, PlayStation fans like I don't know if my YouTube channel just getting to them, but they'll hit me up. They'll literally hit me up and link me shit, and I'm like, who is this? Who the fuck is this to me? You know what I'm saying? These random ass PlayStation shit, and I'm like, oh, this guy's a hater. These guys a hater. That's what it is, man.
They look you up and do wow.
Yeah, they literally hit me up because I got my gamer tag in the description of you know how each YouTube channel could put a description, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got my gamer tag there for anytime anybody wants to message me or hit me up or even if they want a game together or something, right? I don't mind. But I didn't realize doing that it also meant PlayStation people going to look at my gamer tag and literally message me. Yeah. I didn't realize they would go that far. Which, by the way, it's funny. They hate Xbox, but they got an Xbox that hit me up, and my ass only got 12 subscribers.
I know.
So I could imagine they literally follow Phil Spencer and them on Xbox, watching their every move. Oh, Phil's playing Diablo today.
Wow. Because I was wondering how all these PlayStation dudes was even playing Hellblade. I'm like, how they playing Hellblade?
Yeah.
But
They don't got a PC. I know this because they're supposed to go to PC when PlayStation put God of War on PC. So
a lot of them haven't played Hellblade. They just say they are, so they want to be a part of something. I saw that with the whole Marvel versus DC thing. It's called tribalism. They all want to be a part of something. But gaming is just so good, and gaming this year is stacked. Like I want to talk about the part. Forget about it. There's a lot of surprises this year. That I wasn't even expecting to come out. First thing first, for anybody in the audience who is playing WWE 2K24, which is a massive upgrade from the last game. This company, Visual Concepts, is getting better. They release these DLC packs, these downloadable content packs, every 4 or 5 months. So they just released the ECW content pack, which includes, if you follow wrestling, this dude named CM Punk, the Sandman, the Dudley Boys, Terry Funk, and I'm forgetting somebody else. Completely revitalized the game. So now everybody's back on 2K24. They're loving it, and the game is just on fire right now. But shockingly, out of nowhere, and I know you guys don't play sports games, but this is a game changer. I know everybody hates Electronic Arts, but Electronic Arts, Sega Man, made the announcement College football 2024 is coming, and I'm sorry,
I've heard a
I'm
lot of
fucking.
people is excited for that.
Well, I don't know if you guys follow college football, but college football can be and is more exciting than the NFL, right?
That's what I
So
heard. Yeah,
there
I
has
heard
not
that.
been a NCAA game in years. So EA announced that fucking college football 24 is coming, and so far we've seen it looks great. Soccer, but not only that, we us sports game fans, we haven't had a boxing game since Fight Night Champion in 2011.
I know
Well,
where he's going with this.
there's been this game the last 2 years has been on beta on PC via called Undisputed.
Yep.
Well, Undisputed, they made the announcement. Undisputed is now coming to consoles October 11th.
Oh,
And
wow.
everybody has lost their fucking minds because
Wow.
there hasn't been a boxing game in over a
And a
decade.
generation, literally
Wow.
a generation of gaming passed without a boxing game.
Yes. So
Ooh,
like
that thing's probably gonna blow up then.
all these little crazy ass surprises just came out of nowhere right after the Assassin's Creed in Japan was announced. Like everybody's wallet and bank account's gonna be hurting this year.
Yeah. My advice: pick and choose whatever you're going to play and prioritize that. Wait for sales for anything you're not playing day one, because you're not because otherwise you're going to be broken. You don't want to do that, especially in this time. Right now during these days, man. But I'm with you there, E-Rock. 2024 has been another phenomenal year. There's still Warhammer Space Marines 2 coming September. There's still Stalker 2 and Warhammer 2, I believe, come out the same day.
Stalker 2 has been forgotten about. That's how many games we got coming out.
Yeah. Stalker 2 is I think they come out the same day, September 5th. Star Wars Outlaws on October 30th.
Which is gonna be awesome.
Yeah. What was that game segment?
Contraband.
Oh yeah, well I don't know if that has a release date, but we'll probably see that in June.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't hear about no release dates for that game.
Hopefully, they'll talk about it more in June.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard anything about Contraband since they first announced it. Honestly, I mean I don't know about you guys, but I haven't heard anything.
Yeah. It was originally supposed to come out in 2021, but that was peak COVID years. So the development meant with Avalanche Studios that delayed it for a long time, and then what Xbox is also doing, Daya, is that they're instead of releasing a bunch of games each year and getting lost in the shuffle, they're really picking and choosing which games to release each year.
Smart.
So that's why they're lined up this year. They're going to show some stuff in 2 weeks, and then we already know we got Avowed, which I think is going to be November or October.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
Is Replace is still coming out? Is that confirmed?
Yeah, that's coming out this year, but again, since it's like the Harold Halliburton and that PlayStation game E-Rock was talking about, such a small dev team that it's more like whenever it's finished, it'll hit Game Pass.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So that with the small games like that, you just gotta be patient, because when you got a 10-man crew, making a modern game. It's not 1994. You can't do that in a year anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So with Replace, a game like Replace, you got to be patient. But until then, Xbox got the heavy hitters, and then we got a lot of excellent third-party stuff that's coming out.
Yeah, I can't wait for Towerborn, and don't forget Unlimited. You said you were going to play that with me. So.
Yeah, and I can't wait because that looks like a very cool beat 'em up, man.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And I'm a fan of games with that kind of animated art style as well.
Me too. I love that.
Yeah, I love because those games, what they really do that I love, Daya, they do such a great job using a varied color palette, and so it always just looks so beautiful on TV. To see to see how far they'll push. Because one thing about realistic games that they could like Hellblade 2 uses more dull colors.
It does.
Because that's kind of how it's set up, right?
Yeah.
And it's up in like a real world Iceland around the mountains area. So you're not going to really get the beautiful colors and the heavy color palettes. But something like Towerborn, though, even though graphically it's not going to be as strong, it's going to be strong with the colors and stuff like that, which I always enjoy.
Yeah,
I always
me
enjoy
too.
that. Yeah, I always enjoy little stuff like that. And what's going to be cool, Towerborn's clearly going to be like a $30 game if you want to buy it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that
I
one
love
I can
that.
see myself just buying out, just similar to when Hi-Fi dropped.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly.
I love these games that are appropriately priced, and
Mhm.
I love the fact that Hellblade is like $50. That's
Yeah.
That's a
crazy.
fantastic price.
Yeah, yo, your boy Dreamcast guy, he went in and he says his bullshit with such confidence, such a calm voice. I don't even know if it's worth $50 or if
What?
it's even worth downloading on Game Pass. I'm like,
Oh my
wow,
Yeah.
man.
God! You know this.
I didn't
By
watch
the
the
way,
video. I saw a clip.
he gave the first one a 9.5 Daya, and he gave the second one
Yeah,
Why? Why
yo,
again? Tell me why Microsoft thought that they should hand him a free Game Pass or whatever he
yeah.
got to play it.
to get awareness of it out there. It is what it is.
They
and
didn't
and,
they
pro-
didn't
and,
put a
and
trash
probably
on
too,
that thing. I'm
and
sorry.
probably
Yeah,
and probably, and
they
probably
clearly
expose them.
what's that term? What's that term? When you when you check, you check people's credentials before you give them something.
Yeah. I
Damn,
get the term of that. Yeah, but I know
Vetting.
that's what
Yeah,
betting. Yeah,
what
vetting.
is it?
That's it. Yeah.
Vetting. Yeah,
betting.
they clearly don't vet whoever who requests review codes.
I know.
That's what it is. They don't have a vetting process for review codes. It's just that whoever puts it in, they were like, all right, just give it to them. That's
We
clearly
need
what's
to get
going
some of
on.
you guys
Well,
put it
I
in
think I
for
remember
that.
some. I think I
Somebody,
remember somebody saying something about that. About they look at the numbers
yeah,
at the subscriber numbers, and I guess they go off of that.
That makes a lot of sense.
yeah, could,
That
Shoot,
makes
this
a lot of
storm is
sense.
going
yeah,
strong.
That
because
would actually that would explain a lot of things.
mm-hmm.
I might be
Hey,
leaving at
fellas,
12.
I need
I
to take
got some
off.
crazy storms going on here, so I'm
Oh
trying to
shit.
hold out until 12.
Yeah,
But
be
man,
careful,
What,
man. I don't want Michigan to end up like Houston was a week ago.
oh my gosh.
Hey, Dea, before you go, I have a question for you.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
What do you think about the whole Microsoft buying Steam?
Man, that's a bold move. Like that's almost like I don't want to say it because it's vulgar, but like Microsoft walk up and just put this stuff out there and say, "Yeah, that's me. That's all me." You know,
Do you
I
think?
was like,
Do you
"Wow."
think it has any? I know a lot of people are connecting the dots, right? With
It has a lot of merit because one, we know that there's been talk behind the scenes that they want to put Steam apps and all that stuff in the next console. We know
yeah,
that, and also, okay, let's look at everything. That's one thing we heard. We don't have confirmation because obviously Microsoft is not talking about their next console yet. So all of this is behind the scenes, right? Rumors and stuff. But we also know that Microsoft has a very good relationship with Gabe. People
yeah,
keep saying that, oh, Gabe hates Microsoft. No, he's talking about people that was a long time ago, and it wasn't all of Microsoft. It was certain people and all that. That stuff. He has a very good relationship with Phil,
yeah,
and it came out in the ABK case and all that stuff
Mm-hmm.
that Valve said they didn't even need a contract from Microsoft because they trust their word. Think
yeah,
about how many companies
wow.
say that today.
right, right.
So
But damn,
that's
she need
a
a contract
strong.
with Sony.
Yeah, right. They didn't say about Sony, but that you would not never do that with Sony because Sony is sleazy as heck. They'll stab you in the back. But so we know that Valve and Microsoft had that type of relationship. Another thing is anytime Steam does anything, they come out with something. Phil is the first person to support them, right? Like
Yeah,
when the Steam Deck came out, it was nothing but praise from Phil and supporting it. They was Microsoft couldn't be enough to put their games on there to help that device succeed. They did everything. So I think that's things that I think Microsoft does to reinforce their relationship with Steam. And then I would also say that how Valve also just let people have the plans to the Steam Deck so that they can make their own handhelds. That's another thing that I think that probably you never know between Microsoft and if the handheld thing comes true, they probably getting a lot of information directly from Steam themselves, like with that close relationship, not beyond just the plans. I think it would be like a lot of personal back and forth between Gabe and that. So I think all of that is viable. And my final argument is if Gabe does decide to sell one day, might not do it today or tomorrow. If he does, what company would be the most likely he'd sell to? It would be Microsoft. And because we know Sony can't afford it, they couldn't even afford to buy Paramount Plus. So, they can't afford nothing. And then they had to go in with a partner with that. So they ain't no way I can see them doing it. And
Yeah,
then,
that's what they do with Evo also.
oh, really? Oh, they went in with somebody with that.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So yeah, they can't even go. Microsoft has cash when they come to something. So the rumors out there that they're willing to ask for double of what Valve is worth, that's something I actually could see because it seems valid. But also keep in mind that Valve is a private company. They would not have to go through the FTC and all that. They're a privately held company. So just the same
Oh,
as
wait. You said
was.
it's privately held.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
it's not publicly traded or nothing like that.
You know what I saw there with that, and why I think there's some. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. Normally, when stuff like this come out, it gets attacked right away. But eerily, a lot of people are not really pushing back on it. I see some people doing it, but not on the level of like ABK. People
Right,
just kind of
ABK was a lot of resistance. Right. Yeah.
So I found it interesting. I found it interesting because people talked about it, but then it's almost like that calm before the storm. Like it could happen.
It could, and like I said, if somebody was to ask me who Gabe would sell to, think about it. What he say about Microsoft? That they didn't even need a contract from them because their word was that reliable. If you have an opinion about a company like that, that would probably be the first company you go to sell your stuff. And they know that Microsoft has the money. Microsoft paid them in cash. It would be easy for Microsoft. And like I said, that they're not a publicly traded company. So
Microsoft has longevity. They've proven for more than 48 years.
yeah.
Something going on close to 44 years. They're in it for the long haul with their software, with their infrastructure, with Azure, with their servers. Like PlayStation, PlayStation has longevity and clout only in the minds of their fans and the media. That's it. That shit don't carry no weight in the real business world that we operate in. Okay? Nintendo kind of has a little bit of clout, but like they've been on the precipice of falling apart way too many times. Microsoft, they just keep winning. Hell, even when the Red Ring of Death happened, it was kind of a win because like fucking more consoles got sold. It is what it is. All I would tell these guys is, man, don't hate the player, hate the game. Shit.
Yeah.
Hate the game y'all got involved in. Y'all football was going to run. They want the Japanese to run gaming again. It's never going to happen again, and they can't deal with it. And if Nintendo was so powerful, and Sony was so powerful, they would have bought Activision Blizzard. Don't know.
That's true. And
Because the thing is, as much as I may love JRPGs and stuff, we have to admit that the fact of the matter is that a lot of the ideas coming from the Japanese has become very stagnant.
Yeah.
It has, yeah.
Yes.
They recycle the same kind of themes and all that over and over again. They kind of need to reinvent the wheel.
And like us, they're scared to death to give any of their indies a shot. What they call the Dojin community, their indie community, those are some damn geniuses. But like, because I was personally friends with one of them and everything during my indie run, and that's one of the things that was driving him crazy was they could literally be right on the doorstep, right on Sony's doorstep. Sony and Nintendo will deliberately ignore them.
Wow.
They stand better chance coming to the West, coming to Steam and Microsoft.
Agreed. I agree with that. Yeah, so honestly, Sega Forever, that's what I'll say. And I will also add this. If people ask, like, besides having a bigger market in PC, what does Microsoft gain? Well, think about it. Valve also does hardware. They not that they care about it, but they would gain the VR aspect of it. And in my opinion, nobody has done it better than they have. And
Do
then
you think they're working with Microsoft on the new hardware?
They could be. I have a suspicion with the handheld that they are. I have a suspicion. I don't know why. I just think that they are because they got such a good relationship, and it was Steam that released their saying? So, and after that, everybody started handheld.
Right.
And I think Microsoft is working with them in some part. It's not like entirely, but in some form. Yeah, I
But
do believe that.
I just
Yeah,
remember what Sarah said. That's why when she was
yeah.
talking about it, she was talking around it. But it sounds to me that's when she says that it's next gen. I think it's just gonna do stuff that people don't expect. And hopefully we'll get an announcement on the 9th.
I hope
That's
so.
what I'm excited about. For
And
sure.
especially if that handheld is closer, or just their console in general is closer to a PC, it makes a heck of a lot of sense why they would work with Valve.
Yeah.
Like just working with people who just always do PC, right? That would make a lot of sense to me. It seems like the pieces are falling into place to me. Like all the things that Microsoft needs from Valve and what Valve can get out of Microsoft, like up front, they wouldn't have to worry about the money or anything. It's just I don't know. It seems like it would be a good fit to me in every aspect. And like I said, Microsoft would get more than just the platform. They would also get obviously a little bit of games and stuff, but they would get the hardware. And that would be awesome because they would get the patent and stuff to a lot of hardware over there.
Yeah, I
So
think that's the direction that Microsoft is moving in. I was talking about this earlier in the podcast. Like for me, I don't see it the way a lot of other people see it. I think they are moving beyond. What everybody's saying about everybody's stuck on third party. Everybody's stuck on all this other stuff, and I think Microsoft is going to. So I thought that leak was pretty interesting for the Steam thing because that would fit in. Maybe it would fit into what Microsoft ultimately is going to do.
it would be it would be a better purchase. Honestly, Steam would be a better purchase, I think, right now than even a Sega or something. Because of all the just how far that would take them in both hardware. It wouldn't help them in the area of mobile, but it would definitely help them in the PC market, and it would definitely help them in some hardware and all that stuff. And especially when you talk about handheld, it would definitely help them there.
I hate to sound like a business nerd, but for Microsoft, joining forces with Steam and Valve, it's strategically advantageous for them. But of course, to the rest of the gaming world, it'll be the apocalypse. Oh no!
Yeah, they freak out and think Microsoft
Evil.
change everything, and that's so dumb. Steam has always worked with Microsoft. That's the thing. The reason why you can play your stuff is because they work together.
Will Steam fans sell their account?
No, they won't. They love Steam too much. They ain't gonna do it. And honestly, if Gabe left the company to Microsoft, that tells me that Gabe felt comfortable doing it.
Yeah, but weren't you saying something about like if they purchase Steam? What was I gonna say? Shoot.
Hey, fellas, I gotta bounce. All right, catch y'all later.
All right, Fire Boss. Take care, brother.
All right, brother.
You have a good weekend.
Yeah.
All right, I got y'all.
Oh yeah, I remember what you were saying. You're saying about the because you were saying they need a better interface, right?
Yes, they do. Right now, and Steam has they're not perfect. They learned this over the course of years, right? Over time.
Right.
Getting feedback from players and all this stuff until they've refined their launcher and stuff like that in the interface and stuff. I think I told Microsoft myself because I was like in that program where you try new stuff and then they want to hear specifically. They will contact me on the PC Game Pass part of things because I have Ultimate, but they've never asked me about the console stuff. They asked me about the PC part, right? So and I would tell them, well, this could be better, and I would give them an example because I ain't got no choice. I was like, well, it was better on Steam, and this is why. And I would love to see some of these ideas implemented in your platform. I don't want them to be a one-to-one, but it's just if a good idea comes from somewhere, it's a good idea, And just like I wish PC had quick resume. I wish it had that because this is it's such a good feature, But yeah, I just told them that, and they need some work on that in that area, and I think Steam would help them a lot with that too.
Dia, could you imagine? And this is everybody's nightmare that hates Xbox, and they're going to hate it even more. Could you imagine? I don't know how this will work, but they'll figure it out. They're two of the most powerful companies that have this infrastructure. Could you imagine the Steam store on Xbox? Like right alongside Game Pass, I would love it because, I've been kind of looking at Steam with jealous eyes. I don't have a PC, but Steam usually gets all this shit We don't get first.
get
They
a
were the
lot.
first ones to get the boxing game I just mentioned, Undisputed, like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
For the last year and a half, they've had this sword fighting game called Hellish Court. It's kind of like a Bushido blade, only in like the 19th century Europe. Man, I love shit like that. I love shit like that. Right? But it takes these games a long time to come to console and to be shipped over. But since the Xbox Series X is basically a PC on steroids,
right?
By being in the Steam store, like we could buy. They could figure out a way to bypass a lot of that shit, man. There's a lot of stuff in the Steam store that it took us forever to get. Like this game I finally played last year called Guilt, GYLT, about this little girl who goes into like this shadow universe to rescue her sister. Right?
Oh, okay.
It
sounds familiar to me.
Yeah,
That's because it was Stadia's game first.
That's right. A lot of the stuff like we don't get because it was like unlimited, either on Stadia or in the Steam store. So I mean, it's all good. It's more access to more shit. Like we have EA access, and we even have Ubisoft, and nobody utilizes it. Like this is just great that this whole
EA Access is used because it's tied to Game Pass Ultimate. It's actually very popular in Ultimate.
Yeah.
Ubisoft Plus needs to come to Game Pass because it's too expensive.
I agree.
Yeah, for most people.
Yeah, for the little content that they have, I think EA probably got more content than them. But
and I had EA before Game Pass, and I used it more through Game Pass.
So Dea, can I ask you something else?
Sure.
Yeah. So would it be possible? We know how Microsoft does things. I mean, they could coexist, right?
Yeah.
Because Microsoft could just treat them like another entity within, or Xbox could. Yeah. I mean, so Microsoft would treat them as another entity within their company.
Yep. And you look at this way, Microsoft actually. They kind of look at themselves as the guardians of the gaming industry.
And
I can see them helping and promoting Steam in a way where it's mutually beneficial. So yes, I do see that. And like I said, with their deep and long running relationship, I absolutely could see that.
Because they're supposed to come up with tiers. So I was thinking, because I saw the same thing with the college football. One of the things that killed college football, because University of Hawaii was one of the first ones to do this, right? We had a mascot here, and the mascot sued EA for his image. Because what he is the UH changed their mascot. Used to wear the rainbows. Yeah, wrap it up. I know. So they changed their name to the Warriors, right? So we actually had a dude that was a warrior, but that was his own likeness. That was his own character. So they actually sued. And that's one of the reasons. And then other people wanted to get paid for college football, right? So that the people can make money and stuff like that.
Right.
So I was like, when I saw that, I was like wondering. I was like, man, where is EA? Did they reach a deal?
They had to. They had to because in the trailer everything is there. The Spartans, all the mascots, everything is there.
Yeah, the sports college sports monetization has changed drastically from a decade ago, and so now that everybody could get paid without issue, they could finally start making college sports games again. So expect college hoops 2025, 2026.
Okay, so who's paying it?
They pay it. EA is paying each player, each school for licensing and all that other stuff.
How's EA getting the money?
I guess.
Madden.
I guess that they're funneling it through with whatever. Because
niggas is still buying Madden in the hood, man.
This is how popular sports games are.
Mm-hmm.
Football Club 2024 sold 7% better than FIFA 23, even though they lost to FIFA.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So
that's impressive.
Yeah, so EA isn't hurting for money to pay licensing. Two, they got the NFL rights, which and there's a reason EA have kept that license exclusivity deal with them, because it makes both sides a lot of money. Right. So I'm sure that's going into it as well. And another thing is that people might not realize the NFL is actually quite helpful with college football. Since college football is basically an NFL farm system, NFL goes out their way behind the scenes to make stuff like this happen as well. So this is something that the NFL is okay with, and I wouldn't be surprised if they had a little extra cash going into making the college football happen. But
Uh-huh.
we're not going to see the issue that we had a decade or so ago. Whoever's going to be in that game, they're getting paid. There are going to be no rights issues anymore.
Oh, cool.
So
Cool.
so enjoy college sports games going forward.
Well, I know they were pushing like they made a big push 10 years ago into Polynesia.
Mhm.
Like they had set up their leagues here in Hawaii.
Oh,
They're
that's
setting up
cool.
leagues in Samoa, Tonga. Because that's you see a lot of people like, especially like when you see guys like Troy Polamalu and all that, right?
Yeah.
I know that they do that. I'm just wondering. My question this is anybody really.
Mhm.
Um, so the thing I'm looking at the tier program, right?
Yeah.
And we have EA as part of the tier. So I'm wondering how stuff like that gets affected. Because when I saw that college football, like Gogo was saying, I thought the same things. I was there when that all happened.
Mm.
Right?
Oh,
Because
okay.
college football, that's all I used to play back in the day. I used to play like once Tecmo Bowl went away and then 2K went away. That's what I hate Madden, if I'll be honest with you guys. I don't like
Oh,
Madden.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not my because I like more arcadey stuff. And then Madden, to me, what they did, I was pissed. But then we still had the college football games to play, right? And then one year, they had this great college football game where Hawaii was actually good. We went to the Sugar Bowl, got smashed, but we had the running streak. They had all that stuff in there.
Yeah.
But after that, dude, that died because of all the issues. So I'm wondering, like, what is this going to play into? Like, if this is going to cost money, and EA wants money,
Yeah,
so
because you can't expect Game Pass to just stay where it's at, and then you keep getting added
Oh
and all
well,
this
a
stuff.
couple things. First of all, when it comes to the latest football sports games,
yeah,
they don't go to EA Play day one. They go a few months after.
yes,
I think usually after the season. So
Well,
they're
unless you
they're gonna
have
get
Pro,
this stuff.
right? Unless you have something like that, EA
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that
yeah. And
higher tier
EA
one, you
Pro's
know what I'm
only on
saying?
PC though. It's not on Game Pass Ultimate.
Oh, okay, that's why I
Yeah,
saw it. I thought it
yeah,
was on. Okay, okay,
yeah. It's not through Game Pass Ultimate. So
okay,
yeah,
okay.
so the people who go and play college football, they're gonna pay the money for it.
So
Um,
can I ask you something, Unlimited?
yeah.
This is something that's swirling in the back of my head.
Hmm.
You know how all these companies are trying to make live service games,
Hmm.
and they're trying to implement AI to help with that?
Hmm.
Do you think they're going to do that with the sports games?
Yeah. Most likely, I'd be stunned if they didn't
Yeah,
try it.
that's probably
If anything, sports games might be the first ones to
that's what I
implement
was
it.
gonna say.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
They
yeah,
they already got the annual release that no other other than Call of Duty, no other franchise really
yeah.
do annual releases
Annual
anymore,
releases, yeah,
other than
yeah.
sports games and COD. So
So I bring this up because this is what bothers me the most about all this dialogue that goes on. Like I know earlier, thank you guys for joining by the way, but I was running like an hour with the podcast right in the
uh-huh.
beginning. So like
Oh, I
earlier
have to
this
go
week.
back and hear you. I didn't hear that
Oh
part
no
of
no
it.
yeah, that's fine, that's fine. That's why I'm glad you guys got your bars off. But I talked enough already. But I did have a question. So earlier this week, where I work, right, what ended up happening is there was all these rumors about layoffs and being furloughed and all this stuff, right? We have a weekly meeting, and in that weekly meeting, so this has been going on for months, right? Because money's tight everywhere, dude. There's no
Everywhere, yeah,
exception, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
So all this stuff, this hearsay stuff, like, dude, I just put my head down, do my work. It is what it is, right? And so we finally had a meeting, and they talked about all the stuff that they were talking about. 85% of that stuff wasn't true or didn't happen, right? It could have been true, it could have been talked about, but we don't know because it's done at a higher level than us, right?
Right, yeah, yeah.
So that's how I feel some kind of way. That's what I was thinking about all this last I'll say about a month with all this crap going on, right? And all these people talking. It's starting to piss me off because I mean it already is frustrating, but I was just getting pissed off because some people I actually listen to. And I'm sitting there wondering to myself, man, I mean, do you guys understand that there's probably a lot of stuff being said in all these companies between these studios and stuff like that, but what's real and what's not real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when I look at everything, the way I look at things and stuff like that, I didn't see that at all with Xbox, all the worry that people have. Because it doesn't make any sense because of the amount of money they invested.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And so some of the things that were popping in my head was the tier, because everybody's been high on the tier thing. But the only thing we get from the tier thing is they're going to be worse than Netflix. It's going to be $29.99. And, it's the end of Game Pass and Xbox is done and all that crap. But I was thinking, like, do you guys think the tier is going to be integrated if they do Steam, if they do EA? Because EA, man, you still got to pay for that stuff. And I don't know how you're going to maintain that price.
Yeah.
If they do Ubi, because EA's already there. Now, unless you get that EA Pro, which I didn't know that's not on Game Pass. I see it when I'm on the PC part of it. But
Yes.
but yeah, I did not. Okay, so let's just take that out because that's something you got to pay and all that stuff. But EA Play that's already in Game Pass Ultimate. That's only in Game Pass Ultimate, right?
Right.
EA Play. Okay, so if they did something like, I personally think Ubisoft needs to be integrated in Game Pass because they're just too high.
Mhm.
And yes, they got great games and all that, but in my opinion, you got way more variety and you get more options because every 2 weeks Game Pass is dropping games, so it can't really, in my opinion, it can't compete with Game Pass. And if I have to make a choice, I'm going to choose Game Pass.
Yeah.
Can I
You
push
know
back a little bit on you? I'm gonna
what's
push
that?
back a little bit.
Okay,
It's not that I don't have anything against Ubisoft. Well, I kind of do, but that's neither
you
here
do.
nor
Okay.
there. And then also Square Enix. They talk about Square Enix.
Square
Um,
Enix. Okay.
is it possible to monetize their stuff in that type of model?
Ubisoft or
Yeah,
Square Enix or both? What are you
both.
talking?
Yeah, both.
I don't think you can monetize Square. You just
Okay.
fold them in there. I don't think
Okay, no,
you
I was
can
just
do.
wondering because I know they're
It's
always looking at angles to make money, right? So
Yeah, I personally don't think they better not do that. They can't do a subscription. After coming off of what happened with PlayStation, they need to rebuild their brand.
what about their games?
I would use Game Pass if I was them. I would use Game Pass to rebuild the Square Enix brand and build up more players. They need to get away from just the PlayStation guys. They need to repair relationships with the Xbox gamer and honestly re-establish some in the PC game. Because like right now, I bought the first Final Fantasy on PC. It was on there. But that second one hasn't even come out on the PC. So we're in the same boat as Xbox. They treat the PC gamer the same way they treat the Xbox game. They need to repair that and they need to build that up because even if it's some people on PlayStation that like their games, in my opinion, they have not fostered a fan base, or the fan base has moved to other places and never found Square Games. So they've lost these people and they need to repair that.
Yeah, well, their stupidity and their hubris is now showing in their stock reports, their investor reports,
Mhm.
Yeah,
and their fucking investors and their stockholders not getting their fucking the dividends they want to get quarterly. So it is what it is, man.
it is. Yeah.
Square Enix's hubris is going to be their fucking undoing. And hey, who cares?
But
Eventually, now Ubisoft eventually, I think they're going to come to Microsoft eventually and ask to be integrated into Game Pass because
that's what they
a
definitely
lot is riding, I believe a lot is riding on Star Wars Outlaws, and the media is already trying to sabotage this game. If this game fails for them, they're going to have no fucking choice.
they ain't gonna have
Ubisoft,
a choice.
I love them to death. They're one of my favorite fucking publishers. You know, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I've told them a million times, one of my favorite games ever, period. They cannot survive off of Assassin's Creed alone. They need for
No,
Star
yeah,
Wars to be a huge hit. They have to pay for that damn license. They need for this to be a huge hit, and the gaming media is already trying to sabotage it. So I think at some point Ubisoft's going to have to come to Microsoft, whether
I
they want
agree.
to or not.
Yeah. A couple things about Ubisoft. One, Ubisoft Plus is already on PlayStation subscription service.
Okay.
So they could easily come to Xbox. I thought they would have been to Xbox by now, to be honest with you. And two, and you know, I remember Phil said one of the reasons why they put the 4 games elsewhere is either that or raise prices. So it's pretty clear that Microsoft they're not trying to like. I think with Phil his last resort his last resort move right now is raising prices on Game Pass or anything. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
Yeah.
okay.
And they're going and there it seems like whatever their plan is with Game Pass, they're going to try to stomach it for now. Eventually, it's going to get so damn big, they're going to have to increase prices,
They're
which will be
gonna have
fine. Which
to.
will be
They're gonna,
fine. Do
yeah.
whatever, whether it's adding the family plan to their subscriptions, whatever they do, which will be fine. You know what I'm saying? I think they're I think they're kind of waiting until they get something else to add to it because it's gonna be easy sell to be like Game Pass Ultimate and then Game Pass, Elite, right? And then
Yeah,
Elite has everything Ultimate has plus Ubisoft Plus, which has those games day one, I think. and whatever else, in the Steam store, whatever the case would be.
That's an easy sell. That's an easier sell than not.
Guys,
What's going to be? Yeah, what's up?
Sega Forever and everybody on the panel. We've been. I want you guys' honest opinion about this, man, because we've been Xbox since day one. And I'm just gonna say this: when we have the June show, and we've been talking about the rumors and stuff, because it's kind of still rumor unlimited. But at the June show, guys, is it possible, in you guys' own opinion, that maybe Microsoft and Xbox might drop a big bombshell? And what would you think would really happen, man, if Microsoft, which I know and everybody on this panel knows they can do it, doesn't matter their price,
Right?
if they bought Steam Valve, man? Well, I mean, it's just, to me, I think it was honestly just be game over, because they might buy them.
You might as well cancel the Summer Game Fest, because that's all anyone would talk
That's
about.
all anybody would talk about.
Nobody talk about any other showcase or any other game release.
Yeah.
It'll just be Xbox and Valve.
It would blow. Yes, you would have people fighting back and forth because, like I said, you had the haters and stuff acting like it's the Microsoft of the Bill Gates era and stuff like that and all that. But honestly,
Dreamcast guy will make 200 videos about how Xbox buying Valve is bad.
Colin Moriarty gonna go up in his attic and scrub off his business degree.
Dude, that would be worth it. That would be worth it for me. I would watch every single one of their videos just to enjoy the salt.
It'll be a breakdown.
It just feels, guys. It just feels like Microsoft is gonna buy them, man. I can feel it. Like I feel like they're gonna buy them.
It's a lot of things that
really
look like it could go that way. I'm not, for all we know, they could be trying, and maybe things might fall through. We don't know, but I'm just saying, if the stars are aligning really well for that, because they can even bypass the FTC with that purchase.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, and Gabe could be ready. He could be ready. He's old. He could be ready to just say, I'm done with this.
Yeah, he could stay on and just run it.
He could.
Yeah, I could see them here. Second, man. I'll throw my little 2 cents in. I would love to see them announce that. I would love to see them talk about a connection with the what's that portable? Steam, whatever. Their little handheld.
Steam Deck, yeah.
And then I want them to drop the new console and talk about how all of that stuff's integrated.
I really want to know about that new console, because
I'm on the opposite end of y'all. I'm not. I don't want to hear about new. No, because we're
not getting 4 years ago.
Yeah, we just got the new hardware 4 years ago, and we're now getting to the point where these games are finally pushing it a bit. You know what I'm saying? Let's put it this way. Apparently, the next Call of Duty is still going to be on Xbox One and PS4.
Yeah,
so
that shocked me.
Yeah, so the gaming industry hasn't even abandoned those fucking consoles yet, and they ready for 10th gen. Slow down a bit, guys. Let me. I ain't rushing to pay $500 unless they're saying that shit coming out like 2027.
That's what I was going to say. If they drop it early, then I
ain't rushing. I'm in no rush. I don't mind not hearing about hardware for a minute. I don't need to hear. I don't need to have discourse about the next generation of consoles yet. You know what I'm saying?
I'm the opposite, bro. Let's go all in. We've been dealing with this trash for the last month. I'm just like, dude, just nuke them. Just go off. That's what I said earlier in the podcast, dude. I was like, I hope this week shows Microsoft that people just hate you. People do not like you. People hate you. If there was anything that was going to show you how much they like, if they were going to have a change of heart, it should have been Hellblade 2.
And say,
well, to be fair, we said this last year with Starfield and then Redfall and then Forza Horizon 5. Like, literally every time a game comes out, Microsoft needs to learn that, and they keep pushing forward. So Microsoft, they're gonna do what they got to. They're gonna do what they got to do. They know they got access to the numbers and stuff that we don't, and all the resources we don't. So they know shit that we have no clue about, right?
I understand all that. But it's just time to move on. Moving
on from this console generation, I don't think it's the right move when it's only 4 years
not
in.
The console generation, man. All this crap that's going on.
But it's gonna be new crap when you guys are pushing the new hardware already. We just I could tell you what's gonna happen. It's gonna be a new. They're gonna make another huge move It's going to be another industry shaking move. Oh, hopefully Sony loses another $20 billion for a tweet that they won't that they're not going to get back. That'll be wonderful to see, right? And then the discourse go because the discourse around Xbox is always going to be stupid as hell.
Yeah, so they should just move on. So this is my point, guys. Okay, so no matter what they do, they're gonna get hate.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. So buy everybody, put out everything. Just be like Z said, man. Be the behemoth that you guys are. They already are. We know they are. Say that they can do it. We know they can. They got deep pockets. Satya was talking about that earlier, dude. Satya, I was watching this thing with Satya, and I got. This is why I changed my opinion, and I didn't have this opinion originally. I'll be honest with you. But you can tell that this dude has no clue what's going on, like we deal with every day, and that's a good thing to me, right? He's just talking about AI. He basically told everybody that they're creating Skynet, and we're probably gonna die,
Skynet.
right? And no, but the way he did it there was amazing because he's sitting there like he's excited, like a kid that a kid that's playing with a gun, like he was talking the way he was talking about it. And look, I'm not hating on AI. My problem is not with AI. My problem is actually with the people that's going to control and utilize it.
That controls it exactly.
Yeah, because it is a tool at the end of the day. But the look on his face, and that made me think, I was like, dude, this guy is in his own little world doing his own anything. This is why I don't think they're doing all this stuff that all these people are saying to Phil and Sarah and Matt. The only thing I think they have a problem with is just they don't, they're tight on money. So I do believe like their budget people are like, look, dude, we economy's bad right now.
Yeah, agreed.
Like
yeah.
But I don't think they're coming down there, with a little pen because it doesn't make sense because they've given them free reign all this time. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, sorry. My point is, it's just like, dude, just go ahead, buy whoever you want to buy. Just tell everybody what you're gonna do. You're gonna do it anyway, regardless of what we even say. They go by their own beat. And for me, I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm ready for that already.
And you know what? If they did purchase a Steam or something like that, they already told us they're not done. And and last time I checked, I haven't seen them revoke that. Yeah. So it could be Steam, it could be Sega or something like that. I still think something's gonna come out. I don't know when, it could be sooner than I thought, but yeah, I still think they're gonna do stuff if they want to do it back, or if they feel they need to act.
If they want it, I guarantee that right now they got something brewing, and we're not going to find out for a little while. Yeah. This whole time, everybody on Twitter, Phil needs to be fired. Xbox run by idiots. And meanwhile, he's cutting deals with some company that he's going to announce in a few months, laughing at them. Like, I'm a failure. Watch when I take Sega away from you guys or something, right?
Just further proof that these guys don't exist in the real world that we all exist in as consumers and as human beings and as people. From the smallest person who owns a lemonade stand to the smallest person that owns a fucking shoe shine stand at your local fucking train station. Hey. Everybody wants to be successful. Everybody wants to grow their business. Everybody wants to eventually grow your business big enough to go fucking public and offer an initial public offering to everybody so that the public can fund your fucking endeavors. When Microsoft is continually in the black and when every quarter their fucking profits and their earnings are going up and you saying, oh, Phil's a failure. Phil, it shows you know nothing about business and you have no understanding about how business works. And to hear Zobi last week, he only enforced that shit further than these guys live in a fucking fantasy land. Microsoft, I have never seen Microsoft or Xbox be as aggressive as this last 4 years. I've never seen this. Yeah, now I'm with Unlimited Production. I talked about this with somebody else who we keep in contact on Instagram saying, E-Rock, brother, how do you feel about mid-generation refresh? Mid-generation refresh. We haven't even seen what this console could do. We haven't even seen. Listen, you guys do not want to listen to me. We never really saw what the Xbox One or PS4 could do. I know y'all think those consoles was maxed out. What? Because fucking Call of Duty told you they was maxed out?
They weren't maxed out.
No. Hold on. That just means that you motherfuckers aren't good developers and don't know how to fucking code. Because somehow Crytek was able to squeeze Crysis 2 on the Xbox 360. So don't tell me that the Xbox fucking One and PS4 was maxed out. I call bullshit. Y'all told us 25 years ago that the Sega Saturn was maxed out, and then all of a sudden these leaks come out of fucking Shenmue running on Saturn, right, and looking better than any first generation PlayStation game. So there's no way that y'all have figured out how to fully use the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series S and X. It's no fucking way. Now, what I want to see is I want to see developers now that y'all have all these tools. You have Unreal Engine 5 now. You have Unity. Use these engines to learn how to compress some goddamn files and give us some goddamn art like fucking Hellblade just did, or
That's what I
give
was
us
gonna
some damn
say.
art.
Hellblade.
That's
If they
what I
could do
want to
better than
see.
Hellblade,
That's
man.
what I want to see with all these 12 teraflops. It's too soon for you to be talking mid-gen refresh. It's too soon for you to be telling me that I gotta pay $500 for another goddamn box. Because that I'm not looking forward to that until I don't know, man, 2027. Then that's justifiable. Right now it's too soon. But in reality, I do believe that Microsoft has got their next hardware ready to go. Sarah Bond alluded to as much
She
in her
did.
interview. They
Yes,
got the next hardware ready to go as a reaction to in case Sony tries some shit. You come out with your
Yeah.
PlayStation Pro, bam. We beat y'all in Silicon before. We'll beat you again. People hate Microsoft because they're winning. It's just that simple, deal. You don't hate the losers, you hate the winners.
Mhm.
So like Microsoft, I've never seen them this aggressive. I've never seen Xbox this aggressive. And I know I'm that same dude who must go and say Phil is too nice, Phil is too nice, Phil is too nice. Maybe he can afford to be nice because that motherfucker got a big ass wallet backing him up. Maybe,
Yeah.
And I would like to add too
you
that
know what I mean?
somehow
yeah, I
they
agree.
were able to keep secret that they had already formed another studio 3 years ago and nobody knew about
Mhm.
that. So we don't know what the heck they're doing.
He
Yeah,
And
yeah.
keeps a lot of
Again, it's
shit
not
close to the
something
chest.
negative. So insiders don't know how to predict that stuff.
Yeah,
The only thing
agree.
they know how to predict is that Xbox somehow died again. Because they died. Remember, they died back in January with them 4 games. They died
Xbox.
last year.
Eh,
Starfield was Xbox last chance. They died in 2022 because they had no
Hellblade
game.
is Xbox's last chance.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
According to them, Xbox is really. I've been seeing Xbox's dying articles since 2017, and yeah, I've been like, damn, when are these motherfuckers gonna die? It's taking them a long fucking time. Jesus Christ! And when are any YouTubers or business insiders and pundits gonna be right about shit? It's just
Yep.
never happened.
Yep.
But yet they didn't predict the Bethesda
Nope,
acquisition. Didn't
nope.
predict Activision. Hell, they didn't even predict the new studio they just created a couple weeks
Yeah. It
ago.
was say elsewhere or something
Yeah,
like that.
elsewhere
Yeah.
entertainment.
Yeah.
You know, it's like their predictions are weird because it's kind of funny. Somehow when you can only predict one way, I guess it sucks when it's always wrong because I never seen and then yet somehow they still have a following. That's the part that confuses me is that
Yeah.
their followers Sega Forever and
Yeah.
Sega Man, Daya and Iraq, their followers. It seems like they never once just be like, hold on, you told us Xbox died last year, but they're still. Hold on, you told us that the Activision deal was confirmed to not be going through. It's like their brain cells never put two and two together. Like, hold on, is he lying to me?
Mhm.
I mean, that's the conclusion I came to with plenty of YouTubers that I followed in and out of gaming. When I watch their videos, they'll say some shit. It turned out being wrong, and then they say some other shit. Like, hold on, this guy's bullshitting. Unsubscribe. I'm out. But they don't do that. It's like a lot of these people are just in a trance or something, or the celebrity worship towards these guys just so deep that they just follow them through hell and back.
This
I don't
guy's
know what it is.
this guy hates Xbox. Subscribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be Iraq. Don't be a former Xbox guy and jump ship. They
Oh
really gonna
gosh.
subscribe
Oh
to you.
yeah.
Your
Oh yeah.
work goes up then, you know.
Yeah.
Oh
Your
yeah.
head is up, yeah.
It's
Um,
the craziest.
second
I've
favorite.
never.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'll finish up and just say that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. PlayStation fans and media and expecting different results.
Yeah.
This is
Exactly.
crazy shit. Go ahead, Dia.
Yeah, I just wanted to address this real quick because, and I just second favorite, you might want to read some of the things that Google Poll is saying. He's very good at
Oh
knowing the
yeah, I've been reading
similitudes
them.
with
I've been
PC.
reading them. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Which one you want to do?
I agree with Google Poll. He said, I don't think Gabe is old. So I think if he sells Steam, I don't think he's going to stay around. I think he will put somebody in place that can. I think Microsoft would treat Steam like a publisher, like any other publisher. They would just
Yeah,
run
me too.
themselves, honestly. And I think that, but Gabe, I think if he was to stay on, I just don't think he'd sell. I think he'd wait to sell when he's done, and
Yeah.
then move on. But yeah, that's my opinion of it. I'm not Gabe, and I'm not saying I know everything about him, but he's up there in age, and I just think that um
He's ready to go.
I think, yeah, I don't think he's gonna want to like be on his deathbed, like still running. You know
Uh,
what I'm saying? So I think he's gonna want to enjoy some things, before he's gone, enjoy his family or something like that. So I would assume that
Hey, push.
he would at least sell when he feels comfortable enough. And I do believe he views Microsoft in a way that that's one of the few companies that I think, especially since Microsoft is willing to just be more open
Mm-hmm.
to other platforms and stuff like that. They're willing to just house people. So as long as they're earning money from it, they're willing to do that. And I think those are good signs to Gabe that Microsoft could be in a position to, that we know that Phil likes to, like I said, like Xbox like to act like they're protectors of the gaming industry. They kind of act like that now. And kind of Steam is like that, but only for the PC area, right? They kind of look out for the PC gaming area, but they don't do it for the whole thing. But Xbox seems to want to do it for the whole industry. But yeah, I think that philosophy, it goes right along with what Gabe does. That's why Gabe gave those plans out for anybody to make. I think that they share a lot in common, and I think that it's these things that would make him feel comfortable enough to sell to Microsoft, opposed to, I couldn't even think of another company, because on the ones that could do it would be Apple, and they would probably close everything off, and I don't think Gabe would like that. Google, well,
Oh
need
no.
I say anything?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Amazon nobody could do it the way Microsoft could with the experience that they have with the platform they already have. I just think Microsoft would be the one place they would take it to. So
Amazon used to worry about getting my package to me on time. That's what
yeah,
they like to
Oh man. I guess Hawaii don't have that 2-day delivery.
yeah, but they
they
don't sell us.
they do, right?
No, you know what we get in Hawaii? We get I go through the process of buying it, then they say, "Oh, you know what? We don't ship to you."
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Wow.
mean, he is on an island. He might not even be on the most populated island of Hawaii. So
Oh, I am. I'm on Hawaii.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, but
just
dang, the main islands, they should at least cover those.
yeah.
Like, my
I
goodness.
saw a video. They said milk was $9 out in Hawaii. I was like, shit. I see why it's only a
What?
vacation
Oh my
destination.
gosh.
like on one of our islands, the bread is a loaf of bread is $14.
Yeah,
God
yeah,
Oh
damn.
my gosh.
Yeah, dude.
yeah. They live so far away from the mainland.
Oh, there's all kind of problems. Like we have this law called I think it's called the Johnson Act.
Mm-hmm.
But it regulates the amount of people that can ship to the islands.
Oh,
Oh geez, why
So
would
we
they
have a
do that?
back in the day, right? So
yeah.
this goes from way back in the day when they were trying to protect local. There's a deep history of that. But
Mhm.
now we're in 2024, so that the Jones Act, that's what it is. So they need to repeal that.
Yeah,
The good thing
because
about
that's
it is-
hurting you.
well, the good thing about it is it keeps places from China from inundating stuff. But the bad thing about it is there's
Oh,
only like two carriers, and so anytime things go wrong or go bad, or these guys want to get their wages up, dude, they'll go on strike.
oh, okay.
Yeah. But now that's why it's good that we got Walmart, we got Costco and Sam's in there because they can fly stuff in.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I actually like shopping at Costco. So they actually carry a lot of organic stuff in bulk. So I like
yeah,
that. Yeah, yeah.
But Sega Man, I wanted to ask you, right? Because of all this stuff that they're talking about with the graphics for Hellblade 2, did you see
Yeah.
what everybody was saying about Gears?
Oh yeah.
I didn't
What are they
see.
saying?
I didn't see. No.
They
Okay.
are confident that Gears is gonna, they with all respect to Hellblade, but they are confident that Gears is going to be a step up from that.
That's because Gears, the Unreal Engine, the baby of that was born on Gears. The guy that used to be with Gears 1 and all that. The one guy,
Who is that?
I forgot his name, but he's the one that created the Unreal Engine. He started with Gears, I believe. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I forgot his name, but they know how to implement that engine better than anybody. So that's gonna be a phenomenal masterpiece, and you will definitely see the power of the Series X with Gear 6. I can promise you that.
man, you've been getting me excited for it. If we
Yeah.
see Gears at this showcase,
Yeah, and then
oh,
Yeah,
and
that's
then there You'll see them on social media. That's right. Gear 6 is coming to PS5. That's right. It's coming. It is.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Phil Spencer, he's lying. Phil's lying. It is coming. It's coming, man. It's coming.
Yeah.
Watch.
They're gonna watch it exclusively through the YouTube app. That's how they're
Right?
gonna experience PS5.
You know what, Unlimited?
Right there with the Indiana Jones playlist.
Yeah, and you know what, Unlimited? Just like Brother E-Rock said in the beginning of the show, near the show when he came in. This, you know what got them in trouble, guys? The rinse and repeat. The rinse and repeat got them in trouble, man. Rinsing and repeating everything Xbox does wrong or they claim does wrong. You know, what we don't have, and you know, the 720p box, all this stuff about power and all this stuff. The rinse and repeat shit is what got them in the hot water that they're in. That Sony's in. Sony's the one that's in real hot water, and they know that. It's not Microsoft, and it will never be Microsoft because Microsoft has the money to buy and sell them bitches 10 times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They know this too, Unlimited. They know this, but they want to keep the bullshit going on. That's fine. Because at the end of the day, Microsoft and Xbox is the fucking winner of the gaming generation, no matter what they say or do. You know what I mean? And that's just the way it is, man. And they know this. They all know this. Dreamcast lies, all those guys, they all know this, man. Jism Gordon, all them. They all know this, man.
Sega Man's good at them nicknames.
Yeah, he's going.
Like, I don't know where
He said, "What was that?"
I don't even know where he gets that from. Like, what is he?
Mayonnaise Gamer, that one's always get a good laugh.
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
me.
They started this, man. You remember Unlimited and E-Rock? They used to fight E-Rock all the time. Man, when me and E-Rock started the Exile podcast, man, they used to come after my nigga all the time. Boy, you guys started this shit, and we're gonna end it, man. We're gonna end it. Next is probably gonna be fucking if they buy Valve, Steve, next probably gonna be Sega.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I was with the news that came out, Sega Man. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I yield to you. Go ahead.
I mean, look, dude, I have this habit. I try not to do it, but it's hard.
I do too. Sometimes you guys be on a slight delay for me, but sometimes, like, you know, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's like hard for me to keep up and follow sometimes because of that. Okay, go ahead.
No, when I heard the news about EA and the college football, my mind kind of gravitated towards like the money aspect of it, right? And you know, that's why it's good to have you Unlimited here, because my mind just starts going to, because I'm like, oh man, okay, so you're gonna get Valve, you're gonna buy EA, and then they gotta get Sega.
Yeah.
That's where my going. But I'm just saying that because they like I just look, Sarah Bond, the interview she went through, I know it wasn't cool, but she had to go through that. But prior to that interview, she was saying things that without saying stuff.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard for her she has a really bad poker face. That's one of her things that she needs to work on.
Who's that? Sarah Bond?
Yeah, Sarah Bond. She has a real bad poker face.
That's your girl. That's your girlfriend. You know Sarah Bond.
Man, look, you know how I feel about her. I feel though she did a good job.
Yeah.
I don't know where everybody was expecting this interview with who the hell was it? Reuters, Forbes, whatever.
Bloomberg.
Yeah. Everybody was expecting this shit to be some kind of chess match. She's a public Zoe last week. Well, she didn't explain enough to me. Who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Why do you need an explanation? You don't even like Xbox. Who are you? She was answering Bloomberg, which is a business newspaper or a business outlet, talking about business. It wasn't even really about games, but the Bloomberg person did ask gaming related questions, and she answered them to the best of her knowledge. And she used a lot of corporate speak. That's every executive. Like, I don't know what everybody like when it's Microsoft. You gotta sit people down like they 5 years old at a daycare and talk very slowly and speak to them in soft tones and like eat a bag of dicks. Like, and the thing that makes me so mad is at least Microsoft talks to the public. Sony don't talk to nobody.
No.
Nintendo don't talk to nobody. It's the craziest fucking shit, man.
You don't even know if it's AI running Nintendo. I swear, you've never seen nobody.
Real rap.
Yeah, so with Sarah Bond, one thing I like is like, so when she gets excited, you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she was talking about what was coming down the pipe, like you can see in her eyes that they got something. They got stuff that's
They
gonna.
got something.
Yeah.
She just
Yeah.
can't talk about it at that
Yes.
moment. You know,
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why my mind now starts going down in this direction of what to expect from the June 9th showcase that we got. You know what I'm saying?
You joining us for that, aren't you? Because I don't even know what day. But you said
It's
the
on-
day
It's a
before?
Sunday.
It's
It's the
Sunday.
Sunday?
That's Sunday.
I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna be at church when that happens. So.
Yeah, it'll be Sunday at noon Central Time, which
Yeah.
I think is 1 p.m. for E-Rock and Daya.
Okay.
And
And
Sega.
for Sega Forever, it's like 1 a.m. in the morning, so you can forget him being there.
Yeah. He got to
Maybe
catch the
Sega
replay.
Forever can do a follow up to it. You know what I mean? Like after the show kind of thing.
Yeah,
You know.
I'll try. But I mean, it's hard because Sunday I'm gonna go to church and got all this stuff.
Okay.
So,
Well, obviously that's important. Maybe you could. Maybe it doesn't have to be like that day. It could be just after that, and then we can all reflect on what like get your opinion on it. Because I want to hear your opinion on it. I don't think it's gonna be right if we don't hear what you think.
if it's Valve, I'm gonna be all over X.
Yeah.
I don't have much. If they buy Valve, I'm be like, oh,
You better invite me because I'm gonna be all over there. I'm like, that would be my dream because guys, I know that sometimes console gamers think they wouldn't benefit from that, but I'm telling you, from the countless games that come out over there,
Mm-hmm.
it's games that I can't even describe to you that I don't even know what genre they fit into. Some indie person done created that is so niche that and they exist over there. You would have so much more choice, and I would just see it as if Xbox and Steam just came together and had a baby, and it's a perfect baby. it would be the best situation because you could just play all those games, and I'm sure it would just go. It doesn't matter if you're on console or PC. They just share those games. That would be my dream. Like I would love that, but I don't know.
I know they've because Xbox, like, one thing they've done consistently is promote independent games.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that they just didn't. It was interesting because a lot of people said, "Oh, they're just doing it to get clout or so people would like them," but they've stuck with it, and that program has actually saved them a couple times, in my opinion, with content and stuff like that. And they've grown it, and then there's some great stuff that's come out of it at Xbox. People don't know, like Chris Charla talked about it. I knew this because I played Fortnite before it was the Fortnite you play now.
Yeah.
I like zombie games, and I like so
The mode that nobody played. I remember that too.
Yeah. You'd have to go into the world unlimited, right? Then you have to collect stuff, then you go back to your place, and then you try and build up your. That's because I play games.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
so it wasn't PUBG blew up, and then they did a PUBG, and that's how they took over. Yeah.
And Google poll at 12:36, he says, "I have a feeling they want to make an all-in-one portable with Xbox, Valve, and Windows gaming on it, or Steam." He said he corrected himself on that. So he believes that's what he believes is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, they clearly got something going on.
There's something behind the scenes. I don't know. I think they planning something. We'll see though.
Yeah.
But I think something's going. I do believe that somehow Microsoft is working with Valve in some capacity especially when it comes with that portable.
You know how like I know this is another thing we never got to talk about, but I found it ironic that you know how Microsoft's been getting crap for consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They consolidated a bunch of news organizations that was reporting on it and writing editorials about it. So they got consolidated too. And then like IGN, right? IGN, I forgot the parent company, but they bought a bunch of smaller gaming sites and stuff like that. And I thought that was funny because they was talking so much about that.
They're
laughing.
gobbling up all the media sites. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I thought that was hilarious. So I mean, I took my shots right online, saying that I was like, "Oh man, this consolidation stuff, it's horrible. It's horrible."
What do the IGN communists have to say about that?
Yeah, exactly. So of course, they're not gonna really acknowledge it, right? But I just thought it was hilarious because for me, this is like their last gasp.
It is, yeah.
If you guys didn't know, like in anime is already like they got this stuff in the works because they've been having issues with the translators. That the AI is going to translate all their stuff from now on. So, I mean, it's happening and it's moving. So I look at a point where these guys, and look, I understand. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna say, right? What I'm seeing is what they're gonna do is they're gonna like how you see Microsoft now doing more stuff with Xbox Wire.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
Doing
yeah.
more stuff with Tina and her crew.
Yeah, Tina's so good too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have Xbox on. They give exclusivity stuff to some of these other smaller sites, right? And so you see them doing that. I could see them moving, utilizing AI more.
You know what? Why wouldn't Microsoft do that? Because
Yeah,
they leading. They're one of the leading companies in AI. They'd be a fool not to use it. I would if I already control. And you know they want to use gaming as a way to really flex that
yeah. See,
AI.
that's the kind of thing. Yeah, that's when I watched that thing with Satya. It just reminded me, like to me, it reminded me of the Connect and what the Connect did for them,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
How it
yeah.
lived beyond just the gaming and what it's
It
used for
did.
now. So
Yeah.
that's when I was listening to Satya because I do like him, right? Because I don't believe all this stuff that people are saying about he's sticking his hand and all this kind of stuff. Well, anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean that's just me personally, my own opinion. But when I was listening to him, I was like, yeah, dude, this I think this is beyond like what people think. We think in like you just said, unlimited. We think in gaming terms. I know I'm guilty of that too. You know what I'm saying? But that's a good reminder saying we don't know, we're not privy to this kind of stuff, so we're just kind of guessing. But to me, that would make more sense, right? That the stuff that they're talking about initiating would be like AI, you know, or would be working with companies like Valve.
I think AI is going to be so big for Microsoft, but I think the testing ground is the gaming area, and it makes sense because it can improve gaming and all that, but it gives them a place where they can actively work on it and improve it and test it and do all of the above with real people. They're going to be
Yeah,
engaged. This AI is going to be engaging with real people. Whether it's now, I'm not. I think in the beginning it may be smarter AI in the enemy bots, or if you have RPG instead of having repeated dialogue, you might have these AI that is capable of answering you based on whatever you say. Maybe it could be voice activated. I don't know. Like the possibilities are endless in my opinion, but
right.
I think they're going to test the heck out of it, just like they did Connect. Connect, they did all the things and they loved the results and stuff. But then they even saw and had the foresight to see other applications that it could be used for. And I
Right.
think AI is going to be the same way. You know.
I listened to this guy's video, and he said he saw this guy watched a video of a person during a playthrough or playing a game,
Mhm.
and he was getting stuck, so he would just ask AI, and the AI would just respond right there.
Really?
Yeah, like what was going on, where you're at, how you can beat the puzzle.
Oh
Like how you
wow.
would just do it online, like you just look up a video or something.
Yeah, yeah.
But he was saying it was instantaneous.
It knew the game like that though. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I
So
think Microsoft's interest in AI is going to go is going way beyond gaming, which is
I
why
yeah,
agree.
everybody's
oh
worried about it and everybody's second guessing Satya Nadella. But I'm not quoting him exactly. Satya is very aggressive. He said, "If you're not innovating, why are you even in this space? Why are
yeah,
you even in business?" And I think that applies to everybody: the
yeah,
movie industry, movie studios, streaming services, Nintendo, Sony, PlayStation. If you're not innovating, why are you even in this business? You know what I mean? Don't be mad at the innovators. The innovators are the ones that are pushing. Like everybody thinks Elon Musk is a lunatic, and maybe he is, but like the innovators and the forward thinkers, like Apple at one time, are the ones that are usually pushing. Apple pushed for this smartphone shit, and now you can't imagine a world, sadly,
Without
without
it.
these fucking smartphones.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
eventually, I don't want to see the end of combustion engines, man, because my nephew had one of them Teslas, and it was nice and all that, but that was a weird motherfucking car, man. But the world is changing, and people are afraid of change, and that's all of this bullshit is with all this hatred towards Xbox and Microsoft. These gamers and these gaming media, they're afraid that the little world that they've loved for so long is coming to an end. But it's so weird to me that y'all hate is directed towards the American company, and I'm going to always stay on that because and that's a discussion for another day. I know y'all fucking think it's crazy, but I look at them as being expatriates. I look at them as being like, what the fuck, like.
Yeah.
This is an American company that's pushing technology forward. This is an
Yeah.
American company that's pushing gaming forward.
Yeah.
And y'all rooting for these Japanese who don't give a fuck about you. This has been proven. This has been proven. The Japanese have been trying to sabotage the American gaming infrastructure for decades. because they literally think this shit is theirs when it was never theirs to begin with. America started this shit, right? For those everybody who knows, America started this shit back in the 70s. This video game shit with
Yeah,
Pong.
yeah, yeah.
America started this shit. It was ours first. We slipped up after the fucking video game crash of '83. Nintendo took over with a little fucking, actually two games, Donkey Kong in '81 and fucking '83. They released Mario Brothers. But like, Japanese gaming has not always been a thing. Like, things come and go. God damn. And if you've been around long enough, you've seen 3DO come and go. You've seen Sega come and go. You've seen Atari come and go. Hell, Atari tried to bring back another console. What the fuck happened to that? Things come and go, man. But these guys, I mean, like I told y'all last time we talked, I think in the last podcast with Sega Forever, these dudes just dug in. I never seen nothing like this. I've never seen this type of, it's like a group psychosis, a group cult, a group hatred. And we know what it is. Negative Xbox news gets clicks and views. Negative Xbox news gets gets you a click on your website. You know what I mean? But like this shit to me is just so fucking crazy because you guys are holding up the inevitable. These guys, me and Unlimited just laughed for that entire year. They fought so hard to wish it for an end to that ABK deal. I've never seen these dudes have not fought this hard for their marriages if they're married. They have not fought this hard to get attention. They have not fought this hard to get laid. They have not fought, but they fought hard. They fought that fight against the evil Xbox, getting Activision. And Unlimited Production and I, who've seen these mergers happen most of our lives, are like, this shit's inevitable. Ain't nobody, once those shareholders decide to sell, that's usually it. Once these white folks decide to sell their company, that's usually the fuck it. Ain't nothing gonna stop them. Jesus could have came back. Jesus, and surrounded by the heavenly host, and said, Activision, don't sell to Microsoft. And Activision's board of directors would have been like, well, I mean, it's nice you're here, but we are selling. Well, we just want you to know that we love you, Jesus, but we want you to know we're selling. Well, you can't stop these white folks. It's business. They're gonna do what they've been doing this shit since time began. Since before we landed over here on Plymouth Rock, business was conducted over in Europe. The fucking East India Tea Company. When them white folks decide they're gonna do something, they're gonna do some shit. Like, wait a minute, you mean tell me we can go down to Africa and just and some tribes down there will sell us free labor? Let's boogie. Like, they just decide to do something, they're gonna do it. So what made you think a small group of YouTubers that are a small percentage was going to stop fucking that Activision deal? It's like this dude Nerdrotic and the Critical Drinker making y'all fucking videos every day. Oh my God, the trailer came out for Rings of Power and it looks terrible. Look, 25 million people tuned in to see that shit. 25 million more are going to tune in to see that shit again. That, if anything, the whole thing with Rings of Power showed me just how non-important you fucking YouTubers are. Nobody's listening to you, Dreamcast guy. If anything, your videos have made guys like Sega Man and myself want to love Xbox more. So because y'all dug in, we dug in. We're dug in. But I've never seen anything like this in my life, guys. I've never seen these guys. We all take breaks. Y'all go to church. Y'all go to work. You know, we take care of family. We go outside to cut our lawns. We go to sleep. We go out and have dinner with our families. We get air. These dudes are making videos called Xbox Sucks around the clock. I've never seen anything like this. We have to study this. This is, to me, it's interesting to me. Like, what in your day, like, you don't get up saying, man, today's the day I'm going to get my fucking college degree. Or today's the day I'm going to fucking build a better mousetrap. Well, you know what? Every day I see Sally in the library, and I'm afraid to speak to her, but I'm going to speak to her today, goddammit. No, these guys, like, I got to get to Twitter and talk about Xbox. I've never seen Unlimited. You're younger than me. You're in your 30s. You ever seen anything like this?
Nah, man.
I haven't.
Look, man, I remember when I was a kid and I saw the Heaven Gate call on the news, and I was confused on how the hell did motherfuckers get tricked into killing themselves wearing fucking purple Nikes, right?
Yes.
When I learned about Jim Jones and them,
yes.
Like, how the hell did he convince all them people to go to a fucking island and drink Kool-Aid?
Yes.
And with Sony, I'd be wondering, what the fuck did this company do to get this level of loyalty?
Dude, what? I don't understand it. What, Spider-Man? God of War? Played that shit. Man, well, what? I think I gave my PS3 to my next door neighbor. And he never played it. It was collecting dust because he was always playing Madden on Xbox. Like, I've never seen anything like this.
Hey,
Ever.
let me answer this guy real quick. Cygnus. The Japanese inspired America to be better. No, that's the opposite. You gotta flip that.
Yeah, he don't know what you're talking about, dude.
I mean, you can say that, but that's not true. That's not his
Can I say this? And this is kind of what makes me push back against Japanese. I've noticed and I have some clarity about this. It's this weird fascination that people have where they're super protective about Japan, a country that, like Iraq says, doesn't give a shit about them, has their own thing going on, has their own flaws, by the way, but it's treated as like this perfect utopia, and everything else, especially what we do here, is just so pathetic, and we should be more like the Japanese. And so it makes me be like, man, fuck the Japanese. And I realize, I don't actually hate the Japanese. I hate this idea that for some reason people are just super protective over them. Even when about shit the Japanese ain't even fucking protective about. Like, dude.
No, you're dealing with weeaboos.
Yeah. These people idolize them. Like, they just see the good. And you got even Japanese that do talking about some of the negatives in their culture. People working themselves to death.
The Japanese are very they're very centered on themselves.
Yeah,
so
they are.
Stuff goes over their head. Cygnus, at making game and tech. But that's all from the US as well.
That is, yeah. Where do you think the PC started from? It wasn't from Japan.
I'll do you one better. Who do you think helped them rebuild after World War II?
Yeah, it was us.
Yeah,
and other countries, but mostly us.
No, it was mostly us.
It was our money. Yeah, we paid a lot of money to build.
Not only our money, our resources. They were a good strategic location, have an ally since they're literally right there to Russia and China. I mean, this idea, again, the way people talk about Japan, you think that they had the biggest economy in the ever. That they run everything on the planet, because the way that these, I guess, weeaboos talk about these motherfuckers, man.
Weeaboos? I've never heard that before. I've learned something new.
No, that's what Sega Forever just called them.
Yeah, they call them.
Wow.
Yeah, these weeaboos, as he calls them, right, Sega Forever.
Yeah, because you're not. There's people. Look, there's people in Japan with opinions, but when you're talking to most people online, they're not. Because Japanese don't care, dude. they just don't. They like some people will say, well, they're racist because they don't like this group. No, they don't like anybody. They don't like foreigners. They don't like
anybody. That's a country that went hundreds of years without having literally didn't have any foreigners for hundreds of years. It was literally illegal to have people come to that country or even leave that country.
Yeah,
I mean, my goodness, and yet they're treated as somehow this fucking utopia. And I'm just like, I mean, the Japanese are cool. Don't get me like. I respect a lot of what they've done and how and what they do and stuff, but let's not sit here and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that every fucking thing they do is just phenomenal, or that every fucking anime every creator is just better than every fucking TV show ever. I see some of that shit y'all be watching. Half of it is just because y'all like watching teenage girls half naked. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying?
These guys, they worship Nintendo. And this is all about that Nintendo and Sony worship. They worship these guys like they're gods. They're innovators in technology. What technology? When you get older, and you ain't got to read a book no more. They got YouTube now because y'all don't read books anymore. Japan at one time in the 50s and 60s excelled in this shit called the transistor, dude, right? The transistor, right? Yep. And that was their claim to fame. We excelled in making transistors. And then America did one better in the fucking late 70s or the early 70s. And started this shit called Silicon Valley, and they started excelling in the microprocessor, and began what we now know is the modern computer age. And after that, Japan became fucking irrelevant.
Absolutely, that's what I was gonna say.
Fucking irrelevant because they could not keep up with Silicon Valley, and every major company was moving into Silicon Valley, and boom, all of a sudden the home computer was coming into everybody's fucking homes. America led that charge, along with the video game consoles, one of the first ones built by an African American, by the way. So like excelled in what? Yeah, Sony came along and excelled in the Walkman. I remember the Walkman. We all had a Walkman. That was the shit back in the early 80s. You wasn't nobody unless you had a goddamn Walkman. or a knockoff Walkman. I didn't have a Walkman. I had some shit called a Mirror High Stepper. I don't even know what the fuck that was, but I had it. Okay.
I can't believe you admitted to that.
Yeah, y'all motherfuckers, they excelled in compact discs and all that shit. But America has been leading the way in all this hot technology. Streaming, who the fuck you think thought of that? The fucking Americans, unless somebody knows something different. Like, and yes, I remember as recently as 2000, people were telling me, "Yo, man, I can't wait to get my PlayStation 2, and I'm gonna play it on my Sony. Was it called a Sony Vega or Sony Vega? Or I can't wait to play it on my Sony Vega." Now, all the fuck you see when you go into Walmart, dude, is fucking Vizio. What's the other brands Unlimited? You know those other brands. It's all these fucking.
Oh
it's
yeah,
all
yeah.
these-
For like the TV, for
Yeah,
Vizio,
LG,
Samsung,
yeah.
Insignia,
Insignia,
LG.
yeah.
Hold on, so what is that Sega Forever?
TLC, my favorite.
I can't hear you, man.
Oh, TLC.
Yeah.
Go
So
China.
What exactly
I
are
don't have that one, so I have Samsung and LG, so I don't know that one.
that shit confused me when he said the Japanese lead the way in technology and showed America how to be better. That was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
If anything, we showed them how to be better.
That's true. Yeah.
Like Jesus Christ.
A lot of inventions and stuff came from America. I don't understand why people conveniently forget that stuff.
Well, the problem, Cygnus, is there's no innovation in other countries, right? So like you take China, for example, right? They're suffering right now, but because a lot of other countries, all the innovation happens here or somewhere in the West, right?
Or
because
they copy.
when you look at Asian culture, especially specifically, right? A lot of other cultures, it's foreign to them, the way that the West thinks. That's number one, right? The West, there's a little bit like if I use my own culture, dude, I'm Hawaiian, right? If we never got first contact with the Westerners, we'd probably still be underneath our coconut tree in our grasslands doing the same thing we always did, because that's how our culture is, right? We live off the land, we respect the land.
We taking a picture of you just like doing that.
Well, I mean, that's because it still happens now in a sense, but it wasn't until like Western, like the missionaries and everybody came over here. Right, and if you go to, we have a museum here that's awesome, because it actually shows how Hawaiians were in the beginning, and then when the first contact, dude, it's just like Star Trek, dude. First contact, we went from stone and wood to metal. Yeah, dude, it was amazing. Like I saw that, I was like, wow, that's amazing. That was like E-Rock just said, like you guys, like Japan had the transistor, which is cool. But then when the microchip came in. Dude, that's one of those times in human history that's up there with the wheel and fire.
Quantum leap in fucking
changed
technology.
Everything. Yeah, it changed everything.
Like the plow, how the plow changed the entire continent in Europe. Right, that's how big it was. I'm not crappy, dude. I love Japan.
Oh man, they're awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like Japan. I don't have anything.
Yeah, my whole point is just I just don't like this idea that I see online all the time that of this weird Japan worship and being so oddly protective of a country that don't even really give a shit about them. You know what I'm saying? And that's just where I draw the line of this. And I see it all. It's just stunning to me how often I see it. This weird, I think Zobi has that issue too, man. No, I'm not trying to shit on the man. But this,
he'll agree with you. He will agree with you.
Yeah, man. But this weird idea that man, I mean, just look at what Japan do, and like as if every single thing they do is perfect. And then when I give shit a fair shot all the time, right? I'll give it a shot. I'm like, what is this bullshit? Don't sit here and just that's kind of where I draw that line at, man. I'm tired of this idea that in gaming Japan, it's just, and then I play these fucking Japanese games and the gameplay stuck in 2002.
Oh my god!
They don't do full. Even their $70 games don't have full voice acting. You know what I'm saying?
I like those. Sorry.
Yeah. Yakuza finally comes to Xbox and you gotta read
that's me too.
Yeah, every fucking side mission you just push an A to get through the damn thing. They don't do fully cut scenes. They do a lot of their cut scenes like this. They'll show something, black out something interesting, then you return back to the boring standing around shit. And they don't do full cut scenes, so they always like either posing or they'll have like the screens of the talking heads and shit. of like in the animated style.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this shit is so 2002. How's this shit better than what I've than the other stuff like Assassin's
Like
Creed Odyssey and
freaking
shit and
Hellblade,
Creed
you can't
Valhalla.
even tell when you inside of a
Yeah,
key
yeah.
CGI scene in the game.
I'm literally playing. I literally keep my fingers on something, on a button or something, just in case just so when the cutscene ends, I'm not stuck standing there like a goofball.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Keep it moving. But and again, that doesn't mean that I hate every Japanese game. Hopefully nobody's out here thinking like, oh man, you're just hating to hate. No, I just push back at this idea that people like Cygnus have where, but the Japanese.
They're the best at everything.
Yeah.
Like, dude, and when it comes to gaming, look, I was all on board with that shit too when I had my PlayStation. When I had my PS1, I was all on board. I had all that bullshit. Total number 1, the first Soul Blade. Like, if it wasn't Japanese, it wasn't happening. Then slowly but surely, I got an Xbox. And fucking man, if you couldn't tell me nothing in 2002 when Final Fantasy X came out with that dude Titus and that girl, I was like, yo, this is awesome. This is emotion filled gaming. Then I got an Xbox and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic it came out first, right? And that was an RPG that gave you choices. Like you could decide whether your character wanted to be a good Jedi or an evil Jedi, and he changed by your fucking actions. And I was like, whoa. Then a couple of years later, or a year later, Fable came out, right? And same thing. You could be either light or dark. You could marry people. Based on your actions, people would either praise you or fear you. Chicken Chaser. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. I never looked at Final Fantasy in the same way ever again. If anything, the Japanese developers looked like they were decades behind the Western developers. So it's like, once my eye was open there, it's not like I started hating Japanese games. And I have on my hard drive, everybody has a collection of games on their Xbox, either physical or digital. Unlimited, I swear to God, I bought all that shit because it looked cool.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it. Yuramoto Demon Hunter. I bought this shit called Jump Force.
Oh, that was terrible.
Oh my, Unlimited. Oh my God. When we say the game was terrible, we're not doing hyperbole like, Hellblade 2 was terrible. Jump Force was literally fucking terrible. And it looked like a cool concept.
Yeah,
all
man.
these Japanese animation characters from the cartoons fighting and shit. I was with it. And then I played that shit and I was like, yo, this is like the lamest fucking shit ever. I got a board. We follow each other on Instagram. Yo, E-Rock, big dog. Dude, yo, you know you want to get you're going to get Tekken 8. I said, no, I'm not. Namco hasn't made a good game in years, over a decade. Their last good game was Soul Calibur 2 in 2003. I said, look, you want to play a fighting game? Get Mortal Kombat 1. Shit, because Mortal Kombat 1, somehow Warner Brothers games, with each one of their games, they keep reinventing the fucking wheel. I don't know how they do it, but they keep reinventing the wheel. Gotham Knights reinvented the fucking Batman formula. Fucking Suicide Squad Kills Justice League reinvented that formula. They keep finding ways to reinvent their shit. They're not giving you the same shit over and over again. But you guys are telling me that somehow a Resident Evil remake or Resident Evil 3, this is the height of games. Here's Capcom's formula now. Get a girl with a fat ass so you can look at her from behind the shoulder. Go around. There's zombies coming at you, right? But don't worry now. It's never enough bullets for you to kill the goddamn zombies. Yeah. So you gotta run around, hope you last long. Yeah, you gotta hope you last long and find some goddamn bullets. Then I played fucking Fallout 4 for the first time ever. And not only do they give you a goddamn some power armor that you find, but it's bullets every goddamn where.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, how did I not this? How are the Western developers so goddamn good, right? And everything Unlimited Production says is true. It's like the same tired ass fucking formulas, the same shit over and over again. But yet, how long has me and Heba had to hear, oh, the Japanese, they're the best. Oh, well, Japanese began gaming. Oh, they're the greatest of all time. Mario, I'm like, nigga, I am not fucking 12.
Yeah.
I have no desire to save Princess Peach. None.
Yeah, what kind of soured me on it was hyped so much that when they finally came to Xbox, I'm expecting to have these amazing experiences, right?
Yakuza, amazing experience, right?
And then every single Yakuza game have the same map, for example.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying? And it's stuff like that. You know, Nino Kuni, unbelievable art style.
Yes.
And then I played a gameplay, and it's like,
I was so let down by Nino Kuni because I heard so much about it for so many years. It's co-done by Studio Ghibli, the famous animation studio that did Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away, which is a goddamn masterpiece.
Yes, that's a masterpiece.
The Japanese is on some shit with their goddamn animation, right? But like, I played Nino Kuni, I'm like, no, this is like I'm playing a game Unlimited from fucking 1998.
Yeah.
We're beyond that now, dude. We're beyond that shit where Fallout gives you choices and shit. But like these dudes, man, to them, the Japanese, they still rule gaming, and they should always rule gaming. Xbox is the outsider. They should go away. When in reality, PlayStation is the fucking outsider.
Yeah.
And if they're not old enough to understand that. They weren't around when PlayStation entered the gaming industry in 1995. Literally like a bull in a china shop. Like a bull in a china shop, dear. Now, dear, you know, again, you're not supposed to give away a lady's age, but I'm sure you were around when the Sega Saturn was revealed, right? And PlayStation went on stage, I believe, at E3 2005. I wish Heapbot here was to correct me. Sega Forever, are you still there?
Yep.
PlayStation went on stage at E3 2005 and just said one word, $299, and it was over. It was done. They had killed any momentum Sega Saturn had from that point on. It was like,
by the way.
What was that?
1995.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. So they came in like a bull in a fucking china shop, bullying developers. Like, you know, you want your game to sell, you better put it on PlayStation. Like, there's nothing that anybody can tell me about this company because I lived through it. Well, if say it was so bad, why did you buy a PlayStation 1? Because PlayStation 1 by 1996 had gotten so hot, it was unavoidable.
Yeah.
Crash Bandicoot that came out, and the marketing campaign was brilliant because in the Crash Bandicoot commercials, they literally sent Crash Bandicoot in an old truck to the Nintendo headquarters. He had a megaphone and shit. Yeah. I said, yo, I want that console. And PlayStation was so goddamn cool. They had all these Japanese games I had never heard of, Unlimited, like Tobal #1 and Namco came out. Namco always had that fire. Tekken 1, Tekken 2. But when they came out with Soul Blade, I found out about Soul Blade because there used to be this magazine called either Game Pro or Game Informer or something. And for some reason, there was a rapper named Coolio. What the fuck is Coolio doing reviewing video games? But he was reviewing Soul Blade, and he said, yo, E-Rock, this shit is fire. So I went out and bought this shit, right? You couldn't tell me I was a PlayStation dude. That was my fucking shit, right? I believed wholeheartedly that the Japanese were gaming and that nobody could fuck with them until Xbox came. It is what it is, man. Shit changes. Things happen. These Western developers, they just, first of all, another Western developer that totally undermined the Japanese superiority was Rockstar. When Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, that was it. It changed gaming forever. Mm-hmm. Whether it's for better or for worse, it changed gaming forever. And it just destroyed the Japanese's aura of superiority. The next thing, well, can't nobody make a better racing game? The Prolificity Digital, well, out of nowhere, here comes fucking Turn 10. Now, the first two Forzas weren't that great, but they kept learning and kept chipping away and kept learning until finally they had that masterpiece, I believe, in 2010, Forza Motorsports 4, when they had Jeremy Clarkson and them guys from Top Gear doing all of the motherfucking commentary. That's when people stopped talking about Gran Turismo, was when Forza Motorsports 4 came out. Like, it is what it is, man. These American developers, since they started video game, it was important for America to take that shit back. And I do believe, I don't have any shit in writing, only other Zinc would know what Bill Gates' mindset was the night he picked up Xbox. But I believe Xbox exists to take back gaming and bring it back here to America. Yeah. And I'm glad it is, because we win. Everybody here wins because look at what you got today. You have a hard drive full of games.
And on a subscription service full of 100 of games.
Yeah.
And they now own the biggest publishers.
Yeah.
All because Xboxes, as I saw from one dude bitching on Instagram. Oh, Xbox is an intruder. They're just taking over gaming. They're evil. Like, man, they don't seem evil to me. I be thinking them niggas every day. Like, it be shit popping up in Game Pass. I don't even have time to play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have time. Like some cute little indie game popped in there yesterday called Haunty. Like, I don't have time to play all of this shit. I downloaded it anyway. Like that's the Sega man said years ago. We got choices over here, man. All because Xbox decided to enter the gaming space back in 2001 with that big bulky ass fucking console and that giant ass goddamn controller. And I'm glad they did because I was totally brainwashed. You could not tell me, Dia, anything about the Japanese. Dia, here's how brainwashed I was. You know you got to be brainwashed by the Japanese when you buy a Nintendo 64. That's some deep brainwashing. I actually went and bought that shit. In fact, when I took it to, was it GameSpot back then or Babbage's? The dude was like, yo, man, I can't believe you trading all your PlayStation stuff for an N64. I said, listen, man, Steven Spielberg said this console's going to be the shit, so I'm buying it. Little did I know that fucking four-eyed Jew was wrong about everything. That fucking console, that N64 had one good goddamn Zelda the Ocarina of Time and the WCW versus NWO Revenge. That was it, dear. Man, look, I was sitting in here summer of 1999. That was a long ass summer because we had an N64. You know, we waited months for fucking games. I'm in here playing Star Wars was a Star Wars Episode 1 Racer over and over again. Like, god damn, I wish I had some fucking games. I didn't get no goddamn games, dear, till that damn Dreamcast dropped in September.
Yeah.
That's when I got some goddamn games because that damn console launched with bangers.
Mm-hmm.
And I never looked back. Now, yes, Dreamcast is a Japanese console, but Dreamcast was a Japanese console that felt like an American console. I can't explain it.
Well, Microsoft,
They knew how to market to Americans.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know if it was due to Sega of America or what, but they
No, the industry was shifting already. The big thing was that sports games was kicking off, right?
Mhm.
Most of the fighting games were done here.
Hold that thought for a second. I'm going to have to leave, so I wanted to just wish everyone
Oh.
happy.
Yeah.
And thank you guys for having me today. It's been always.
Thanks for coming, dear.
Dear, you always bring the fire.
Oh, thank you, E-Rock. You've been fantastic. I was just listening to you. It was really good today. And so, yeah, guys, thank you. Keep up. I'll listen to the rest of it later. And I'll also say, Favor, I will listen to your monologue later because you said you did about 30 minutes before we got on or something.
No, it's like an hour.
Oh, an hour. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to do that later.
That's that Jerry Lewis effect.
Yeah, man. I can't Jerry Lewis my way through this one. I got to get some rest.
No worries.
Yeah, we all about to bail out because our replacement's coming in about 30 minutes, I believe. the next shift comes in. Megatron and fucking Showstopper. All the niggas from 2005 is coming in about 30 minutes.
All right,
Big
guys.
Kahuna, all them dudes. They're all coming in.
Okay, I will listen to you later. And I guess I don't know when Unlimited is going to do another show, but I guess the next one will be before the before the showcase, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll at least be with you guys then.
All right, dear.
Okay.
Take care, First Lady of X. Have a good night.
All right.
If I know that was long-winded, but I saw that shit forever, man. And he about saw it too. The Japanese are superior. Can't nobody touch them. I'm like, wow.
It was such a big thing. Like people of our generation, was the Japanese pop culture was a real thing, right?
Oh yeah, Akira back in 1988.
Yeah.
Fucking Transformers the movie back in 86.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I forgot to ask Sega Man one thing. Are you still going to play Gears tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay, what time?
What's a good time for you?
In the afternoon, I guess. Like later on in the evening, like I don't know, around 4 or 5, something like that.
Yeah. How about we'll try let's go for like 5.
Okay, that'd be good. All right. Good. I'll try to send Zink a link. So if not, it'll just be me and you.
All right,
who else was supposed to game with us? It was me, you, and who else?
It's supposed to be me, you, and Zink.
Zink and who else? Was that it?
I think that was it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
was it. I think that was it.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I forgot to ask.
That's
Okay.
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 That's
Bye, guys.
But
See that?
Man, these guys ain't never letting Halo and Gears of War die. The legend will never die. Hey, a good game is a good game, man. That's the hallmark of a good game, but y'all still playing it.
Guess what I seen today in the thrift store, guys?
What?
A brand new copy of Assassin's Creed Valhalla physical for $5.
Oh, nice.
That's a good
That's
come on.
still, yeah. I hope you picked it up.
That's a good come on.
Yeah, it was $5, man. $5, man.
Yeah, man. Them thrift stores be having some good stuff, man.
I couldn't believe it
Oh.
was in there. I'm like, damn,
Sega man,
$5? Huh.
Gogo said he can join you guys tomorrow.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, Gogo's good, man. He's
Oh,
safe.
bet Google. That's what's up. Cool. We was going to get tucked, but he'll be cooking fat back in green. So
While you're playing. All right, fellas, I'll be there in a minute. Give me 5 minutes in my little.
yeah, but the only thing I don't like, guys, about the anime, the Japanese stuff, man, is I'm really sick and tired of every time, because I try to get into it, but every time I would get or rent some of that shit, it always showed these little girls with school skirts and shit, and you see their fucking panties, bro. I got sick of that. That was nasty to me. I'm like, these are little girls, and they're blowing their little skirt up, and you see little panties and shit. That just was some weird shit to me,
That's
man.
what they love. They love it.
When I was a
fans.
when I was a kid, my parents rented a video, and you know, since they thought it was just any old cartoon, and it turned out being hentai. I was like, oh shit.
It's grown up. It's evolved. Anime's evolved a lot. Like I watch a lot of shows with my kids, so it just depends.
Yeah. I mean, there's always been some good stuff. It's just that the way some people treat is that every single anime show is better than anything we've ever created.
Yeah,
I'm just like, no, you gotta slow down on that, man. That's too high.
It's the people, dude. Trust me, man. They're like hardcore fans. Like if you ever hear about so like I think one of the worst. I mean, I think the Sonys are the worst fans ever. But dude, there's like people that listen to K-pop because my kids listen to K-pop, and so dude, some of these fans for these groups, man, they are like the BTS is like one of the biggest group, and their fan base is called ARMY.
Yeah. I know my little cousin. I had to take my little cousin. She had. Cause she went to some little get together, and I was like, "Hey, where you guys going?" She told me it was like some K-pop thing, and that's how I learned about the ARMY and all that shit. Like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
And it's like different types because like in Korea, they have a certain way they like their idols there, but like in the rest of the world, dude, it's different. Sometimes these guys they war with each other. Like they war with each other like bad, dude. It'll put I ain't gonna lie, dude. It'll put like Xbox and Sony guys. Even us would be like, damn.
Wow.
It's that hardcore. They're hardcore. And I only noticed because that's kind of why my kids kind of gravitated away. It was kind of big here in Hawaii because, of course, again, we're closeness. And then Korean stuff is real popular in Japan. So then that crossed over from Japan to here. So that's how it works. But it's crazy.
But I will say this, Sega Forever and brothers on the panel. E-Rock and was right about a couple things. When I was younger, guys, in high school, I met a friend. His name was Khan. He was from Japan, and he was an exchange student. So he actually came over to my house and we was playing. I think I had the regular NES at the time, but he came over. He was back into a group called the Ramones back then. And I think the Depeche Mode or something like that. That stuff. So we started talking about gaming and stuff. So I asked Khan, I said, how do Japanese people really feel about like Americans and things like that? And he told me they don't. He told me the truth. He said they don't like black people. And they don't like Americans. They're not really too much on Americans. And he's Japanese. This guy actually told me this. He said they don't really like us at all. I said black people. He said, yeah, I don't like black people. They don't like some white people. This is the way they are. He actually told me this.
What year was this, Sigma?
This was back in Man, bruh, this was
What you
back.
say, 86?
80s, 90s.
Well, I graduated, guys. I graduated in 1991. I met him, I think it was in 88 or something like that. And he actually told me, or it was 89. Or it was around that time era. And he actually told me that they definitely they didn't like black people. And I guess at that time, they really didn't like black people. And there was a certain Americans that they didn't like. You know, he asked. Yeah,
They
They
don't
fucking, they fucking still don't like.
No,
How
they
many?
don't like Americans in general, dude. Seriously.
Well,
The
I mean,
The only type of foreigner that they would meet that was either black or American was probably a service member. That's why.
Yeah.
Sega forever. We dropped a fucking bomb on them in 1940 fucking 5, dude. We dropped 2 bombs on them, fucking right after each other. But I mean, look, I hate to be a dick, but like, this is what the fuck happens when you side up with the fucking Axis powers, fucking Nazis, who were dedicated to fucking taking over Europe and killed fucking 60 million Jews. Like what the fuck? Somebody had to pay for that shit.
Yeah.
Hitler and the Nazis were too cowardly to pay for it. Hitler killed himself in a fucking bunker. All of his fucking chiefs fucking killed themselves, the ones that weren't caught and put on trial in fucking the Nuremberg fucking trials. So by the time America got over to fucking Germany and Auschwitz and all the detainment camps, there was rumors that the Jews were disappearing. Their families who would escape would get over here and be like, yo, man, my whole fucking family's missing. Like, these motherfuckers took all of our teeth and our jewelry and our fucking paintings and shit. And the American soldiers got over there and couldn't believe what the fuck they found. Motherfucking people that were half dead and half skeletons and people cooked in crematoriums. Like it was a fucking mass genocide. And you motherfuckers sided with these fucking assholes?
Well,
and
to be fair, the rape of Nanking happened in that same time period, and that might be even that's equally atrocious what the Japanese did to the Chinese.
Wow.
That same
Well,
time.
they did it to the Chinese. They did it to the Koreans. You guys gotta remember that Japan at the time was imperial, right?
Yeah,
imperial power. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when we bombed like just like Dave Chappelle said, we dropped 2 bombs on it, and that basically bombed all the imperial out of them because they've never, like you said, Iraq, they've never been the same since then.
Yeah.
What was that called in limited production?
The rape of Nanking.
Yeah.
Damn, I gotta look.
Yeah, or the Nanking massacre. Read about how
I never heard of that.
Yeah, read about how horrific the Japanese treated the Chinese, and that would have been around the same time.
Shit. Wow.
They were to the Chinese, they did it to the Koreans, they did it to the Philippines.
Yep.
In Southeast Asia.
Yep, that whole Southeast Asia. But the most but you know, Nanking is literally a city in China, and that's the most notorious one. Yeah, and if you want to talk, and I'm talking about like literally just killing babies you know, without because you know in war there's usually, you know, how you have the Geneva Convention now where they're kind of against the war.
Yeah.
I think this was before the Geneva Convention. So they were like killing women and raping women and children and they were doing human experiments on the Chinese at that time too. Some of which some of the scientists ended up going free for pretty much a plea deal of, all right, you show us what you learned with these human experiences and we'll let you go free type thing. Like, yeah, man, look up the Nanjing massacre or the rape of Nanjing. Nanking, I think it's pronounced.
While you're at it, look up Operation Paperclip.
Yes.
What's a paperclip? It's never too late to learn something new, man. Holy shit!
You're gonna go down a rabbit hole, brother.
Yeah.
You might turn into Zobi.
well, you know what, man. And the more you know, the more armed you are to have a conversation that has some kind of context. Because all of this fucking hating of America and hating of the American capitalist system, to me, it just makes. Now I get why the Japanese have a deep hatred of us, but it's like, you know, to have this younger generation, have these, what is it called now?
So sorry to cut you off, but I need to point this out too. So America eventually apologized about dropping the bombs. Japan to this day have never apologized to China about what they did over there.
Wow.
Yeah.
They've tried, but China don't want to hear it. Same thing with Korea.
Yeah.
They don't accept it because every time Japan tries to do that, because Japan, one of the first people they did is they came here, right? Because they bombed Pearl Harbor, and so we're Americans, right? So we're like, hey, you know what? crap happens,
Yeah.
So, that's how we were able to build a good relationship with them. But yeah, dude, China and Korea to this day, dude, it's funny. Like if you watch the news, like people see Japan and Korea working together, and then everything's going fine, and then like one of them gets too close to one of the other islands because Korea said that's our island and Japan is like that's our island.
Yeah.
Somebody steals right in just a little bit inside, and then they'll bring up like they bring up all the bad history, dude. It's crazy, man. These
Oh
guys
yeah.
that's what I talk when they say about when people start talk about racism and stuff like that, dude. There's some. This is like a Hatfield McCoy blood feud, that kind of crap.
It'll take it forever, man.
Yes. Sorry.
Brother E-Rock and Brother Unlimited. When I asked him about that, and I said, well, wait a minute, man. I said, black people didn't, honestly, they didn't drop the bombs on it. I said, why don't they like black people? And he told me later on when they would go back, remember how we helped them rebuild?
Mhm.
Over there, this is the truth, guys. This is the honest truth, and this is not being racist. Back at that time, there was a lot of racism towards us, and the white army guys or whoever, when they went back over to help them, they would tell the Japanese people, do not trust these black people that come over here. They just want they want to rape you, they want your money, they want to do all this and that. You can't trust them. So he told me that's what his parents and that were told by these white soldiers and different things like that. Don't trust when the black people come over, they're part of America, they help with everything, but don't trust them. They want your women. They'll try to steal from you and different things like that. So they were actually taught to hate black Americans.
Wow.
Well, we had our own problems still with racism at that time, right?
Yeah.
In the services. So
Yeah. It's. I mean, it is kind of crazy. The black U.S. soldiers they couldn't apply for the GI Bill, for example, and benefit from the post-war boom to the same extent. And all that other stuff.
When I was in the Navy, I was a duty driver. So I was in California. So there's this place called Concord that I would drive through. And what I didn't know, and then one of the guys told me, one of my friends, he goes, "Oh, because when you drive to Concord, you hit the front gate. And this is one of those Navy bases that the front gate is like miles away from where I'm picking up. Like if I pick up a senior chief or a high-ranking officer or something like that, or any officer really. So he's like, you gotta drive in. And I was asking, I was like, dude, what's up with this, man? This is, I get to the gate, and then when I drive in, the pier is far away. So it used to be an ammunitions thing, and I think it still was when I was in the Navy. This was back in the 90s. And so what had happened, there was this major accident where this ammunition blew up. And it was so bad, like that whole area just got blown to blitz, and there was still shrapnel in the mountains that were nearby. And the thing that was messed up about that, dude, that was just only black sailors were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest black eyes for the for the Navy.
Yeah.
That they had to it was so that stuff is not like.
Yeah, and then they didn't always handle it correctly, because sometimes just admitting it, getting out the open, like and working to do better is really all you got to do. But when you don't change views like that overnight. So it literally took about a generation or so before any type of apology or correction was made around stuff like that too.
Yeah. They didn't acknowledge it for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this podcast took a dark turn, but we were just trying to figure out, because the mindset that Zobi has, and these what you guys call them weebos, is so deep. Their mindset that everything Japan does is good and everything America does is evil. And I really, for years, I just couldn't grasp that shit, because it's not like I felt out of love with Japan. I think the culture is fascinating. I try to watch as many YouTube videos and learn as much about them as I can. I really don't see a whole lot of blacks over there. There are blacks over there living in Japan, but it's very rare that you see a Japanese woman with a black guy. I try to learn as much about them as I can. And as far as
there's a culture out there, E-Rock. There's a culture there.
Okay. Yeah, there are blacks over there, but as far as I don't base a race of people in a country on their entertainment. Hell, man. I told you before, I love their wrestling companies. Hell, everybody's seen Akira. I love their anime. Everybody has seen or should see this anime cartoon called Desert Punk, which is awesome. Everybody knows goddamn Fist of the North Star. I mean, like, I don't hate the Japanese people, but I can't understand this mindset where Americans love them to death and worship them, but you hate your own culture. I don't care if Microsoft is ran by white people. That's my culture. I'm an American. And to sit here and like be hard on Sarah Bond, a black woman who's been elevated to such a lofty position, because I do believe they're grooming her to replace Phil Spencer at one point. Phil Spencer ain't gonna do that shit forever, right? So she's got to be his understudy. And little black girls and little Asian girls and little white girls can look at that and be like, man, as a woman, I can make it. And I'm like, yeah, you lucky motherfucker. You'll make it quicker than a man will. Shit, you'll make it to be a fucking president of Microsoft faster than I will. Shit, you bastard. Yeah. But I mean, that's something for little girls, little black girls, little girls of color to look up to. And Zoe's sitting here like, oh, she should have took that job. She should have took that 6-figure job. I hope I'm not lowballing her, because they don't tell her how much she get. But you're telling an American unlimited production, you're part of the free market. You're a capitalist. That they should not take. That's like me telling you, dude, don't get that fucking promotion at your job. Yeah, you be set up the fair. Like, what? You be like, motherfucker, what? Nigga, stay in your lane. Like, what the fuck? It was just listen. I was having a hard time grasping what he was saying. Unlimited, but like it's a mindset. And then when he brought up that the president of Nintendo took a pay cut because they were struggling. And I'm like, it's almost the same thing as what Jabari Clark said to me. This was years ago on Twitter, where I had to get off of Twitter. And I was saying how Microsoft, they had built several schools over here in America in the hood called Schools of the Future. And what it is that you're an underprivileged black or Hispanic or Asian youth. You can go there. You got to have good grades. You can go there and you get free laptops and shit. And if you succeed, they will pay for your fucking college. But if you flunk out, you got to give at least 2 years of military service. Either way, you fucking win, because the military is the bomb if you play that shit right. But so I was explaining to Jabari Clark, and Jabari Clark's answer was, well, so PlayStation, they always got a fucking list. PlayStation, they gave money to the Japanese tsunami. Yeah. The tsunami, they gave money to some shit that benefits them. You understand what I'm saying? Microsoft is doing some shit that benefits the world. School of the Future. Bill Gates and his wife Melinda going over there to Africa with the AIDS research and helping out with them, which is brave as shit, because everybody always says you blacks should go back to Africa. I'll be like, you first.
Shit, we were born here. This is our home. We ain't from Africa. We're from here.
Thank you, Sega, man. I'm about as African as I'm fucking Chinese. I'm sure there's some African blood in me. But shit, man, I'm born over here. Them motherfuckers over there, if you watch them videos over in Africa, they don't want your ass in South Africa. They don't want your ass in Egypt. Over in Kenya, Ethiopia, Asia still running loose. Botswana. These motherfuckers is warlords, and these motherfuckers is cooking dog. Look, all you got to do is watch Section. What's that movie with the aliens? Fucking District 8. And no, the fucking Africa ain't no place for your ass. Like, go the fuck over there, man. But anyway, like, yo, man, like, this whole this Generation Z or whatever generation so being in there, they really think that America is evil, Microsoft is evil, and capitalism is bad. And I've been all my life I've seen bigger companies swallow up smaller companies. It's what's done. It's very rarely that the small company swallows up the bigger company. Like just listening to him for like an hour and a half was baffling, Sega Forever.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are being taught that in school. My kids came on one day and they were like, "Oh, Dad, Columbus Day is now Indigenous People Day," and then I was like, "No, it ain't." And then like, "Oh no," but the teacher was saying this. I was like, "What? We didn't go any. Because I live in Hawaii, so I said, "Why Hawaiians didn't go anywhere and take over anything." And so I was trying to explain to them, when you do that, right? People don't think. I'm like, we're not the ones that discovered, right? We're not the ones that did the stuff that they did. They did that. We didn't do anything like that. But people don't think about that, right? They just think something's evil. and they attribute like a couple tag on it and stuff like that. I was like, dude, we was happy living on this island, and they came over here. They found us. We didn't find anybody. They came over and found us, right? So when I explained that to them, they didn't understand what I was saying, and when they thought about it, they said, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." Right? Because remember, it was Columbus Day. They didn't like Columbus. Then it went to what? Discover's Day, right? Because they wanted to take his name off.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, so it was Discover's Day for the longest time, and then from Discover's Day, that's when because they're like Columbus is evil. They raped Indians. They did all this bad stuff, right? Which maybe not. I don't know. But because of that and like you're saying, Iraq, it just builds up over a couple generations, and then the newer generation is like, oh well, we'll just take it away from Columbus and giving it to indigenous people. Right, but I'm like, okay, so
which is always funny because it's not like the indigenous people had their barbaric practices too. I mean, it's not like they didn't war each other or have sacrifices, human sacrifices, and stuff like that.
Well, I guess the thing that bothers me the most about that is that they're not thinking right. It started off because he discovered something.
Yeah,
right?
to me that's that lazy activism that I'm not a fan of. Yeah. Where instead of tackling the root cause of an issue. Yes. They have this real shallow solution of let's just change the name of the day. Well, the name of a holiday does not deal with any type of root causes that legitimately need some fixing.
But I watch people reacting to and this is Generation Z was reacting to Blazing Saddles, and they were legitimately offended by that movie. Like they were really they skipped it. They were skipping parts. And I was like, no, you have to watch that because that's the point of the movie.
Yeah.
And then it dawned on me kind of, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, you're from a new generation. You didn't live through that. But what was scary was like they're just really quickly to censor it. They're like, oh, they shouldn't have made a movie like this. Because that's the problem with modern society now, right? They take stuff that happens to them now and they try and put it on stuff that happens in the past.
Yeah, which is absurd.
Yeah.
They're not self-aware enough to realize that, which if Blazing Saddles makes you feel uncomfortable, then that's a good thing.
Yes.
Me personally, Blazing Saddles is goddamn fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
it's fucking hilarious. Every last bit of it is hilarious. I like watching a lot of reaction videos on YouTube, and yeah, they fast forward a lot of stuff. They feel uncomfortable. Yeah. I was watching these two girls watch 48 Hours from 1982 with Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte. And they were made uncomfortable by it, and I'm like, yo, the racism is the best part of that fucking movie. Yeah. Nick Nolte went hard in that shit.
I knew people were too far gone when they were complaining about Friends. I'm like, Friends, that's the most white bread fucking show I remember. Yeah. That was about as white bread as it came.
I was talking like people like the Saul's getting attacked by some of these guys. And I said, you know what it is, because you guys don't understand, right? But I was just trying to let them know. I was like, look, dude, things aren't always what they seem, and you gotta expand your horizons a little bit. Mm-hmm. But that's the problem with society today, bro. That's the problem I have with a lot of games and movies, television shows. That's why I watch a lot of foreign stuff now. It's because they don't have no chill. You know what I'm saying? Like every time they do something, it's just all in on it, right? It's just like, okay, this dude's a racist piece of trash. This person hates this person. It's like automatic. Where if you go back and watch the television shows we grew up, like one of my favorite shows is Chico and the Man.
Chico and the Man, that's old school.
That's old school, right? So, you had Chico who was the star, because Freddie Prinze, people don't realize how big Freddie Prinze was. Man. Freddie Prinze was the man at that time, right? So,
Freddie Prinze
was actually the star of the show, technically, right? But given the way kind of things were, right? They couldn't just like slot him in there. He was famous, but they just couldn't slot him in there. Not like we do now, right? It's just accepted. But back then, you had to kind of wiggle your way around stuff, right? So they brought old boy from Charlie's Factory. I forgot who played the man. He's a well-known actor. So that's what Hollywood would do, right? They would pair you with somebody, right? That people would find palatable or new, and then they would allow you to, So that's why I don't like listening to these people now, man, because they cry about every little thing. I was like, bro, you had to like suck it in back then. Like you just couldn't come out and say these kind of things,
See, back in the 70s when they made Blazing Saddles and Chico and the Man and all of that shit, Americans knew how to laugh at shit. All this woke bullshit really didn't start until 2016. That's when America went like fucking in the toilet. But back then in the 70s, they knew how to laugh at shit, man. I mean, and the comedy was just it was just on the nose. It was kind of rough around the edges, but it was meant to be rough around the edges. But getting back to your boy, I think it was Freddie Prinze Jr. I think it was him, man.
Freddie Prinze. Freddie Prinze Jr. is the son. Yeah.
Yeah. Freddie Prinze. I don't want to get him confused with another actor, but it was either Freddie Prinze or somebody else that was on an episode of fucking Sanford and Son. And they was in this motherfucking bar. They was in this fucking bar, and it was Lamont, it was Freddie Prinze, and it was Fred Sanford. So Freddie Prinze is like, yes, can we have some drinks? And so Fred Sanford was like,
no, that's somebody else. I'm sorry.
That was somebody else. But wasn't that funny? Fred Sanford was like, hey, man, what is this? It's sangria. What does sangria mean? It means blood. That shit was fucking hilarious, man. They knew how to.
That was Julio. That was his Puerto Rican neighbor.
Yeah,
or somebody,
he bought him over some.
Julio. Oh my God, this shit was fucking hilarious, man. And Blazing Saddles, man. Oh my fucking God. Like when I worked at this company in Philadelphia called the Big Bus Company, me and the white dudes, we would just sit around and quote Blazing Saddles all day. Nobody got fucking mad at each other. Nobody got the fuck upset, man. Blazing Saddles is, if you haven't seen Blazing Saddles or Airplane, there are two movies that have to be seen. People get offended now by Airplane, by fucking Airplane, by the two brothers speaking jive. That's fucking hilarious. Yes. That shit is fucking hilarious, man.
What do you say? Man, ham on shit.
Oh man, the brother was wild. He told that bitch when he got sick. He told that bitch something. Oh man, fish lay me to the bone, tighten me. I don't speak jazz. Cuddy said he can't hang.
No, wasn't that you remember Leave It to Beaver, the mom? Wasn't she the one talking to them?
Yes, that was Bobby Billingsley. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That was her. Yep.
But fucking Blazing Saddles, man. Gene Wilder is sitting there trying to talk Sheriff Barton to going out there. Like, Bart, don't go out there. These people are never going to accept you, no matter what you do. Hey, now, you just got to go out there and keep on punching. I'll be back. He goes out there walking all happy, all fucking coolish and shit. He's like, hey, ma'am, how are you? And isn't it a lovely day? Up yours, nigga. Dude, I just died. I just had a... Oh, the shit was the old prospector Gabby. Gabby, you see the new sheriff yet? Bung, bung. The sheriff is a bung, bung. What'd you say? He says the sheriff is near. No, God blame it. The new sheriff is a murderer. I'm like, yo, this shit. I'm glad that movie had no chill. That shit was fucking hilarious. Everybody's like, oh, you can't make Blazing Saddles nowadays. That's sad. That's sad that you can't. That's sad that you can't make Blazing Saddles. It's sad that you can't make fucking you cannot make fucking 48 Hours anymore because Nick Nolte went deep. Nick Nolte went deep with his racism. Like, hey man, Jack man, you know, we ain't no used to find Luther Gans. Yeah, tell me about a convict instead of being out here giving my wife the high hard one. I'm stuck with a charcoal colored loser like you. I'm like, damn, yo man, that shit. He went so hard with the racism that it was almost awesome. I'm like, why can't we get movies like this no more? Everything is politically correct. Everything has to have diversity in it. It's just fucking, you know, they got rid of, now, I know you remember this, Sega Forever. You probably had to watch it when your wife wasn't around. You remember the fucking Victoria's Secret fashion show they used to have every December with the fucking angels in their lingerie? Well, they got rid of it.
They were huge in the 90s.
They got rid of that shit because the blue-haired fucking tattooed fat people was like, that doesn't represent us. And I'm like, I can understand it. But damn, can you let us perverts like me have something? God damn. All the perverts was at the motherfucking Victoria fashion show. Fucking Matthew McConaughey, P. Diddy. Everybody was out there doing scout reports. Yo, man, I remember all of them. It was fucking, goddamn, Heidi Klum. It was, goddamn, what was that pretty black girl's name with the big ass titties? The fuck was her name? Man, yo, the Victoria's Secret fashion show was the shit. And Tyra Banks. Yes, Tyra Banks. That was her name. Yo, dude, that shit. If watching that shit didn't want to make you buy lingerie for your girlfriend, and imagine if she was Tyra Banks, I don't know what else would, man. That's all the show was for. It was to entice people to buy lingerie for their fucking girlfriend, or to make women feel sexier, maybe than what they were, make them feel confident in themselves. A bunch of blue-haired, tattooed librarians had to be like, "This doesn't represent me," and they got rid of that shit, man. And it just goes to show you what happens if a mob takes over. What can do, like the Confederate statues. Now we're going to disagree all day long about them tearing down the Confederate statues, but my thing has always been leave them up. E-Rock, why leave the Confederate statues up? Why give people a free pass on the shit they did? Leave the statues up so we can have something to talk about. Leave the statues up so we can have something to talk about. I believe that when the Soviet Union crumbled, they should have left all of their statues of Lenin and Stalin and all the motherfuckers up so you could have something to talk about. And over in Germany, y'all should have left up a few of them iron crosses so y'all have something to talk about. Because if we erase history, we're not going to know history. Well, E-Rock, that's not true. The Generation Z could open a book. These motherfuckers don't read books. They're not going to know. Hell, I didn't even know about what Unlimited said about the Chinese massacre a few minutes ago, and I thought I was a historian. So, like, you think these people are going to open up a book about the fucking Confederacy? They're not going to do that shit.
Yeah, they're gonna get their info from a 30-minute TikTok and then think that 30-second TikTok and think 30 seconds is enough to tell the whole nuanced story.
Exactly. We are so far removed from the civil rights movement, unlimited production, that Martin Luther King and the March on Washington is now a myth. It's now a black and white video they see on fucking TikTok. Yo, man, it's the truth. So that's why we shouldn't have tore down those statues, man. You make people be accountable, and you have people have something to talk about. Because look at, you know, the way back in the video games. Look at video game history. Look how I only found out not even 8 years ago that a black man invented the first video game console. I didn't know that.
Yeah, channel 1.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I just thought it was Atari. And had I not been old enough to have an Atari, I would have thought that the Japanese invented video gaming too.
Yeah, I knew that because I used to watch G4, the original G4 religiously, and they had that show Icons, and that was one of the episodes they did. Was the history of the beginning of the video game, so that's how I learned that fact.
Wow,
Unlimited that way. I watched the documentary with his son talking about his dad.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he filmed the documentary. That's how he knew.
Yeah, he saw that, didn't he? Yeah, he about as deep, man. He that dude's knowledge is vast. Shit.
He bought, yeah,
he knows a lot. Hey, Gogo, Zobi's like he goes down that rabbit hole. So what it is he's against DEI and stuff like that too. So that's why he says.
Well, the one thing I didn't like that he said last time I didn't like about Zoe is when he said, "Yeah, he told Sega Forever, yeah, what do you think? Nintendo's going to be taking over Xbox and PlayStation." I'm like, bruh, what the hell are you talking about? They ain't taking over shit. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, but that's why I told him, I'm like, dude, if Nintendo ran gaming, that's like 90% of 70 or 80. I said like 80% or 90% of the games I play, I can't play anymore. If Nintendo was the only place to play,
right?
Yeah. So, I mean, he some of it he is a troll. Like Gogo, you're right, he is a troll and stuff like that. But he has a certain perspective and stuff like that. It's just that I've known him for so long. Like his Jedi mind tricks don't work on me, dude.
I know. I'm not blasting the guy. And you know what? After that podcast was over, I said that to myself. I said that guy had to be trolling. No one on earth is that naive. It's impossible.
No, dude. When he did the whole, so we were on a pod with me, Dea, and Hebot, dude. And what he did was he said, dude, this is pretty classic, dude. He set this up from the beginning because we were just talking about gaming. So he kept on using it. Saying, "Oh yeah, man, that's gay." Well, I heard this Thursday, and then we're just going through. Dude, he waited like an hour. I think we're like an hour and 15 minutes in, and then he kind of said this to us. He goes, Phil Spencer's gay, like out of the blue, and the three of us just kind of like,
yeah, he did. I heard him say that. You're right. Yeah. He will say that.
But dude, I was like, damn it. When I started laughing, I was like, bro, you got me. I should have seen you doing this from the jump. E-Rock, I don't mean to disrespect you, E-Rock, but he reminds me a lot of you from back in the day. Just saying. You guys are good entertainers. You can speak. You know what I'm saying? I remember I told you, E-Rock, I followed you from 1UP when you was writing your articles.
Hey, look, man. If he was trolling, he got me, dude. Zobi, you got me, dude. Because I was hook, line, and sinker for that shit last week, man. I was all in. I was like, this guy's lost his mind. You mean to tell me that motherfucker was trolling? Damn.
He trolls, but he got some stuff like that he believes. The only reason I rock out with them is just like right here, like Cygnus just talked about NASA. Like you remember, I just said Operation Paperclip, and the Cygnus, like some Nazi went to NASA, hence the name. So that's all in there. So that's the kind of stuff that Zobi's into as well.
Oh, you mean that's true?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we got way off topic, guys, and it's late, but I heard something about that. I thought that was bullshit.
Dude, wait till you start. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, man. Both the Russians had more Nazis than the Americans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was all that competition, bro. They were trying to the tech and all that stuff. Trying to make jet engines and all that crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because apparently the German scientists, even before Nazis, was pretty advanced, and then Nazis did experience without any ethics, if you will. So
yeah, I heard about that, and I knew they was developing X-2 rockets and all of that shit. But I thought a lot of that shit you see in the movies and Indiana Jones was like bullshit.
Well, it's based kind of on that. It's based kind of on that, but unlimited. Do you know why they call it Operation Paperclip?
I don't. No, I don't remember hearing why.
Okay, so like if they, when they got the prisoners of war and stuff like that, and somebody was a Nazi sympathizer and stuff, so you didn't want people to know, so they would put the paperclip on his paperwork.
Oh, okay.
And that's how you knew. This was all like CIA stuff. Iraq, wait till you start going on, because then there's also people going on this rabbit hole of that aliens and demons. So wait till you get to that point. Yeah. So.
Hey man, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the flat earthers. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. I'm still on Instagram debating dudes that say that the moon landing was fake. It's just some dude on Instagram said that space isn't real. It's just low, man. It's like, and these dudes aren't trolling. These dudes are for real in their convictions. And I'm just like, man, what are they teaching these kids in school?
I'm gonna tell you this, Iraq. This other stuff too, it'll blow your mind. Right, Unlimited. You hear about it, but when they go into detail and you start listening, I was like, dang, dude.
Yeah, but have discernment, because some of it, you gotta have discernment, because some of it is just bullshit to get you riled up, though. So you always gotta be careful. But the stuff about Nanking and Operation Paperclip and the Russians also having Nazi, all that shit is 100% true.
Wow.
What you want to do is sometimes you want to listen to somebody that's not like in the event of demons and aliens. So the people that are coming forward with that kind of stuff, they're not like theologists.
Yeah.
They're not Christians, right? These people are like in the field. Like there was this one podcast I was listening to where this guy that came out, he's talking about it because he's a person, he does with the psychological stuff. And so he was the one he discovered that the CIA, like Stranger Things, that shows Stranger Things when they have the what they call the upside down. Yeah, so he was saying that, and he's saying he had, like, when you listen to him, he talks about it. He provides stuff, but he says that that's what the CIA when they were trying to do hallucinogenics and mind control and all that kind of stuff. He was saying what they actually did was they opened up the spiritual realm, and that they were communicating with beings from the other realm, which he thinks are demons. So
wow.
So don't watch this night, E-Rock. You might want to.
Oh no, man! My dance card is full, man. I've been watching videos like that for years. Now I'm stuck on all these police body cam videos where you see some of the wildest shit ever, man. These motherfucking DUI arrests be fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah,
it's like the entitlement of some of these people is off the charts, which makes me like kind of afraid to go out some days, because it's like, wow, there's people out here that's like that. Like, wow, it's just a crazy world we live in, man. But
it is. But personally, I don't live in fear. Something happens.
Yeah. I'm not saying live in fear. It's just I'm like, man, there's people out there like that. There's people out there that don't know that you're not supposed to drive with your fucking blood alcohol being 28.3. These motherfuckers got behind the wheel of a car, and then when the cops stop them, they're completely amazed. They either, when they ask to do the sobriety test, They either dyslexic, they can't see, they can't walk. One nigga ain't had no leg.
Oh, damn.
One chick was 40 and wanted to call her mommy. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is going on, man? This shit be crazy. I see why the cops started wearing body cams now, man. So we can document this shit. Oh boy. So I'm stuck on that right now. I can't believe that shit. So you telling me that there's other weird shit out here? Like, man, I can't deal, bro. I can't deal. I got told you, Zobi literally gave me a headache last weekend, and he was trolling. Like, man, mission accomplished, dude.
There's just like so much going on in the world, and then to me, it's like this stuff is just being revealed now. Because like when I was growing up, dude, you just focus on the Bible and the scriptures and the gospel, stuff like that. And then now, like everything's the stuff that's blowing up about the Book of Enoch and stuff like that. It's I don't know. It's a lot of end time stuff. That's why. So that's why you see a lot more people talking about it than normal. Sure, Joe Rogan was talking about it on his show. Like
Yeah, he talking about a lot of shit. Man, look.
Yeah.
Man, look, you need a whole another podcast for that shit. We going down a whole fucking another rabbit hole because you know, I studied the paranormal for a while because I was interested, man. And like that fucking shit there, man. The shit that you find out is true and not just fiction, and it's fucking real. And the fact that the Amityville Horror isn't a movie, it was based on actual fucking murders. And then like almost every fucking case of the paranormal usually started out with somebody fucking around with a goddamn Ouija board. So what the fuck are them? For people out there playing with Ouija boards, you don't know what the fuck is answering you on the other side. Like shit is fucking crazy. But like, man, that's like a whole nother fucking conversation for another fucking day, man. It's just crazy fucking shit out here. And I'm just trying to digest that this motherfuckers out here walking to think the earth is flat. I'm trying to digest the fact that we just found out that fucking Diddy is a fiend. Like I can't. It's too much to handle. That motherfucker probably never thought that video was coming. Did y'all see that video?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Once they get to certain,
that's the one where he was running the hall with a towel.
That girl. All right, I don't know how, but he was dating this pretty ass chick singer named Cassie Ventura, right? So they was dating. So they was at a hotel, and he ran behind her, and you know, in NFL they call it horse collaring somebody, which is an illegal move now. He just horse collared that bitch and then kicked her twice. And at first I was like, maybe that's not him. But then I saw them big ass dolphin teeth. I said, yeah, that's that nigga. They had some fucking teeth and shit.
I saw that they raided his stuff, right? They raided his house. And all
well, I was wondering what the fuck was all that about. Like, why the fuck are they raiding this dude's house? Who the fuck the FBI think they are? But turns out they must have. Usually, if the FBI and the ATF and alcohol, tobaccos, and firearms raid your crib, your compound is the reason for that shit. Like, they had the motherfucking tank out there and the armored vehicle. Like, what the fuck did he do?
Well, the scuttlebutt is that they raided him so that they could get the evidence because there was like incriminating evidence. He kept tapes on everybody, is what they're saying. Like he got everybody on blast on his video.
He motherfucker was trafficking people. The odd thing is, there's this black comedian named Cat Williams. He said this shit back in January. Now this is May. He said this shit back in January. He said, "I will not go to one of P. Diddy's parties. You ain't turning me out." And I'm like, what the fuck you mean by that? Is he being funny? Lo and behold, months later, like you just never know, man. You just never know.
I mean, you know that they're evil, right? That didn't surprise me, but the fact that this dude might be like an asset for the government, that's another. I didn't see that coming. So, I mean, that's the thing that caught me off guard. I mean, if you're telling me that they're having these kind of parties and they're doing all this kind of stuff in Hollywood, I'd be like, oh, okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that it's just like all this stuff is happening now, I'm like, dang, dude, this dude was like videotaping everybody and probably blackmailing people.
Look, man, that's a whole rabbit hole about to be open. You know what I mean? Did this motherfucker have anything to do with Tupac's or Biggie's death?
Yeah,
it could be shit being investigated for fucking to go back decades. Yeah. Like, man, look, I don't know, man. Everybody, what you think about P. Diddy? Like, look, man, that motherfucker. I'm staying in my lane. Shit. Look, when you rich, the first thing you should do when you become rich is not fuck up, not get involved in any bullshit, right? Like yo, it's hard enough to try to hold on to money. See, everybody's laughing at Will Smith for trying to keep his family together, but like now that motherfucker seemed like a saint. Shit, like man, who knew all this crazy shit was going on? But man, it's none of my business.
I bet you
It's
there's a lot of people like that, dude. I bet you there's a lot of people like that right now. They're probably like, oh, dotting their I's and crossing their T's right now, hoping that they don't get exposed.
I mean, I heard all of these fucking dumbass motherfucking conspiracy theorists because I don't want to be disrespectful, but I love him to death. But our boy Heba is a huge conspiracy theorist. I've been hearing forever about this bullshit called Illuminati, but it's like damn, this fucking could that shit have been real all this fucking time and shit? Like how the fuck is it that Hollywood only picks a certain 2 actors every 4 years, and that's all the motherfucker they gonna call to be in movies? All the fuck you see is Timothy Chalamet and that goddamn Zendaya. How the fuck is that? How the fuck is fucking Cat Williams said that? Cat Williams said that. Yeah, Cat Williams. What the fuck is that nigga's name? Cat Williams said that. Damn, Kevin Hart is a plant. I mean, what you mean that nigga's a plant? Like that motherfucker is unfunny, but he's in everything. He keeps getting cast in every fucking thing, and I'm like,
yeah. But what did they say? What did they say about Cat Williams? Oh, you're just a hater.
Oh, he's a hater. He's jealous. You know what I mean? He didn't make it in his career. And you know how Cat Williams talk. I didn't make it in my career. I got offered 3 Netflix specials. Like, how have I not made it? But I mean, like when that shit came about Diddy, it was like that motherfucker turned into like some kind of prophet and shit. Like, God damn, man, what else do you fucking know? Shit is crazy, man. It's just so much
the show, bro. If you watch the show with Pat Williams and Shannon Sharp, he really exposes all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched the whole thing. Yeah. That was a whole saga. Yeah, man. But anyway, other than that, man, it's all good. I'm getting back to Game the Man 2024. Yeah, because we going down a rabbit hole I don't want to go down, man. My brain.
There. I'll be waiting for you, E-Rock. You think E-Rock is bad? I'm 100 times worse than you.
Yeah, man. But shit, 2024 is just too stacked. Like I never said, I'm gonna have to fucking pick and choose what gets bought and don't get bought. But it's just a stacked fucking year, man. And we're not even at the goddamn show. The show is June 9th. So I mean, I'm excited for it. I don't even worry about these clowns no more, man. These clowns are gonna do what they want to do. Sega Man, like Sega Man always said, we good over here. I love the fact that they keep crying and whining, and we keep shining, man. We keep shining, because Hellblade, man, Hellblade is like a fucking work of art, and that's something the Xbox could be proud of if it stays on the fucking console. Phil, I hope you fucking learned your lesson from fucking Hi-Fi Russian Sea of Thieves. I don't even think Sea of Thieves made the top 300 on PlayStation.
I don't think it did either.
They don't buy fucking games over there. They talk about Xbox. Their whole life surrounds around Xbox. Shit. Jesus.
That was a test, bro. That was a test in putting games over there to see if they would actually support it, and they didn't.
Yeah. They didn't support that. They didn't support Hi-Fi Rush. They didn't support nobody bought Redfall, but then everybody was up in arms the second that the fucking studios got closed down. It was fucking hypocrisy at its finest.
Hey, Cygnus says for $5 million, would you get 666 Mark of the Beast tattooed on you? Bro, they're gonna implant it inside of you, bro. So be wary.
No, that's a little bit too heavy, and plus, wouldn't nobody be offering that kind of money for something that crazy? Now, somebody would probably offer you, hell, motherfucker won't even offer you $500,000 to murder somebody. Somebody offer you, and no, that's crazy.
Right here, Global. Some people do that for free. Yep, 100% Global. They'll do it for free. I'm calling the demonic spirits. Nah, come on, bro.
Yo, man, your comment section is wild. Sega forever.
Oh, yeah.
But then what do you expect when you up at fucking damn near 10 minutes to fucking 2? What is this? What's that movie? What's that movie? Interview with the Devil? Like,
it's funny though, right? Well, Like we'll know if people actually watch the whole podcast. It's like, man, we was listening to Sega Forever's podcast. All of a sudden, he started talking about demons.
Yeah.
We
Yo,
went from Xbox to demons.
now Sega Forever, seriously, I'm just asking just so I know, when does your podcast end?
It just depends when everybody's tired or done.
Yeah. So you got to bully him to end it sometimes too.
Yo, motherfucker, let's call this shit a rap.
Yeah, we can wrap it up.
Get to your last topic and let's call this a rap, man. Because y'all getting on. Y'all talking about Ouija boards and Satan. Like, yo, man, look, man, even Sega man will tell you, man, when you come in my house, we got crosses up and Jesus and shit. We don't want no kinds of shenanigans going on.
Yeah, P. Diddy wearing Kamala Harris's underwear and shit.
I know, yo, man, it's going down, man. I just try to stay on my motherfucking line. I don't even have no reference to talk about. You know, back in the day, you had this shit in the hood called the Black Barber Shop, and that's where everybody would go to and hang out. And that's when I found out that all black dudes do is play Madden and shit, because they be in the barber shop playing fucking Madden, right? But how do you even go into a black barber shop? Like, yo, E, what do you think about Diddy? Like, think about Diddy. First of all, he had one of the baddest bitches I ever seen, and he beat her up, and this nigga just squandered millions of dollars. Like, I can't relate. I can't relate, because usually unlimited, when you hit the lottery, when you hit the Powerball for like $300 million, that's when you disappear. That's when you be like, look, that's when you tell your family, look, I'm gonna break all y'all off, but I'm the fuck out. I get $1 million. I am not staying in West Philly. I am out. You know how many fucking neighbors and hangers on gonna be knocking your door for dumb shit? Yo, E, man, they just repossessed my car. Can you help? Like, nigga, what?
Yeah, man. Too many people who hit the jackpot ended up getting killed over it.
Yo, are you?
Even if they were giving, even if they weren't selfish and were giving, it still wasn't enough for some people.
Yeah, man. Like, yo, that's the thing. You got to get out of Dodge quick, man. Like, I ain't fucking staying around here. Yeah, that's that nigga with the Powerball. Somebody now will just take you out just so you can't enjoy that money. It's fucking crazy.
Dude, I got a hedge of protection, man. I win a Powerball. I just go see my family. They'll be waiting for me too. They'll be waiting for me, and they won't let anybody else around it.
Man, you must got a big. But then again, like y'all Polynesians, y'all got big families, because I think The Rock got like 9,000 cousins and shit. So like, you know,
everybody in the WWE, man, that's all his family, all those dudes, man.
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, all my family is fucking older and dying and shit. So what I'm gonna do? Get protected by 3 dudes in a wheelchair and a motherfucker with no teeth? That's gonna be a quick ass fight. That's gonna be over with fast. See, I gotta get out of Dodge. Tell my sisters, like, yo, I'm gonna break y'all off and I'm the fuck out. Where you going to, E? Fucking Scotland. Them niggas ain't never gonna find me. I'm out of here, man. Shit. And live the rest of my fucking life and disappear. But yeah, like I can't relate to P. Diddy. I can't relate to having a bitch as fine. I've had some fine girlfriends, but even I gotta admit, I gotta be real. I ain't had nobody as fine as Cassie. That was a fine ass little mulatto. Like, and you kicking her around. Like, I'm not to get off topic, because we trying to wrap shit up, but I was raised that if you and a chick is arguing that much, just leave. Just get out of there.
Yep.
Just get out. It's not worth it, man. You can't be putting your hands on these fucking women. Get out of there, man. You know, it ain't like back in the 70s when Tuck was growing up, when Dolomite was smacking bitches. You can't do that shit, no. You Bobby Kotick? You can't do that shit no more, man. Fuck. I do believe that Activision would have never got sold if Bobby Kotick hadn't smacked that bitch. He harassed that bitch, and the whole board of directors got nervous. Like, you know what? Let's just sell this shit. Like, let's just fucking offload this shit to somebody.
Yeah, that lady killed herself, and that's what set it all off.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
God.
She was harassed so bad she committed suicide.
Whoa.
And then that led to everything being revealed.
Wow. That's fucked up. That's really sad. See the chick that Vince McMahon harassed, she hanging in there. She like, yo, all Vince McMahon had to do was give that bitch $300 million. He couldn't do that shit.
Yeah. But she probably was around the wrestlers 24/7. Like the girl was had to go to work every day after being harassed and all that shit. So that
Yeah,
takes a toll on you.
yeah, she was at the fucking office. But
Yeah.
what I don't understand is why didn't she fucking quit? Why didn't Bobby Kotick's the chick is why didn't he quit? You can always quit a fucking job. I did it plenty of fucking times with no explanation. Girlfriends, fucking, why'd you quit that job? Don't ask me no dumb questions, nigga. Like, yo, why don't you? If you're being harassed, fucking quit. Shit, don't just sit there and be harassed. That's really sad that that lady killed herself. No wonder they, damn, Bobby Kotick, that's fucked up. Mm. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah, you guys want to wrap it up? We can.
yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Sigma.
Is this an extra wrap up or is it the infamous 2 hour outro?
Yeah, well, I'll wrap up, but I want to talk to Gogo a little bit about Caitlin Clark. But I mean, if you guys want to, because we're gonna go down another rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Sigma.
Before I go, who the fuck is Caitlin Clark?
Oh, she's
yeah.
WNBA player.
Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah, the WNBA finally started marketing pretty women instead of the butches, so it's getting popular.
Yo, I noticed. I was noticing this other chick, this white girl with this dark hair and these pretty eyes. Like, yo, where do these pretty girls come from in the NBA? Usually, them bitches be looking like these niggas on my block. Like, where the fuck these fine ass girls from? Okay.
I think this is their moment. I talked about it on the last week's podcast because I just got all into it because I love basketball, and then I was watching the college because she was she was just shooting the lights out, and so she was the big thing that went into WNBA. So that's putting all the eyes on WNBA.
Okay. I wish I knew. It's this pretty ass bitch play for them now. White girl, dark hair, nice eyebrows. I'm gonna find this bitch at because most of these
they got a couple.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, them WNBA chicks was looking rough for a while. And you know they fired. Didn't they fire that radio guy Don Imus over some shit? I don't know whether he was watching a college basketball game or WNBA.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Okay,
and he was never fired for it, but he just got
okay.
Yeah.
Don Imus was like, man, these are some nappy headed bitches.
Oh shit!
I was rolling. I was on the floor. Racism be funny as hell to me. Mm-hmm. But go ahead, y'all. Do your outro.
Go ahead, Sigma.
Hey man, it was great doing another show with our brother Sega Forever, man, with another Wrecking Crew podcast. This was a great show that we did, man. I'm talking about this, this thing going on with the Hellblade. Everybody here, this right here, my brother's been playing it. You know, me and E-Rock are pretty much into it. My brother Unlimited is getting into it, man. You know what I mean? These are just a bunch of haters out here, bro. You're never going to see this game on your console of choice. You want to play the game, stop bitching, crying and whining, get your feelings all of your bussy and go buy the goddamn Xbox.
They ain't never doing that.
And play the game, man, because you're not seeing it over there. When you had Hellblade 1, you didn't support that motherfucking shit. We had to go and buy Ninja Theory and get them a 1-up. And look what we got over here now, man. Because y'all, that's just the thing. You guys don't support the goddamn developers. That's why Phil saved their asses and brought them over here. Now look at the real greatness is over here, and they're already working on another game. So don't worry about Ninja Theory coming out and saying, "Oh, I don't know if they're going to survive." You're wrong, bitches. They're already working on another game as we speak, so they ain't going anywhere. That's all I got to say, man. Peace out, man. Great podcast, brother Sega Forever, man, with the whole crew, man. Really good podcast, brother.
Thanks for being here, bro. Oh, go ahead, Unlimited, if you want to roll up.
Yeah, man. It's your boy Unlimited Production. And, you can find me whenever the truth is needed. Great show as always, guys. Always glad hanging out with y'all. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks when the Discord's gonna be stupid as shit again when Xbox.
You know it, Unlimited. You know it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And we got to talk the Xbox community off of ledgers for something. I could see it right now.
Yeah.
Same.
It's a shame that Unlimited people like us got to fucking babysit the fucking Xbox community, so they're so
yeah. Whenever like Sega Forever sends me leaks through Twitter, right? So I'll log into Twitter for a second. I see the bullshit. I click that link and X because I'm like, oh no, I ain't dealing with this shit. It's like clockwork. He sends me the link. The first tweet I see is always something stupid. Microsoft, why you X? Nope, I'm out. I retire from this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It is no fun to me. It's for some it's fun and I respect that. It is no fun to me to endlessly see all this bitching and moaning all the time.
Yeah.
Over and it's always over nothing too.
I agree 100%. Hey, it's good to always hang out with you guys. You know, when it's Jerry Lewis telethon, you know, it's getting late. We got to get out of here because, you know, I'm trying to tell Sega man he got to do a whole different podcast if he want to start to talk about the Satanic Six and Beelzebub. Like it's a podcast for another day. But unlimited production is right. Like in about 2 weeks, it's gonna be on like a month, like Donkey Kong. These motherfuckers, you could set their hatred and their stupidity to your grandfather's watch. It'll always be right. Oh man,
yo, at this point, I'm just predicting the narratives on what the bullshit's gonna be. I can't put my finger on what they're gonna hate Avowed for. I just know they're gonna hate that game. Like Indiana Jones, like I said, they're gonna be like, if it was in third person, I'd be able to enjoy it.
Yep.
You know, that's gonna be the narrative on why they hate it. I can't pinpoint, but I'm gonna find something because it's pretty obvious. Like, there's always something with an Xbox game, and then they hyper focus on it, and it's always the dumbest shit imaginable.
The only people that's more excited about Xbox's gaming reveal June 9th than us is them. They waiting for this shit. The Dreamcast guy, boy, his hard drive must be full. This nigga is waiting with bated breath to see what he can hate that day. But you know, this is the thing. We look at it now, man. We laugh at it. We used to get mad at these guys, but again, you can't get mad over children. Hey guys, it's always great to hang out with you and hang out. It's always great to support our brother Sega Forever. And as always, bye-bye.
All right, man. Peace out, guys.
All right.
That's a good show, man. Good show, brother Sega
Yeah,
Forever.
thanks for coming, bro. I wasn't sure if you were going to be able to make it, but I'm
Yeah,
glad
man. Yeah. Who you going down the rabbit hole with?
No. Gogo and Cygnus.
Okay.
Because I've been following WNBA. So,
Yeah.
I talked about Caitlin Clark last week, so I'm actually following it now.
Yeah.
Like old school, bro. Like how I used to do with basketball players back in the day. Man. Like,
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at their videos, looking at their stats, stuff like that. So I knew the WNBA. I mean, they've got a hard rub, but they have an opportunity here since this girl came into the league.
Yeah.
Put a lot of eyes on them, dude. Like attendance is high. There's a couple games that I think every game that she's been in, they had to upgrade the stadiums because more people bought tickets. So a lot of people don't know this, man, but Kobe Bryant was actually gonna, I'm a huge Laker fan, dude. I love Kobe.
Yeah.
Kobe was gonna actually put his good help the WNBA, and then unfortunately he passed away, with the accident and everything. But yeah, he was gonna market them and give lend his his name and stuff to them, and get them in a better way.
Yeah.
So, but he passed away, and then it's been kind of they have these ballers and stuff like that. You know what it reminds me of the NBA back in the day, man. I was born in '73, bro. So
yeah,
when I was growing up, my dad watched a lot of sports. So I remember like Dr. J. I remember Moses Malone. I remember Pistol Pete Maravich. I remember all these dudes, man. And so the NBA always had great players, but it wasn't, to me, the league didn't become its own entity until when Larry Bird and Magic came in, right? And then the Lakers-Celtic rivalry, and then of course the '84 class, and then Michael Jordan, and Charles Barkley, Chris Mullin, Karl Malone, all these dudes came into the NBA at one time, and then it just expanded. And so what I see now with the WNBA is I see that happening right now. So that's just exciting for me. So I'm like, oh, dude, I want to track this stuff. I'm actually gonna get I'm actually gonna start watching the games,
Yeah.
because I want to kind of analyze it. Yeah, dude, that's all right. I know I don't talk about it as much, but I was a big sports guy back in the day.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
My video gaming was sports games, fighting games, and action type games and platformers. Those are the 4 things I played all the time. That's why I'm a big Sega fan because of Sonic. So,
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
But I used to play all the Tecmo Bowls. I used to play all kind of sports because I played sports when I was growing up. So yeah, I was just gonna talk to these dudes, like answer their comments,
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah.
like that. Let me see. But thanks, Gogo. Thank you for being here, Cygnus. What's oh, dude, I went too far. I don't want to mess up his name, dude. Like Toolman, thank you for being here. Deployer was in here. Yeah, I know Deploy be rocking out with you, Sigma man. I just want to make sure I got everybody. And thanks for the brothers that were there. Now, Nini, man, if you ever, hey, dude, we're a Pro Xbox channel. We're a Pro Xbox channel here. And Nini, if you want to ever stop by, dude, you know where we're at. Friday nights, we do the Wrecking Crew. And then next week, I'll be doing, every other week, I do Wrecking Crew. And the alternate weeks, I talk about pop culture. So if you want to be in there. Yeah, and it was nice of Unlimited to stop in. Because I know he's been busy. So Unlimited, thank you again. E-Rock, man, thanks for showing up, bro. I know it's late on your side. I just shoot you the link, dude, just in case you want to come in. And don't worry, bro. Speak your mind. It's always good here. Shout out to Hebot and Dea as well, and Fireboss. You know, it'd be cool if Fireboss, if you were able to talk about the because Fireboss was actually in Japan, so I'm just here by association. So let me answer some of these comments. Yeah, dude, that stuff is deep. Cygnus, man. You know, you're welcome here as well. Dude, I mean, we're not trying to give you a hard rub, dude. We speak our mind on this podcast. And I see that you have some pretty good comments. So we probably would hang out, I'll be honest with you. I wanted to say, nah, brother. Just to answer you, dude, I'm not, bro. I'm a child of God, born again. I'm a Baptist. Um, there's only one person I fear, and that's God, because He holds the keys.
Yep.
He's in control. Oh, hey, Sigmund. He's in control, man. There's no other person I fear, dude. Let these things have power over you. That's the difference. But the reason this stuff is being talked about so much now is because the signs that are happening in the world today. And they're real. They're biblical. They're biblical signs. And I'm not saying it's the end times and stuff like that's going to happen because nobody knows except God. He'll choose that time for it to happen. I'm not saying all of that, dude, but I am saying that it's biblical, right? So that could be God just telling us, you know, hey, just remember, right? Time is short. You know what you're on this earth to do, you know, and one day everything's going to come to an end. So that's why Cygnus, dude, I don't believe in like global warming. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I don't care about most of the stuff people care about in the world, right? Because at the end of the day, dude, none of this stuff's going to matter. It just won't. I think you have to be a productive person in society. I think you have to take care of what God has given you, you know, stuff like that. But other than that, dude, I think that's what's wrong a lot with the world nowadays is people just get caught up in their own stuff, not realizing the bigger picture.
Yep.
You know, that's a problem. So, yeah, human trafficking has been happening behind the scenes. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Where I work in my job for the last, I don't know what happened around the 6 or 7 years, they stopped focusing on that. But every year we get training on human trafficking where I work. And then it just kind of died away. And given everything that's going on, you can see why. Yeah, Gogo, sorry, man. Just to answer your thing. Caitlin Clark hit a game-winning 3 to get her first win. Yeah, dude. So I saw like a clip somebody shared of her, and she looked very comfortable. And you know, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, it just takes some time, right? She's coming into a league where, you know, bigger, stronger, faster. But another thing too, man, people have been keying on her. I think that's actually a show of respect, right? That they've been double teaming her. They've been trying to get her out of her rhythm. Because as you can see, dude, if she gets into her rhythm, dude, it's hard to go. That momentum shift is just hard to fight against. Gogo said, I think he was talking to you, Cygnus. He said, Zobi, is that you? Yeah, Gogo, man. Thanks for being here, bro. We got to play. Sega Man, are you still? Yeah, Sega Man.
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Yeah, sorry, my brother. Gogo can play. Yeah, Gogo, you guys play tomorrow, man. I would
Yeah,
play with you guys,
yeah.
dude, but I'm just bad at I don't want to be carried, bro. I got to work on my Gears game. I'm not going to lie. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a cool game. I love it. I'm more on the story side of Gears, if I'm being honest. But I'm just not good at cover shoot. Never have been. So I'd have to put in some work.
It's some getting used to.
Yeah, I think it's cool because I'd want to do a lot of the stuff there. Like pulling somebody over, chainsaw.
Yeah.
Some of those kills are amazing, dude. I think I like that type of gameplay just because it lends itself to more strategy, right? Like it's not just like when bro, we play COD, dude. I mean, it's just like you just pop into a game, somebody calls in an airstrike, then there's like a chopper taking you out, dude. You could die like 15 times before you even move from the spot you spawn.
Oh yeah, easy.
It's ridiculous, right? You
Easy,
really can't
yeah.
do that in Gears, So like Halo's the same way. You can't really do that in Halo. So
No.
Cygnus says once they announce the 60 frames per second patch for HP2, that means it's ready for PS5. Yeah, dude, I don't. You heard my comments earlier. Well, you might not have heard my comments, Cygnus, but I'm totally away from that kind of stuff, dude. I don't think it is what people are saying it is. I've spent all week looking at it, and I'm like, yeah.
What game's that?
Gears of War. Oh no, HP2. What is that? Hellblade 2. Oh hell, no wait. What is that? Hellblade, right? The new one that just came out.
That's the thing, Sega Forever. I mean, people are they're stuck on the 60 frames per second thing, bro. It looks good the way it is. I mean, if it was to be 60 frames per second, that's fine, but you're not. That's not the gist of the game. It looks good right now. I'm playing it right now. It plays fine. It's well. I didn't see no glitches or anything in the game on a Series X I'm playing on my TV. It looks fine in 30 frames per second. You don't need to enjoy a game for it to be 60 frames per second, man.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I know everybody wants that to be the norm and it should be 60 frames. Okay, but obviously it's not. I mean, the developers decide what they want to do. So I mean, if they make it 60 frames per second later, that's cool, but that should not take your enjoyment away of playing a game. And why wait for it to be 60 frames per second when you can enjoy it now? It's a glorious game. I mean, it's awesome, bro. It's awesome just the way it is. It really is.
Yeah, I think Microsoft has figured out that the majority of the people don't care.
Nope, they don't. You don't need to play a game and enjoy a game. You don't need to. It doesn't need to be 60 frames per second, bro, for you to enjoy a game. You've been playing 30 frames per second for a long time. Did you say that back then? No, you didn't. You were enjoying the game.
I think what people do is they get caught up in it or they read about it, but they don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. They get like you said, Sega Forever. They get caught up in that shit. You got these YouTubers on here. Oh, every game should be 60 frames per second and 120 frames per second. Well, guess what? They're not developers. All right, they're not developers. They're YouTubers that want clicks for shits and giggles. They're not developers. They don't know nothing about developing games. They don't know how hard it is. They don't know what procedures they have to go through to get that game out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you shouldn't listen to YouTubers that have these big channels that just are clickbaiting you to watch their stuff because they're not developers. So they don't know what developers go through. You should never listen to them. You know what I mean? To get their game the way they want. I mean, maybe they have to wait later for it to be 60 frames per second. You can still enjoy Hellblade the way it is. It's fine.
The amount of people are destroyed by just asking them if they have an Xbox. If these people don't have an Xbox, you shouldn't listen to them.
Right. A lot of them don't. Like, for instance, look at you know who I call Big Forehead. He has a PlayStation 4, dude. He doesn't even have a PlayStation 5. He shouldn't be even talking about next gen gaming, dude. You don't even have a next gen system, and you're out here always talking about Xbox in your mouth, and you don't even have a next gen system. And you're talking about these new next-gen systems. You don't even have one. You're still rocking out a PS4 in Germany. So you should just be quiet. You know what I mean?
Wasn't he supposed to sell his PlayStations and go to PC?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that a long time ago on Z's show. Yeah, if my games go on PC, I'm just going to invest in a PC and sell my PlayStation 4. Bruh, you still got your PlayStation 4. You lied. You didn't do none of that. You're still playing your PlayStation 4. You're not a PC dude. You're playing your PlayStation 4. That's what I mean. You got these guys out here that talk shit about next gen and don't even have a next gen system. You need to go sit down somewhere, man.
Well, the sad part is how the Xbox listen to these guys. I'm like, dude, these guys don't have Game Pass. They don't have an Xbox, right? Why are you listening to these people?
Yeah,
You know.
they like. I mean, I
Oh,
don't know. They like it. They like doing listening to that, or you know what I mean. It just sometimes it feels like they like listening to that. You know what I mean?
I think they give these guys credibility that they shouldn't.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, dude, who is this dude? Just like how you call this Jizz,
Oh
whatever.
yeah, yeah. Jism Gordon.
Yeah, that dude, man. It's just like, and then like he gets called on it, then he plays the victim. That's why I really can't stand him. Maddie plays all those guys, dude. And then from the Iron Lords, dude, I only listen to King David. My
Yeah,
circle, dude, is non-existent. Second man right now. So if you guys are making video, dude, I'm not really listening to podcasts. This is why I'm going down other rabbit holes, as you heard, right? Because I don't spend my time listening to Xbox because like Unlimited said, right? It's the algorithm. You type in Xbox, dude, all you got is like a bunch of Xbox is dead, Xbox is gone, Xbox sucks.
yeah. And they don't. They listen to them dudes. They listen to them dudes all the time. Hellblade 2 is a masterpiece of a game. It's a time to celebrate.
Right.
One of the games we've been waiting for a long time. It was anticipated to come, and it's an awesome game. Everybody always want to ridicule everything. That's why you can't enjoy nothing today. Some of these people that are gamers out here, you can never enjoy nothing today. You always got to nitpick every little thing about Xbox games, every little thing.
Mm-hmm.
All these YouTubers. Well, it should be 60 frames per second and all that. Man, shut up, man.
Yeah. Dude. So Google says Indiana sold out all their home games already. Yeah, and I think they have to move to a bigger stadium, right, Google? Because they sold so many tickets. And then when she travels, other teams have to do that as well. And then second man, this girl is so big now. The WNBA pushed up the plans for them to get charter flights. These guys were flying in
Oh,
commercial.
wow.
These girls were flying commercial, and now they finally got charter flights. So
Wow, bro.
yeah, I'm all in, man. I'm taking it all in, dude. I'm like, dude, man. And there's some ballers in the WNBA. There's this one girl I was looking at her stuff today, her stats, her history, her story, and then I was like looking at her videos. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
she can play. And then her name is Aja.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I was laughing in my head because I'm Aja. Oh, I love that name. And then because the first thing that came into my mind was Steely Dan, and then I was laughing because I was like, I doubt she's named after that song. And then I was reading her little bio, and sure enough, dude, Aja is her dad's favorite song, so that's why she got that name. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
really?
yeah, because I guess the dad likes Steely Dan. So Steely, do you know who Steely Dan is, Sigma?
Huh?
Do you know Steely Dan, the group?
Yeah, I have a CD.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, awesome. Yeah, because that's that. You remember when they had Contraband and they played their
Yeah.
song? I was like, oh, bro,
Mm-hmm.
that was awesome. That was like, oh, that was the event for me right there.
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah, I love Steely Dan. Those are my uncles, them dude. Doobie Brothers, Steely Dan, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's old school, man.
Do you know the Brothers Johnson?
The what?
Brothers Johnson?
Rose Johnson?
Yeah, dude, they're good too, man.
No, I don't know that one.
Yeah, I think because they sing that song "Stomp."
Stomp?
You're gonna stomp. All right. They Strawberry Letter 23.
Oh, I think I do
You
know
know,
that
dude. Yeah, go look it up, dude. Once you hear the song, you know. I know you know because it's around that timeline.
one. I think I do. I have to look it up.
Yeah, dude. Once you hear it, bro, I know you know. Yeah, we know, Gogo, we know. Steely Dan is good chill work music. Yeah, dude, I love Steely Dan.
Yeah, he has songs like Ricky Don't Lose That Number.
You don't lose that number.
All kind of great songs. What's
Pig.
that one
Pig
called?
is like my favorite. I see
don't-
your picture.
Yeah, he had all kind of Ricky Don't Lose That Number.
Yeah.
What's the other one? I'm Don't Want to Do Your Dirty Work.
Yeah, let me look them up real quick, man, because I need to. I have their greatest hits. But you know, when you get old. Oh yeah, Reeling in the Years, Peg, Do It Again, Dirty Work. And they have a bunch of songs, dude. Damn,
Yeah.
ELO, love ELO.
Yeah.
Oh, Midnight Cruiser, yeah. Josie, Aja, Kid Charlemagne.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, they have some good songs. Oh, they're a great band. Oh, Dirty Work. That's what Go. See, Go was on it, man. See, when you play with Gogo, man, I was playing with Gogo, man, dude. He had it a lot, dude. In COD.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so Gogo says it's like early Chicago band that time has a certain song.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, because I learned about Chicago in the '80s, but then you know go back in time, dude. Then I started listening to the earlier stuff because they were more like that sound that they had, right? More kind of like big band in a sense, right? In a way. They had a lot of stuff going on, man, in the original Chicago. And Peter Cetera, kind of, he blew up, and then he went solo. So
Yeah. Yep.
same thing like Doobie Brothers, love Doobie Brothers. Then Michael McDonald went on his own, he blew up. All that stuff.
Doobie Brothers. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, Sega Man, bro. Thanks again for coming, bro. We can call it a night, man, because like I gotta go too. My son,
All right,
actually,
brother.
I thought I would have to go. I was gonna end the podcast earlier, but my son said, oh, he's hanging out with his friends. So
Oh.
yeah, because I was supposed to go pick him up, but he went with his friends. So I was like, oh, that's cool. So that's why we ended up staying longer.
Hey, that's cool, man.
Yeah, dude. But yeah, bro. Thanks for coming in. Are you gonna do anything this weekend with E-Rock?
Yeah, we're gonna try. Yeah, we're gonna try to do something either tomorrow or Sunday.
Okay. Well, Gogo says, yeah, jazz horns with some cool guitar. Yeah, dude. Their sound, dude, is untouchable.
Yeah.
So my son is actually listening to bands like this because he's playing jazz.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Like he plays drums and he does bongos. He can do some guitar, but man, these kids are amazing, bro. I was like watching it. It gives me hope for Gen Z, bro. Not the Gen Z on TikTok, but the Gen Z actually doing stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And they said, yeah, take care, guys. Thanks again for the show. Keeps me company. Yeah, no worries, Global, man. We gotta play, dude. Let's play Warhammer.
We'll see you tomorrow, Google.
Yeah, and then you can play with Sega Man, but hit me up too, man. Let's play Warhammer. I play Dark Tide, Sega Man. So Gogo plays Dark Tide, so I'm like, yeah, dude, I'd like to play with yeah, dude, let's do that, bro. We can do it. But yeah, we can wrap it up, bro, because I know it's late. But thank you for everybody for being here. Again, Gogo, thanks for hanging out to the end. Cygnus, man, thank you for being here too as well, brother. Always welcome, man. Even if you have a different perspective, dude, I don't care. As you can tell, like everybody was talking about Zobi. Zobi is you might actually like Zobi. But yeah, if you want to, man, anytime you guys want to hang out, just stop on by every other week. Like again, next week will be the All In Popcast. I'm trying to find another name for it. And of course, this is the Wrecking Crew podcast where we talk specifically about video games. But as you can see, dude, the conversation goes all over the place. It's like the old school Google Hangout. So if you guys like that kind of stuff, man, just feel free to jump in anytime. But yeah, Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever. We out.